off, they absolutely can still win these engagements even though they are behind.
And it does look like Liquid does feel like they're playing with a bit of a timer the way they know too. They need to like run down these lanes. They can't let this TB get to this point. Yeah. Can't get to like the next item. If he gets like this Scotty, he gets one more item. That's probably where Liquid just loses the game. So do feel like they need to keep keeping this game clean. They have 30 seconds till Roche comes back up. It's gonna coincide with the Ravage cooldown though. So a bit fortunate for Tundra on that respawn.
Radiant are scanning.
No, absolutely, because you got to sort of ask yourself, you know, as you said, when the next item comes out for Skeeter, you know, what's going to save a member of, you know, a core of Liquids if they do get caught out by a Ravage into the beatdown of the Metamorphosis size TB? Yeah, you're going to get the kill every time, Tundra, if you can find that sort of opening to a team fight.
Yeah, and they have, I mean, they have Blink Dagger, right? They have Blink Ravage. Blink Ravage plus an arrow, they'll be able to take out one of the heroes very quickly, and there's only, I believe, the BKB on Koikva, so they can target Mickey, and then just isolate Koikva at the end of the fights with a lasso. So Mickey has to be very careful with his positioning.
Looking for the Roche here, Liquid. Tundra do have everything.
Oops.
Well, okay, 20 seconds till Metamorphosis. Let's see if they can get in the pit.
The Lesh stuns being just blanketed.
Moxie. It was 9, 33's
Ravage.
in. Ravage is out, he's able to catch all 5 of them. He jumps in, he's caught Tiger, he's caught Insania. Tiger and Insania to fall. There'll be a buyback straight away from Tiger.
Nine got it.
Roche, but 9, he's able to get the snatch. The Aegis is grabbed. Sure, they bring him down, but 9, he was able to get the Aegis, and he also got the cheese. As Skeeter clears up with a triple. 33, he is getting turned upon by Mickey. Koikva jumps in as well. 33 turns around with the gush. Mickey, he's got to be careful. Skeeter, he's stepping in. He's looking for more kills. Jump forward from Bo3 here with the burrow strike onto Skeeter, but Skeeter just thunders himself back up to full HP. Bo3, he's up in the air with the Yules. He can't get away though as they bring down another. Fighter pushing back onto Insania.
Koikva.
These are diebacks from Liquid. Koikva also to fall. As the whole lead and advantage that Liquid had at the start completely taken away from them now. As Tundra, they draw the game back to even. And maybe even more than that if Liquid
maybe even more.
Weren't able to get more than just a couple of set of racks here 26 minutes in with their aggression against Tundra's strong scalability. The rest of this game could not look too hot for Liquid at all. Tundra hitting their element. Skeeter at this incredible power level, and 33 on the tide. Those little things getting the kill in the previous fight against Quite for that cash boost, making sure he had the blink ready for this fight. He's in. Perfect Ravage. 9. Perfect steal. Tundra, they're blowing the game wide open.
That's everything I was gonna say. Yeah, it was flawless. They caught everybody. 5-man Ravage. They get the steals. Who ended up getting the shard? They didn't take that too, right? I think he got the shard too.
I think it's right. He didn't buy that for himself. I don't think he's buying the shard on that. I think he did pick that up as well. 9.
My God. I mean, that's like super game-winning stuff coming out there from Tundra. Now they've got, like Skeeter, he's got his Scotty, and now he almost has that next item as we were talking about. He had the butterfly queued, which I kind of liked. Maybe trying to protect himself with BKB. I think he might still switch it, but okay, he is going for BKB, but yeah, now they're in a comfortable spot. The whole game is just completely switched.
Spot.
And TB is now the strongest hero in the game, which for a long time it was Koikva, but now it is by far Skeeter.
And I think he's going to continue to be exactly that for the rest of this game.
I think so too.
Yes, with the BKB done, there's not a lot that's going to be stopping Skeeter from getting these kills as we saw in that last fight, picking up the triple. This Terrorblade now a monster, and Liquid, as you said, we did sort of see that the borderline desperation with the way that they were just charging down, going for these early racks. Sure, they hit them at good timings, but maybe not quite good enough here. As with the lead now favoring Tundra in net worth, Liquid, they can't allow any more mistakes. Another mismove, and this game is going to slip into very difficult territory for Liquid to regain the lead that they had.
Yeah, it just did tick to Dota Plus favor as well, too, for Tundra. So it was like 90% for Liquid for quite a long time, and it did just switch. Yeah, it was like 85, 90%. So
that's quite a turnaround.
And Tundra's got everything ready. Liquid, they better be ready as well.
I think Boxy's gone. Quick grab for 9, sees the Sand King. And Boxy out, 50 seconds, he's gone. Tundra easily can look towards taking away this final tier 2 tower. They swing around to the bottom lane. Mickey has got the BKB, so a little bit more survivability from in these fights, but as we say, you know, regardless of the magic immunity, you're not going to have fun fighting underneath the nose of the Terrorblade.
And I feel like now they're gonna. I think they might just lack damage now for the TB. Like these last two fights for Tundra, they've acquired so much gold. They have Greaves on snaking too. They have extra heals coming out from that with the shields. So Skeeter, he's gotten infinitely stronger really since the last few times they battled him. A Titan Sliver as well. Like 37 armor. Like the TA and the Sanking and all that could burst him down before, as we saw the Sanking Lesh take him out. But now, so quickly it's turned. Like Liquid, you can look at their posture on the map. They know they're on the back foot now.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw from them a clear strategy when it came to using this draft from ahead. We've got to see what they can do when they're now playing from behind with these heroes.
Mickey?
Okay. Looking for Fada. Fada still has the borrow time available. Now with the burrow strike. Fada able to step off with the ult and has the backup of Tundra by him. So Liquid, they can't really try and chase this down anymore. 33 does have the Ravage. Good to go. Mickey's got to put the BKB. Time with the balance strike onto Fada. Another 4-star as Fada gets himself away from Mickey. They've got to head away. If 33 gets a good jump on this could be the fight over for Liquid. Jumping with the gush, look at the Bo3. Bo3 with the Yules and the blink out will manage to get away. Skidder still stepping in. Mickey watching from the tree line. Time with the idea of dropping the Wukong's command. Bo3, he's getting beaten down by the illusions of Skidder. That's Bo3 gone. Now a man down, Liquid. This is not a team fight that they want to get involved in anymore, as Liquid, they'll have to run. Insania trying to break himself away from them, but Skeeter's in. The stun control's there from Snaking with the arrow. 2 more kills for Tundra.
Instantly Moonlight Shadow, swing across the map, 30 seconds to find another kill. Lanes are in a good spot. TB sends an illusion toward top. Mickey, he has no BKB. Nine's already on top of him.
Yeah, Fada heading straight over. Able to catch him mid-spring attempt up to the tree line. What more have they got? He's going for the TP out, trying to spread him far enough away to stop any sort of cancel coming in for the rest of Tundra, and it will work. They get the 2 of them out of there.
All your lanes are pushed in now, though. Liquid, they're respawning, but yeah, these illusions, the TB has cut everything, and they still have meta, they still have Ravage. Sure, Lasso was used, but starting to see that they don't really need that anymore. So now Liquid, what's your move? Like you said, what do you do when you're behind with this draft?
What do you do?
They're getting close to the data list on Koikva, but they have to find like ways to get back into the fights. Like, they just can't get through this front line. This TB, this tide.
So for the jumping onto Fada, but again, you're committing onto the abandon. He's got borrowed time. Fada's fine and out to the low ground. Okay. Try and chase a little bit tentatively. Does have BKB ready to pop if a turn comes into play, but won't be required. Tundra step out to the side. So
he's starting to get
back in. Oh, they're going to have an arcane ready for the next fight as well. Nine's going to grab it.
Nine's going to have that, yeah. Like, almost Butterfly done now on Skeeter. So they're going to be a full item behind now on both of these cores. Yeah. They're not going to be able to deal with him. That's what we were mentioning, how when he gets that next item versus this lineup, like, this is why TB is the king of the scaling in this game. Even though Liquid had such a good early game, Skeeter, he's hit his stride. 8-2-8.
Yeah, he's
looked scary for a moment for him, but yeah.
I mean, Tundra showing some incredible strengths in this series. Coming out game 1 with a complete stomp from the start. And as you said, and we saw there on the probability of this one, turning around a game that Liquid had such a solid beginning with, but it slips away. Tundra hit back so hard with that fantastic play and coordination around the Roche pit that Tundra absolutely, even if it's just a 3k lead, it feels like much more than that. Tundra, they are the ones with the huge advantage right now because of the position their heroes are in.
And I think it's a testament of itself when yesterday we saw the same thing from Tundra. They were behind significantly in a game, and they knew how to play from behind. I think that shows me, for me, a team that's actually better. It's a team that knows how to play behind with the draft rather than a team that plays from ahead. And Tundra's shown this several times, so yeah, very impressive so far, and yeah, looking really good for them in these next few moments, unless Liquid lands some huge connection. Yeah, 15 of the 251 games so far in TI-10 calls have had an 11,000 plus K. 11,000.
Not a lot.
No, it's not.
Not a lot at all, and Tundra looking to pad that stat up a little bit, you know, with this sort of showing. I mean, Liquid, how do you go about the fights? Like, we've already established this Terrorblade, very hard to burst through. Like, can you even commit onto Skeeter if you just got to look to try and take everyone else around him? I mean, how on earth do you go around with dealing with this Terrorblade now at this point?
You have to kill everybody but him. You have to isolate him completely, and it's extremely difficult. They're not fragile at all, and the ones that you run into every time, it's a Tidehunter and a Batten. So they just soak your abilities. They don't care. Roche is back up. Tundra looking for the fight.
Invisibility.
Skitty just heading in first. He's got the
Make
squad
it.
smoked up behind him. Skitty just charging
charging
in,
it.
and they're able to get the grab on a Quoifer. They've got the lasso down,
Ravage.
33's in with the Ravage, he's able to get it off, catch them all, they don't get the BKB off in time on Mickey. It's 2 dead. Mickey now puts the BKB, Lucian was fired up at 5, has got the borrowed time. Mickey
can't fight in
just
his ring.
dying to the damage output of Skeeter. Mickey's gone. Over to the side, Gush catches Insania. Once more, 33 finding the perfect Ravages here that just... Liquid, they're not ready. They're not ready
They're
for
not
them
ready.
whatsoever. Tundra straight up to the high ground. No buyback on Quakefer for a minute. Good amount of duration still left on the Metamorphosis. This is going to be some heavy damage done to the base of Liquid.
They might just go tier 4s. I think they might just end this game.
Tundra.
Yeah. They have to buy back, but
They've got to do something, Liquid.
I don't think they can even hold with this buyback. TA's still dead.
They've BKB still on cooldown for Mickey. He can't really get anywhere close to approaching them. The meta will come to an end. I don't know if that matters too much. Skeeter is going to continue to step up. They will jump in on the back line. Snakey's going to get healed up by the miscall. He's off to the side. Mickey, he's held in position. Mickey's gone out of action. Tundra, they can look to close this one up with 3 dead on Liquid. Tiger and Insania giving their final attempts to push them back. It's not going to happen. Tundra, they focus the Ancient. GG is called as Tundra will take the series 2-0. And my goodness, as we say, with game 1 being a complete stop from Tundra, game 2, Tundra turning it round masterfully. They just completely outclassed and outplayed Liquid today, Fog.
I totally agree. First 15 minutes, first 20 minutes or so for Liquid looked perfect. And then like 1-2 slip-ups, Tundra somehow just makes it work. This was really impressive individual things and really impressive just team coordination. I think, like I said during the game before, I think it's a huge testament when you're a team that's able to come back multiple times in a qualifier like this with such a big deficit and Liquid really snowballing and identifying their win condition. Tundra, they did too, and they out-executed. That was sick.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If Tundra can keep up, producing this level of performance, it's going to be very exciting to watch their continuation up here on the top half of the qualifiers. You know, we'll see who's going to end up going against them in the next round. But regardless of who it is, they're definitely going to have quite a challenge with Tundra playing as they are. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Tundra, a series, it's all theirs, 2-0 against Liquid.
Tundra and Chicken Fighters are the only 2 teams left in the Western European qualifier that have not dropped a single game. Tundra, they smashed down Team Liquid here. We're going to break down that game 2 and hopefully get our hands on one of the winners. I'm here with T-Gov and AY and T. This started out looking pretty good from Team Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this looked like Liquid had a new lease of life. They were playing the pace that they wanted to try and do in game 1. They were running around the map. They were kind of showcasing why the Monkey King can be good, how they can run this kind of support Leshrac. And I was impressed. I was like, I was walking around like, okay, cool. We're going to go to a game 3. We're going to be able to talk about how Liquid was able to, find their shortcomings in game one and all this, and then suddenly they they ran into a brick wall, which was a Tide Hunter with an Aghanims gushing them at the high ground and unable to eventually close out a game with the lead that they had.
Yeah, and I want to mention it was such a genius build coming out from 3-3 there. I think just in general, even though they were down 11k at, I don't know, something ridiculously early, they itemized for the base defense. They were dragging waves with the courier. That legitimately saved their mid-racks. And then when Liquid went for that mid-racks again, they got wiped, giving them the comeback. And the Aghanims, it made perfect sense. It's just such smart, level-headed play coming out from Tundra. I'm really impressed by it.
Yeah, and the Terrorblade once again. I mean, sure, it had a little bit of a they didn't even have a rough start. I want to mention this because during the draft we said, okay, you know what? They let the Terrorblade through, but it's okay because there's going to be the Sand King Enchantress lane that can deal with him. But then Enchantress was played by Insania, and he wasn't against the Terrorblade at all. That Terrorblade had a free lane, T.
I will give props though to Liquid, like outside the lane, the way in which they ran around the jungle and invaded and pressured the TB, like he was not really happy. And I think during the cast they highlighted it really well. The idea that the reason why Tundra was able to win this game was because every time they were defending the base, they were allowing, TB, don't come back, just go farm, do your thing, and we'll itemize. We'll play as forward to make this play. And if we think that we can win the fight, or like we can turn around like the comeback moment, that's when we'll bring you in. I think that level of discipline, understanding that, it doesn't matter if Liquid crush the exit laning phase, run through the jungle and stop you, because you eventually will find farmers TB. And I think just Liquid need a little bit more conviction to get themselves into that kind of base fight. Because yeah, again, like Tundra, they're looking scary with how like the courier stuff, the Aghanim purchase, the discipline of prolonging the game, like they're looking clean.
They're looking incredibly clean. And this game, we said at the draft last pick, that Batrider pick, AUI, it was a good Batrider game. Sure, he did okay-ish during the first half, but it really came to show when they were hunting down Team Liquid at the end there, right?
Yeah, I think so for sure. And one thing related to that point I want to bring up is I really want to give Koikva props, because I think in both games he has bad lane matchups. He's counterpicked as TA this game. And I mean, it's a bit because he got the first blood, but he dominated that lane. And his tempo really gave Liquid a new lease on life that game. They were dumpstering Tundra everywhere, Mickey with perfect rotations, but eventually the draft will kick in. You're playing TA Monkey King against Terrorblade Batrider. If they do not end the game, they are going to lose. And I mean, honestly, the one thing Liquid, the classic high ground, they have the bottom racks, they have Roshan control, and they just choose to go high ground mid and get wiped. I don't know why it happens so much, but it just does to this team specifically.
It just does. I mean, it's something that is also very difficult to practice, right? You just only experience it in these type of games. But at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, as you say, the draft will kick in at some point, and yeah, that Terrorblade is gonna rule them all. And we are here to talk about the draft, but also about the play together with Snaking. Hey, Snaking, congratulations on the series.
Hello everyone, thank you. It was a hectic game too, but in the end we end up to clutch it, and I'm very grateful for that.
I want to first ask you a question, not game related, but obviously you've been playing for a very long time. One of your first teams, I believe on Liquipedia, it is actually your first teams, bottom. We got Fogged on the microphone commentating your game. We got AUI sitting here in the same call with you on the panel for your game. How's it feel?
Definitely, it's nice to see all of my old teammates are doing well in the scene and still around, because there's less and less of us each year, and Universe, TI winner is retired, and we don't see him anymore. And I'm really happy that the Dota is still live and kicking, and I hope to see more of it in the future.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'm curious for the draft, for game specific. We were a little bit surprised to see you both games with the Terrorblade in your hands. A little bit surprised that was given away, if you will. Was that the same feeling for you, or were you expecting that you were able to get that?
Honestly, I didn't expect for us to get Terrorblade. Personally, I thought that it was a very good pick considering their current selections in both games, and I thought it would be banned. But fortunately, we were able to play 2 games of Terrorblade, and we ended up winning both of them, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Am I correct in saying, I feel like since the DPC season, I see you the different background, but you are with the squad on boot camp, right?
That is correct. We are currently boot
And
camping in
everybody's there?
Poland, and yes, everybody's there. So last time we boot camped in London, and it was a little bit hectic, and it didn't go so well. Nine actually got tested for positive for COVID-19, and he was delayed in coming to boot camp. So it was only 4 of us boot camping for a while in London, and then Nine came about 2 weeks later after he was able to finally test negative. He was able to fly, and then he had to self quarantine still for 5 days before you could technically officially leave your room.
But now all together, and also just to check, I think I know the answer, but you still are not playing with the coach, a conscious decision from the team.
We don't have an official coach, but AUI 2000 here has been helping us here and there, and we're very happy that he's been able to do what he can. Because he has a very busy schedule with casting and his real life and other things, obligations that he has. But I think he has been an important part of our success. I think the small things that he mentioned to us and like things that he told us has really helped us and kind of brought us to where we are today.
Yeah, go
Oh, a
me.
lot of
This
credit there.
wins from me, guys. That's what Snaking just said.
Yeah, that's it.
This
Congrats, Audi,
wins
on
for
the win,
AUI. So Liquid, please hate AUI, okay? Blitz, you got this?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So you guys were down
Yeah,
a
go
lot
ahead.
of code in that game too. We don't get to hear.
How
the
much were
comms
we
and
down,
everything.
actually?
I think 11K at 17 or 18. Like it was a lot of gold. It looked over until they decided to.
At 18 minutes. At 18 minutes, we're down
I think
11.
so, right?
Yeah,
I
something
mean, you
like
have
that.
the
I mean,
game, you can
I don't
talk,
know.
but-
Yeah.
All right, let me
Can
Show
you
on
check.
Dota Buff
Yes.
right now.
Can you talk a little bit about the communication and like what led to you guys being able? You guys pulled ways with Courier, 3-3 bought at Aghanims. Like, was it panicked? Was there like one voice that really calmed you guys down during the game and told you guys you could still win? Or could you just talk to us a little bit about what happened there?
Yeah, so it didn't matter. We didn't really care how much we were behind. We were trying to focus on like how do we win the game, because we know Terrorblade and Batrider will have an absolute free game if we can make it to the late game. It's just we need to make sure we get there somehow. So we were talking about how we're gonna stall the game. What Raxes do we need to give up to let our Terrorblade get a little bit more farm so he can hit his Terrorblade timing. And we always knew at the back of our mind we were going to be able to win the late game, and we're very confident playing throughout the game. And of course, we're humans and we can get emotional. And as soon as we got the Roshan steal by 9, was clutch play. Like actually completely turn around the game, because if he didn't get Aegis and Cheese, I don't think we would be having this much of a comeback. We might have even ended up losing the game. So huge play from 9 there, and I was really happy that he was able to do that. And then once we secured that Aegis and Cheese fight, and then they buy back on heroes, and we were able to win that fight. In the back of everyone's mind, we knew we were going to win this game. All we had to do was not let Liquid pick us off, and we just have to play together and follow our fundamentals, and we did exactly that.
All right, so it was 14K at 18 minutes, by the way. But,
Whoa.
Yikes. That's a rough one. I was definitely feeding a little bit. Not my first game Mirana performance for sure.
All right, so congrats on the win. I have a pretty simple question. Between OG or Nigma, which team would you personally like to play? I don't mean like the team that you think you can beat or whatever. I mean personally for you. Like, do you enjoy playing either team for any specific reason?
I mean, personally, I have some PTSD with OG. They have knocked me out 2 times at TI upper bracket first round. So, if it were up to me, I would like to play Nigma. I think it would be a change of pace. It would be different. And I personally would want to see Nigma in the upper bracket final. So I guess we'll find out pretty soon in the upcoming series.
So if you do have to play up against OG and they now start tipping you, are you going to be prepared for that? Are you going to be okay if they start tipping you and chat wheeling you?
I mean, if you ever played against OG before, you have to be ready for the tipping. It's bound to happen, and I think you just have to laugh it off and not read too much into it, because once you start reading too much into their offensive tipping and trying to tilt you and all their voice lines, it's going to get into your head, and it's not going to do you any good. And you're playing exactly into what OG wants, and you just got to ignore everything and just keep playing the game and find a way to win.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very much, Snaky, for the insight. Looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow as well. Once again, congratulations on this series, and good luck in your series tomorrow in the upper bracket finals.
Thank you.
And he is right, that other series is coming pretty soon. We got ourselves OG and Team Nigma roaring and ready to go. So we're going to head for a break. When we're back, it's Dota time. It's blockbuster time! We have got ourselves OG versus Team Nigma, and it's going to be best of 3 to decide who goes to the upper bracket finals to face Tundra there and gets a guaranteed top 3, which doesn't matter, only the first place matters. But it's nice, you get a step closer. Loser does drop to the lower bracket. I'm here with PPD, I'm here with Trent, and Peter, I want to put something before you, because for this series, for a long time, it has been Team Nigma, OG, and Team Secret at the top of Western Europe. And am I right in saying that generally, in the past, there has been a little bit of a triangle where Team Secret would beat OG, OG beats Nigma, and Nigma beats Secret? Is that fair?
I feel like Nigma is more of a LAN team than like an online tournament team. And they do all these like crazy lower bracket runs, but I guess I'm not too familiar with like the triangle. But I guess I don't know. I guess OG does have. Were you just saying OG has Nigma's number, or what were you saying?
Yes, they do. Yeah, basically that is generally the case. OG has got a great record against Team Nigma, of course, especially in 2020. Team Nigma wasn't playing with their full roster, but then again, neither was OG. So overall, OG does have their number. We saw that in the TI9 finals. It's crazy that we see the same matchup in the qualifiers, and we have got the draft already in front of us. Trent, so could you go over these openings, because we got a Willow on the board.
I was just researching your triangle idea. It seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm running through some games. Very nice. All right. We have the Axe Willow. So we talk a lot about the Willow paired with the Mars, right? With the idea of like the arena and stuff. But you can do a lot of similar stuff with the Axe. This used to be one of those duos that similar to the Axe Lina is just like hardcore pressure on the safe laner. In my eyes, of just like lots of magic damage, try and force them out of the lane as early as possible, which then makes me start thinking about like Luna and TB if you're Nigma, because that's what they've been playing a lot anyway. They're very good heroes, and I don't want to have to stay in the lane.
I love the Axe first pick. I feel like it's super strong. Sumail will play it, or Seb will play it. Seb has a ton of experience with this hero in the offlane, and Sumail's been playing it a decent amount as a safe lane. I feel like this hero's it's very Sumail as well. It's like super aggressive, but also farmy, and he can just solo people, which I know he loves to do that. The Dark Willow pick, I guess, is just more for Saksa. They just want it. I would watch out for possibly like a Morphling pick for OG. Yeah. I feel like the Morph Dark Willow combo is just like, it's one of the most broken things. It's like the new Morph Shaker, basically.
Yeah,
so if they agree. If they don't have a good answer to Morphling, I would be a little bit worrisome for that hero. Like a fourth pick for OG, a Morphling on that slot could be just devastating. Topson could even play at mid versus he could play. I think he would play at mid versus Lina as well.
They would.
It feels like they banned all the other or they nerfed all the other combos like really hard, right? Because like they all get shown off and like nerfed over time and stuff. Like the Earth Spirit fell down, and then the Earth Shaker as well. And Willow for some reason still gets to look really busted. So, and then of course Morph into TB has historically been pretty good because copying TB is also kind of nice. So definitely some potential there, depending if Nigma maybe fall into a potential trap laid out here by OG.
Yeah, a lot of thought went here into the bonus time and for the bans here for OG. So curious what they would be thinking about with these bans. They end up banning out the Luna here. I didn't get the chance to ask either of you yet, but going in, I do want to have a little bit of a little bit of prediction in terms of who you think is going to come out on top, because we've seen both teams yesterday, very similar fashion in terms of not great game one, and then as the series progressed, getting better and better. Do we have a favorite going into this, or do we feel like it's pretty even?
Trent, you can go first.
To me, it's like fairly even. I also kind of agree with this idea of like the LAN environment for Enigma has always seemed pretty good in their grounds. OG to me is like, I imagine they're incredibly motivated because I feel like they've been getting a lot of attention, and I feel like that kind of helps them the same way that they like to voice line and tip and stuff. There's a lot of negative energy around the OG brand these days. They've somehow become villains in a sense. And
that's what happens when you win too much.
And they want to feed into that. So I don't know. I think storyline wise, I really want to see OG win this qualifier just so they can go back to TI.
All right, so I mean, what's your prediction? I feel like you're just buying time for another pick right now.
Oh no, I'm actually just my prediction is OG. I will take OG.
All right, I'll take Nigma for the fun of it, but I also would have gone with them in the first place. I feel like they're just I feel like they just have more going for them right now. I feel Nigma was my pick to win the qualifier, and I still believe that, even though their game one yesterday was a bit shaky. I think that in this match against OG, I think hopefully we'll see that really, really high level of Dota that we saw during the DPC. And yeah, I expect these last couple of days of the qualifier to really just up the quality on the games as we thin out the herd.
It is pretty crazy to think that of the 4 teams that we have in the semifinals here in the upper bracket, 2 of them haven't even seen a major this entire season, right? Only Team Nigma and Team Liquid were able to even make it, and then Team Liquid didn't do so great on all of them. Where Nigma was at least able to get quite a decent run in the Ana major. But yeah, OG. We don't know what they're going to bring. They have changed their rosters, of course, with Sumail now joining them. Interesting to note that we do have ILTW up against OG. I mean, ILTW was, of course, at some point also the replacement for Ana, like Sumail is now. We do have the Winter Wyvern picked up as the 4th hero for Team Nigma, so guaranteeing that either Lina or Hoodwink is a core. Revealing that nugget.
I think it's probably I think it's definitely the Lina mid, right? I don't think Kuro will play Wyvern and GH will play Hoodwink, or I think GH also plays Wyvern. I don't know if Kuro's been playing Hoodwink at all, but could be either lane at the moment. So very open, but they did, it's kind of like 3 backline casters again. Like they don't really have that frontliner, so it's going to put a lot of pressure on their pick here. Can be tough to pick certain melee heroes into Axe, but with the Wyvern heal in lane, might be completely fine if you do that like 1-0-1 build on Winter Wyvern, which is so popular. Mm-hmm. This hero is bonkers broken right now, I think.
Yeah, I feel like Brame kept getting into these kind of lineups too, where it was like so predicated on that like initial jump because they don't have the the bodies to just go in to like get that vision and everything too. And sometimes that means that if your initial vision isn't very good and your first initiation isn't very successful, then the game just becomes like really difficult. Whereas you look at OG and they have like Pango and Axe who can just kind of hop in there. But there's a nice big body to get into the middle of a fight.
Yeah, they needed it. Mars is one of the most active offlaners, so if he needs to start roaming or teleporting around the map as soon as he's level 6, he will and can. He generally just goes like phase boots plus maybe soul ring. Sometimes if he's getting good farm, he'll buy a hood. But for the most part, he's going to rush either that blink or Yules just to be a playmaker. And depending on how his plays go, he sometimes turns into like a glorified 4 position. But it's kind of completely fine.
We have the double pick in a row here now for OG, and it's probably a Thompson Pango, and then we're still dealing with this Seb or
time. It's morphing time.
Yeah.
It's so good here. It's so good here.
And then you ban PL and
you ban PL for sure, and then you can get rid of the Sumail Leshrac. There it is.
Okay, so Seb Axe then. So no one's getting TB. No one's getting Morph, maybe. I feel like
Thompson, Pango, Sumail Lesh, Seb Axe.
Yeah.
Good work.
And No Tail gets the
this
the
is
9th pick.
Pretty wild draft from OG. Like showing already that they're kind of. Do you think any of these heroes could be supports for OG besides the Willow?
They could 5 the Willow and 4 the Pango theoretically, but 4 Pango with 3 Axe sounds kind of meh. And then 4 Leshrac I'm also not that into. I guess you could 5 the Lesh.
Yeah, I'm trying to run a bunch of scenarios, but it's crazy right now.
We saw Taiga do the 4 Lesh. It almost worked.
It's not bad. I think it can work for sure. It's really good when you have like a dominant offlaner like Axe or Timber or Broodmother, because they just kind of tank the tower and you just kill it with level 2 Edict or whatever you got it at.
There's also still AA in the pool right now. Which I think would kind of help OG. Like if you went for another support for OG, because then like no matter what Nigma pick, assuming you ban the TB and then you pick the AA, it's like good follow-up damage.
It is good follow-up damage and it is good versus the Wyvern. However, I think you really want to have like another initiator for it to play AA. You don't want to be reliant on just one guy to like do everything, and especially if that one guy has to like farm a Blink Dagger first. Mm-hmm. It's like really nice when you have like Dragon Knight. I think Dragon Knight AA is one of the best duos for that reason. You just have like short CD initiation. Sand King as well can work. But AA wants to be active. His ultimate cooldown is not that long.
They could also like Undying maybe, because it's a Mars lane. This is all assuming we're going for a 5 here.
Yeah,
I
Team
have
Nigma
no
was
idea what OG's
expecting a
picking.
5.
Chen!
That's Chen.
Oh my god.
Unpicked hero so
All right,
far. I
that's
believe
the worst
unpicked
hero
on
in Dota,
all the
man.
qualifiers.
That's the worst hero in Dota right now.
All right, what are the benefits of Chen?
Yeah,
Going Nigma on this
unpicked
game.
overall.
What are the benefits? What does he do? His
There-
creeps suck now.
If he gets a creep, a good 4 player will just block the small camp. He...
Do they have any of the cheeky combos with like the penitents? I don't see anything. I mean, with Pango, does that do something with like the attacks?
I'm gonna be watching this game closely. I'm curious.
Yes, very.
This is gonna be some new tech. They might.
There better be some new tech. Yeah. I mean, picking Chen is the new tech. Ooh.
It's a good
A
name.
lifestealer can infest the Chen creep, right?
It's really good against
Take it
Axe
over?
as well because you just kind of lifesteal when he calls you. And yeah, you can infest. You can. Well, the thing about lifesteal, it's not necessarily about killing the Chen creeps. It's about having an escape at all times. So you could be in like the middle of team fight, and you're like, "Oh, look, a Chen creep. I'll just get full HP from this."
All right, we need one of these big Hand of God plays. So we talk about the Hoodwink gives you like the blow up, right? I mean, God, they have like Hoodwink and Lina though. I don't know if Hand of God is gonna get any big saves.
I'm excited. This Chen is just a storyline for me. Like it's gonna be so fun. I hope it succeeds. I really do.
Bring him back.
Well,
Bring back Chen.
But
that's gonna be
I will predict Nigma.
You
though.
go for it. You will predict Nigma. Okay. Don't believe in the Chen until you've seen it, Trent.
No, of course not. That would be ridiculous. That'd be foolish. I'm not a fool.
Okay, well, let's see how this Chen is going to play out for OG, and if Team Nigma is indeed going to walk away with that first game, this best of 3. But perhaps OG's lineup will surprise us. I know it will be an exciting match regardless, though, especially with our commentary team of Lyrical and AUI.
Thank you so much, Sheever. And yes, Owie, the draft was already looking weird, and then we get into this, and it's a Chen pick. I saw you typed into Discord 3 letters, and it was not POG. It was a couple other ones. What do you think about this Chen pick? What's going on here? What's the play?
So, I think Nigma picked this hero once at the Major, I believe. And they won that game, but Chen did nothing. Like, absolutely nothing, in my opinion. I think this hero's unplayable. I'm a Chen spammer myself, and personally, I think this is like the worst state this hero has been in for a long time. But there's no way OG picked Chen without scrimming it and like understanding the hero. So I'm excited to see what they bring out here because I don't know, they just have such a different idea about Dota than every other team in the qualifiers, it seems.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I think that, you know, if there's a team that's going to bring out something new and sort of try and make something happen with it, it's definitely going to be OG. And already at the early goings in the mid lane, Thompson looking to see if a ward is placed, but Nigma is right there on the outside. This is the weirdest standoff ever. Neither of them know the other one's there.
This is exactly what you'd expect after this draft, to be honest.
Right.
But like I have to, because I can't wrap my head around anything but the Chen, to be honest. Like you pick Chen into like Wyvern, Lina, Mars. Like these are heroes that I think Chen is traditionally bad against. And what Chen usually wants is you want to have superior team fight. So when you go to a tower, you can force them into your team fight. And you know he's a good team fighter, hand of god, early mech, etc. And he has creeps to push towers. But I don't think they have that this game.
Right. That's going to be the tough thing, particularly with like this Axe that, you know, wants to get the Vanguard first and everything else. It could be kind of tough to like actually come online at the same time that Chen does. But I don't know. We'll keep our eyes on it. Already starting with the headdress, and it looks like it's going to be a trade-off there of a couple runes apiece, both teams getting 2 of them.
I think the OG idea with Chen has to be that they're going to snowball the map, and then you have Chen creeps plus E that can just take every tower and just keep killing your opponent. Okay. I don't see anything else, but honestly, I just don't know enough, to be honest, too.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on it. You can see there a very storied rivalry right now. Kuro coming out a little bit ahead in terms of the total number of games that are going on there, but certainly we're going to add another one onto the entire round of it as the mid lane matchup. Pango versus Lina. At times, Lina has looked incredibly dominant. You know, when I was watching the Eastern European qualifiers, some of the stuff that we saw from a couple of those teams was really strong. But likewise, this Pango has been able to take over games at various points in time. So we'll see what those early rotations might look like, or if people just stay in lanes and continue to kind of AFK farm stuff going on.
Yeah, for sure. I think Like, this lane seems like it should be really hard for Pango, and I think it will be. But I see Thompson, he pulls these clutches out of nowhere on like every hero. So maybe like Lina will win the lane and Thompson will kill him when Thompson gets 6. Is the plan.
Okay. We'll keep our eyes on it. Down bottom, of course, LTW this time playing on the Lifestealer, paired together with GH in the safe lane, actually. So they wanted to ensure that they, you know, had Kuro playing on this Hoodwink, and he's going to be playing up with Mind Control. So a little bit of a switch up from what we normally see in that regard at the very least. But, I mean, this Hoodwink just looks so freaking good throughout a lot of the qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. Hoodwink, he just looked like a nice stable hero. He always has impact, and this is also something else I've noticed, that even at the major, Nigma were doing this, where they throw Kuroki into off lane and put GH into safe lane. I'm not too sure if this was like a conscious decision they've made, or is it just based off the heroes and it happens to happen a lot? But it has looked pretty good. Like, Kuroki's a bit more free. He gets to roam around a bit, get stacks, etc.
And you can see that already at the early goings, No Tail gonna have a creep for himself from the lane up top and try and put some pressure on, but gets bulwarked back by Mind Control, playing together with Kuro there. 113 hero pick banned in TI-10 qualifiers, so we're right up there on the edge. And to be honest, some of those heroes that look unpicked, we've seen people call for them a few times, as Miracle trying to zone Thompson back, was able to get that water rune though. And they are going to keep him out of the creep wave for the moment. Kind of tough for the Pango right now, almost getting doubled up in CS, actually.
Yeah, it is a very hard lane for Pangolier, but honestly, I don't know how many heroes Pango likes to lane mid against. I don't know how many heroes like to lane mid against Lina anyways. Right. So you're not, like, when you did the draft, you're not expecting to win mid, and you've constructed your draft around that fact already. So it's not too bad for them. GH with a nice courier snipe on bottom.
Well played.
Ooh, and Noto got a Harpy creep. This is the creep that makes Chen viable, I think, if you can get it. He actually snatched it from the mid small camp, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's funny. Normally you just see him head on into his own jungle, but moves on over now. Going to throw some punches out there onto Kuro and get some good damage out. Afterwards, Mind Control able to sidestep, and a bushwhack afterwards, just throwing out the extra bits of damage that they can. At least in the early goings, it doesn't look like anybody's getting completely demolished in the laning stage. Axe a little bit ahead of the Lifestealer, obviously, down bottom. And they're sort of winning out those side lanes slightly. But Seb going to trade some more hits. The Cursed Crown goes out. Does he decide to get some more damage there onto LTW? Just pops Rage, turns around, goes back to farming. But yeah, slow and steady they go, as the next round will come in. Soxa trying to stack up this camp, will have access to the pull now. And we do have, at least for the moment, pretty static in terms of the laning stage situation. Mind Control, I'm surprised he's been able to actually do okay here, considering that Harpy creep. It's sort of zoning him out a little bit.
I mean, I think this is the problem with Chen. It took him 3 minutes to get this Harpy creep, right? People have been really good at blocking the small camp, and you don't offer anything other than your creep, really. You have 1 base armor, sort of mediocre damage, and you don't have any real spells. So that's why Chen isn't picked. I mean, I do like what Nota is doing, though. He got the Harpy creep, and he immediately queued himself a Basi ring, because he understands if he gets to the Basi ring plus a Harpy, he can like have a lot of impact. He's also pulling this hard camp and using his creep to zone, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, draws that other aggro so they can't do the same pull at the exact same time. So definitely cool, that one. And also getting a stack off at the same time. So some good micro there. And meanwhile, down bottom, able to get the kill on the Lifestealer. Thompson does go down mid. So that's what you're talking about, the strength miracle hitting that level 6 before the Pango roll came out.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe they killed Lifestealer with an Axe Willow, and they're also going to snipe a free courier here with GH's boots on it. Now, they must be playing bottom just very well, because I think PPD mentioned, and this is most people's read on the matchup, but Lifestealer should be solid in lane versus Axe, especially if you go for an item like a Bracer.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So LTW gain a little bit of the better end of the stick there from Seb as he just punches him down, and now going to start going for the creep cutting. And GH, like, I mean, this guy can't really do much to stop this at the moment, it feels like. You mentioned the boots getting sniped. Seb's just going to pull this over to the hard camp afterwards. OG looking good there.
Seb's really feeling himself on this bottom lane. I think he's top net worth already, but he's gonna just be beasting at this game.
Yeah, totally. So try and take some of those creeps as well as up top, mind control. Gonna get pulled back in. Some body blocks coming in from No Tail. They tried to get on top of him, but they weren't quite able to. And in fact, it's Sumail that takes a couple of punches back from Curl on that hoodwink. And mind control still standing there with the Mind Stealer. And is going to be able to at least draw the aggro for a second of that small camp. So these lanes kind of breaking down in weird situations. We also saw GH get forced back there. Miracle farmed up the hard camp himself. It's just spamming out the wave and then running back to it. So by and large, a slight lead in the early going for OG is they're thinking about it. Thompson does have that 6, but didn't connect with the swashbuckle, and that will cause the retreat away, and in fact, some more punches along the way as well. Thompson thinking about going Laguna Blade, done! Dude, Miracle is feeling himself today.
He's beasting it. And that was basically a OG rotation. They had the Willow camp behind Lina for the Pango 6, and they've ganked Miracle, but Miracle killed them instead. And, I mean, he's full HP, he didn't really lose any real resources to it. Yeah, this mid lane, I mean, I think most people would say it's very Lina favored, but we're used to seeing Thompson like sort of make magic, pull something out of nothing. I think specifically on Pangolier, he's made like a bunch of plays where, you know, he hits a creep, gets level 6, gets a sick turnaround. I think that one might have been versus Quinn. Right. But this game, Miracles, he's just showing him what's up. He's double solo kill, even a kill in a 1v2.
Yeah, that's gnarly. Granted, the other side lane's still going quite well. You can see that Lesh, as well as Axe, flirting with that top net worth spot, and definitely the Lifestealer is feeling a little bit behind. But at least at this early going, ILTW is going to have this lane solo to himself. We saw the Wyvern head on out, GH playing up more on the top side now. We'll see if they decide to go for any type of a play here. They do have 2 smokes, but it's kind of weird. And again, look at this Chen. Yeah, pulling the creeps around. So they want to make sure that they don't give up this tower for nothing. And No Tail's just kind of doing ring around the rosy and pulling the waves over to Thompson to farm. That's really cool.
This is so cool by No Tail. I mean, this is one thing I thought about Chen, is that you just leave your creeps in the jungle and you stack with them. We saw him have a Harpy on the right side that stacked the hard camp towards Sumail, and he pulls a wave with his other creep. And Chen's one of the only supports who can do this. I mean, we saw No Tail doing this, I think, TI8 a lot. And yeah, it looks like it's still effective here.
I mean, yeah, if the meta right now is about stacking camps, picking a hero that can do it all over the map simultaneously is going to be pretty freaking good. So that'll be something to watch for sure, if they can clear those through, if they have the heroes to contest it. But yeah, they're doing a triple stack right now, and it comes through. Easy peasy.
Wow. Okay, this is very cool. Just very macro efficient from OG. And OG are the type of team, they always hit their timing, and then they go crazy. Look at their Ancients right now. They have this huge stack, the Ancients and the Triangle hard camp. I think they're going to give Seb already has Vanguard Blink. I was going to say they're going to give it to Seb for his Blink Dagger, but it's 9 minutes in and he basically has a gold for it somehow.
What the hell? Oh my god. They have so much farm. That's crazy. And Sumail too. He's about to get this hood.
He should still take it on Seb, I think.
Okay.
No one else really kills Ancients efficiently, and man, OG, it's not like they've really made any real moves. Their mid got solo killed twice, but they're up 2k gold, probably 3k after this Ancient and hard camp stack, and they're looking pretty solid.
I mean, this is the type of thing too that like it's very easy to just like not realize that that's happening, right? Like with the speed at which you're doing it, just sending a couple of creeps off here and there, and then being able to clear it so fast with the Lesh. As well, they're trying to go, but they're not going to be able to find anything there. Sumail is level 9. Like they're all of their cores are quite farmed.
He's level 9, and he actually has 2 points in stats already. And I think their concept's really cool. Like, you're gonna have Chen heals. No Tail's gonna have a mech in like 700 gold, not because he's killed any creeps. He just stacked a lot of camps and he's getting gold from that. Axe is gonna have his Blink Dagger timing, and I think it's gonna be gold time soon. I really like this. Oh,
well, I mean, this is going to be the problem, right? Like, this rotation in from GH secures that kill. They get the Winner's Curse into the LSA, and Laguna Blade finished. Like, if there's somebody that's going to be able to hold off this tide of aggression, it's got to be Miracle, because he's the one having, like, the really good game.
I mean, Miracle has 3 kills, free farm mid, and he's even to net worth in with Leshak and behind the Axe. Like, that's the insane part about this game. How often do you see your mid effectively get solo killed twice and it ganked a third time?
I mean,
and
I see
you're
that
ahead
a lot
by
now,
2-3k gold.
I don't see that part as much.
Yeah,
but
like
I
the
see
first part happens in all my pubs, but the second part is what's impressive. And it's not like OG, they aren't panicking, right? They're reading the map. They understand we're getting a lot more net worth. Let's just wait for our timing, and here it is. Blink Dagger on Axe, Hood on Sumail.
Going mid, looking for the call. Catches onto GH. Miracle's over there. Looking for the big LSA, but not going to find it. Now rotation coming in from Mars. Mind Control trying to take this fight, but it is an overwhelming amount of damage. Break, but look at the heal coming in from the Chen. Hand of God comes out. Mars Arena is now down. Roly-poly, back and forth. Thompson finds one. LTW staying right on top of Seb, but now running out. He has to jump inside of Mind Control with that Infest to try and buy it, but no, Seb, he jumps in. They still have the Infest afterwards. Gets inside of Mind Control. That keeps him alive. This was about as perfect as you could play it for Nigma, and they still lose the tower. But Lesh does go down. Can they find anything else? Looking for it. Oh, cancel Blink Dagger, and now the Winner's Curse. A chance for a turnaround. Miracle, he's got the LSA afterwards. Connects onto both. Finds the finish. Double kill for Miracle, so they hold off that aggression. And Curl gives No Tail the tip. I see what you were doing.
That was a beast punish from Nigma in that fight. They were so patient. All their spells constantly kiting. They understood that, you know, they have Chen Leshak. We're going to lose some tier 1s. What matters is that we get the kills after. Because OG lost the fight, now their mid tower is getting pressured.
Oh, Miracle walks into a stray Bramble in the back away at the low respawn times. Everybody's back up, and they can't punish with the tower of their own. So like you said, they get the kills, but Nigma not able to secure the towers. What a wild first 12 minutes this has been. Like, so many resources generated, and they're still stacking all of these camps around the map.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess, like, we had a sort of a healing meta and a major, right? There's a Winter Wyvern, the Phoenix, Holy Locket, these heroes. Chen has to be one of the best heroes at that still, regardless of how underwhelming I would say he is in pubs.
That's putting it nicely. But yeah, I'm with you. And like, this is before mech too, right? Like,
yes.
Keeping all of that in mind.
Like, we saw that the Hand of God completely nullified Mars' damage on Leshak. The only reason OG lost heroes there is because they were sort of diving, right? Like, Sumail died basically in range of the enemy tier 2. And then they were all out, and they just chose to turn around because they wanted to get a bit more. Nigma baited them in with some really good play.
You know, we got like GDQ stuff going on right now. It feels like that's what's going on with the farming as well. They catch this Life Stealer now. Tries to get away, tries to get out. Not going to happen. They're just speed running the map right now on OG. That's what it feels like.
For sure. And you can see all their items are for it as well. Thompson, he went for the quick Echo Saber. Leshak went for stats and a hood. If you combine these with the heals coming out from Chen, as long as you don't dive, Nigma shouldn't have damage for you.
Yeah. You know, we were wondering when stats came back how long it was going to be until there were heroes that just started to not take abilities. And, you know, Sumail at this point is like, I don't need Lightning Storm. I'm just going to have my stun and then taking tower abilities.
And the usual build
cool.
is 4-4-0 into stats on Leshak, right? But he's opted for the even more greedy 2 points. They're going on bottom build, good curse.
A chance. No Tail still has Hand of God and the mechanism afterwards, but can they bring him down regardless? Sumail just gets full healed, but it might not be enough. They brought numbers from Nigma, and they punish.
Nigma, again with the good reads. OG are showing heroes top, they're showing heroes bottom. They're not done on Nigma though, they're still going for Chen.
Yeah.
Even if you just kill the creeps though, like, screw the hero if you play against Chen.
Ooh! The big bushwhack into LSA. Yeah, all those creeps go down, so they'll get those kills, but they lose another tower. You know, these big rotations, they find the kills, but it does cost them these objectives. And OG are taking full advantage when they're spread out.
Seb almost has a Manta style on Axe. He's offlane Axe. He's way more farmed than most safe lane Axes we've seen. And he's just beasting it. He's even bought his own smoke because when Sumail comes in with full resources, they understand that they're strong here. The enemy has used Curse, maybe expend some resources, and it's just a two-man smoke.
This could be big. What can they find with it? They have great vision.
They have good vision.
Oh man, right on top of them. They see this the whole way through. And looking for the jump. Didn't get rage off or anything. The stun comes afterwards. And LTW gonna get dropped. So a good rotation finds the kill, and you know where they're going. There's only one place, down bottom.
It's such an interesting game to study because Nigma, they're sort of punishing them on kills, and they're like getting decent map control from those kills. But OG, they're playing everywhere.
A jump forward. They find him again on GH, looking for that stun. Not going to come through. Managing to back away for the moment. Actually going to throw out the winner's curse just to get a little bit of separation. But the rest of OG are looking to dive TPs out. Can he get away? The call. Oh, it just barely gets there. And they will find that kill while the tower drops. Sumail right there on top of it. Man.
And they're continuing with their idea. Sumail, he's going for the Sange next. You know, amplifying that healing coming in. Chen has a mech. And, you know, Copson, he built Echo Saber Corrosion. This is his build, but you're really tanky when you do this build. With Strength Treads on, he has 1800 HP. Nigma, they can clutch these kills, but it's looking very scary for them in the team fights.
This is definitely one of those things where it's how do you put the brakes on this draft, right? Like, you have these heroes that are really good at D-push in GH and in the Lina to be able to like spam out the spells and everything. But it feels like if Axe gets that Blink Dagger off, they're just evaporating them. But they do find a kill here. Thompson going to drop. So the combination of the Lina and the Hoodwink still quite strong. And that's going to cut into the lead a little bit. Still 9-6. And trying to find a little bit of breathing room here is Nigma.
I also want to mention, I love Miracle's build. He went Boots of Travel first, which at first I thought was really greedy considering the game state. But instead of going for a small item like Yo's after that, he just goes straight into the BKB.
Well, jumped out. Mind Control, trying to find himself a kill here on a no-tail, but gets hit by the root. The rest of the team is a bit too far away, and they will find Mind Control. Takes him down. Seb making it where LTW is just walking brazenly into them. Does have a Sange at this point. But yeah, you like the BKB though?
I think it's a very cool idea, because if you go bots into Yos, I think you can't fight at all.
Right.
But I think bots is a better farming item than Yo Scepter. So purely for farm, I think bots into BKB makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Seb's just running in. He has an 18-minute Manta on an offlane Axe. He's going to have the shard right when it sits 20, and I think it'll be Roshan time. Maybe even before that. OG are crazy. Just beasting.
So yeah, he is above his highest net worth ever on an Axe. And one of his highest net worths ever since playing TI5 on Seb for this game. It's just, you know, a combination of a hero that obviously he knows well, feels good about, and then on top of that, it being meta, and the jump forward, the call! Oh, this is huge! They need to try and reset this one. Cold Embrace there for the save. Now they get the winner's curse to try and turn this. BKB out, LSA gonna connect, they need to take down Thompson. Will it be enough? Right click's coming through with the heal! It's more than enough! Miracle still staying his BKB, and then they jump out the call afterwards, trying to kill him, and they're gonna get him! Miracle drops, they lose ILTW to boot, and the heal, it's just too much. They've got an arena, but you can't really get out of this one with the heroes that matter at least. They already got the Lina and the Lifestealer.
And Chen, he's looking like a good hero this game.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like, instead of playing, because you don't want to play Chen with your standard carries that go jungle, instead they draft him with an aggressive carry that gets more in stats. I mean, Sumail, he went back for the points in Split Earth, which is really good there because he landed this huge two-man stun in that fight. And then they built Tanky, and Chen, all of a sudden, he's this teamfight beast. He provides the mech, provides a Hand of God. I mean, that was a good save by GH. He gets the save off, he gets the curse off. Pangolin did not really get a real roll off in that fight. I mean, he got it off and hit a hero, but he died in that, and the fight was still so convincing.
This is crazy. I mean, and like, how often do you see Axe get to like blink Vanguard Manta and then had enough gold for the shard, but it wasn't 20 minutes? He has like all the pieces that he needs now of the kit. A little interesting that he's opting to go back for the Boots of Travel instead of just that straight BKB, but I guess they want to like be able to keep the lanes kind of shoved out and stuff. But this game is just completely fallen off the rails.
I think he understands that they can win any team fight right now. So you don't need BKB to double down on that. Instead, he needs to match the map control Miracle, who has also gone for the Boots of Travel. It's a really smart item purchase. I also want to say, like, if you look at this game, Axe is actually the one position. They were fighting without him in bottom lane. He was given a lot of priority.
Oh.
And did they jump in mid?
They're thinking about. I mean, Seb has an illusion rune and manta.
That'd be a crazy jump. To be honest.
I mean, to be fair, he's got the
illusion
shard
manta
too.
That's
it's Among Us.
Yeah, you might solo kill him through the Wyvern heal.
Yeah, he's gonna try. There are a lot of illusions punching that guy, but is it enough? Winner's Curse to try and turn this around. They're still spinning, still doing that damage, but LTW gets it off. Able to walk away from that one still. The chase is really strong. GH trying to back away. They drop down the arena just hoping to escape from this one, but the Curse Crown is there. Miracle, big LSA, connects onto 2. Can they kill him off in time? Seb dropping down low. Can they finish him? Yes. They take down 1. LTW, not enough save. The damage coming from Sumail is just too intense, but they find him there. Oh, the root. They had the LSA primed up, but they weren't able to get close enough. Good play from the Willow. Soxa there, salvaging Sumail's life.
So just a classic OG game, 20 minutes, dive into enemy tier 3s, get a 3-for-1 in a buyback, just for the cost of 1 axe. Man, they're really just beasting at this game, just moving around the map. Sumail, I think, he has his Kaya Sanj, I believe, and he's opting to go for Bloodstone next. Man, they're really making Dota look more fluid than it usually is. You know, you usually have your traditional carry in your safe lane, all the farm goes to him. In this game, they're rotating around all their core heroes. Lashak's in the safe lane, but Axe is given farm priority. Lashak gets a timing, he's running at them. And then Axe, he gets a Splinter, he's also running at them. They're just playing the Dota, I think, like you expect out of like OpenAI. Like that's what I think people learned from that time period in Dota.
Yeah, well, it's working quite well, and you know, there's still an incredibly strong Lina in this game who's topping the net worth. LTW is behind. It's not like, you know, one huge item ahead, but he is definitely trying to get towards that Scotty now. Like, do you think that, like, with this MKB online, what's the avenue that Nigma have to try and get back into this game? Is it just holding out against the aggression?
Honestly, they need damage, right? Because there's so many heals coming out from OG and they itemize so tankily for these fights. So they definitely need to hold on a bit, wait for Lina to get that big damage item, and then like bait OG into them, because OG are going to run at them, as we've seen this game.
Alright. Well, they find him there. Gets the rage off first though, Kuro. Throws out the bushwhack. Sumail standing tall. Oh, he got the rage off earlier. Winner's Curse into the fear. Tries to back away, but they have that LSA afterwards. Connects now onto Sumail. Right clicks. Coming through. Oh! Soxa came in and soaked the sharpshooter. That keeps him alive. And now the taunt afterwards back on a Miracle. Can they keep him alive though? Cold Embrace yet again. Wyvern being so strong. And now jumped inside by that life stealer. Trying to turn onto the Chen. Seeing if they can find that kill to stop all of the healing. But the chop came onto the backside. They find themselves another kill here. LSA round 2. No, he's taunted. He's caught. And he is in trouble. Miracle goes down again. ILTW just doesn't have the damage at this point. And they're going to turn onto every one of them. Dual Scepter lift up. ILTW trying to back away. Kuro is dead as well. They jump forward for the kill as the taunt comes out. ILTW trying to escape, but they got him. The chase down, the eventual finish. And one last time, Kuro looking for the snipe. It's not going to matter. The roll hit from Thompson into the face. He takes the sharpshooter to the face and gets himself out. I'm going to pick up my basher on my way back home.
And this has to be a TI form OG coming in hot here, right? Just outplaying everyone in the fights. Who died on the OG side there? Was it only Chen?
I think so, yeah. No-Tail the only one that ended up going down in all of that.
And it's just everything, right? Like, Soxa, he's tanking the sharpshooter. Sumail's hitting these clutch two-man stuns off no setup. You know, Seb is always patient with his calls, getting the right targets, and my goodness, like, they're looking so dominant this game. I can't believe Chen's winning.
Right? How is this
I love this hero, but like clearly, like it's just my ideas about the hero are wrong because they're making it look fantastic this game.
Every time I look in the jungle, there's like some extra stacks that are just being built up. But I guess that's just what sort of allowed them to get to that first initial point where, you know, things start to feel good. And now you're seeing like all these little auras get picked up, right? Like we've got the Cloak aura, they've got the Wildwing Ripper one. What the heck is this? You know, the mana aura.
Yeah,
like
he literally has 4 auras right now. Yeah. Even the 10% magic resistance on heroes on the Centaur Courser, I had no idea that was its name. It matters a lot because again, we saw in last fight, it's not like Nigma aren't hitting their spells. They got a 3-man arena there. They got a lot of damage out, but just not quite enough. If you can heal through
Radiant are scanning.
damage, no one's gonna die, and that's just what's been
Right.
happening in these fights.
Build tanky on everybody else. They've got spell lifesteal going on Sumail. Incredibly hard to deal with.
I mean, they do have a timing come up, right? If they can get to Scotty on the lifesteal and MKB on Lina, those items do allow you to punch through these heals, but honestly, it's still not that close. LTW,
Radiant's
he got
middle tower
his lane, like he knew what his laning against. He picked lifesteal as a counter, and he just hasn't had any real farm this game. I don't really think he's had any impact. It's 6 deaths. Just a really hard one for him.
Like, Sox is almost caught up to him at this point. As down bottom, they caught Miracle yet again. Bushwhack trying to salvage it, but it's not going to happen. They drop down that Lina another time, giving him the tip afterwards, and, well, one by one, they go through, find the kill onto Kuro. And they have some ideas about Dota, that's for sure. OG looking good. Now looking for more. They find LTW as well. He's going to get Cold Embrace there, Winter's Curse afterwards, but Seb just goes for GH. Fine, you won't let
what is now going to be just an obscene amount of healing off of Jingu, if we can get it off, is going to be so punishing. Not to mention, of course, the Satanic that'll be coming. Roshan Aegis, if it was still up, would be about to be reclaimed. So we're about to hit now the 3 to 6 minute window where Roche will respawn. It seems like, once again, Avo, just like we had a 1:02 minute game, or sorry, an hour and 2 minute game last time, where INTB were able to get the reconnect and take the win. Seems like we might be in for another long game here.
Yep, I think so. Might get to the 60 minutes for sure, I think. What items are we looking for if we go to 60 minutes? I think the only real big one, honestly, is like Pirate had Apex, are the two big ones I'm thinking of.
I think Mirror Shields has got some good usages for Spider Pigs, not so much for ITB. I think if you can reflect the stun, if you can reflect the cold feet, if you can reflect a mana burn even.
Oh, actually, I would say Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield for the Raid King actually pretty big deal, because that way it blocks the Dark Portrait. Okay. Oh my god, what was that? Funny, dude, what are you doing? This whole E4 stabs him like a sign of sorry.
Just a moment of brevity, right? It's just a moment of brevity here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Apex still like pretty big. A Giant's Ring actually for Raid King.
Oh, Giant's Ring is, yeah, that's always what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. If you're a strength hero, for sure. You know, Wraith King would really benefit, by the way, from an Ags. He would love to get an Ags.
Yeah, he's actually not going for the Divine. He's
right now, obviously.
He's keeping it open, of course. You can turn that Relic into the Demon Edge, but I think for now, the difficulty is more getting the Courier to the Secret Shop and not having the money.
I mean, the Nullifier, I think, is more valuable in your mono-mono against Monkey King, because you get rid of the Jingle Mastery, right, while you do it. And you get rid of the of like potential saves like Dual Scepters, Wind Wakers, honestly, actually a reality now. The Ghost Scepters, etc. So I do find the Nullifier is actually a really good pickup here. I agree with the Divine Rapier though. I still think you need to get a Divine Rapier at some point, but maybe you feel like you still have the damage if you have enough control.
Once again, very familiar sights as both teams will exchange high ground, setting up for the Roche fight. Vision set up by Spider Pigs. We'll see, actually, as they're being a little bit adventurous. ATZ, of course, now with this beautiful persona for DK, is able to just freely walk over the edge. He still has Midas, by the way. Still using that, so plenty of gold in the inventory. But eventually, the creep waves are shoving just too hard, unfortunately, is the matter of the fact. So they are going to be forced back.
Yeah. Yeah, those Forge Spirits help a lot in that sense as well. I mean, those Forge Spirits are a form of what's being now called Ghost Push, right? Actually, nobody here has any source of Ghost Push except for the Invoker, really. You don't, I mean, I guess Illusion Escape counts,
I would.
We don't have any Lunas, no
the
TPs.
way that Dino has been using the Ags, I would say he has it. Tanner? Yeah, he broke a smoke.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can consider the Dark Portrait a degree of Ghost Push. Yeah,
Hold
sure.
on.
Dark Portrait and the Forge Spirits, and that's it.
Wow, LeBron.
No, he's like, no.
Yeah, LeBron, he started walking up there, and then the voice in his head said, maybe we turn around. We don't have any vision here, and it's a little scary up there.
Yeah, you don't go. You have Scurry, which is great when you have trees nearby, but if Deforestation has taught Dino or has taught LeBron anything, is that without
Fast
trees,
Roche,
squirrels die.
10 seconds.
Oh, wow. Fastest Roche. Even Ice Frog is pumped in this game.
He's pumped.
I like to imagine in my head that there's a special room in like, you know, in the Valve chambers where Ice Frog decides whenever Roche spawns. And that's all he does all day. He doesn't even do patch notes. He just tweaks things.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage this Raking Illusion is doing to the top. I mean, this is an illusion. Illusions aren't supposed to do this. Remember TI6? They supposedly removed this from the game, but he just took your tower. That thing did it 9.
Malik is having a serious chat with his team, and he's like, I think you have to disconnect. I feel like you're stronger on the enemy team than on our team right now.
On they goes, and down goes Roshan. In the meantime, they were a bit distracted trying to take down the Illusion, so they are not going to be able to contest this Roche whatsoever. Now there's an Ags, I believe, right, for Monkey King. He picked this up. He didn't have the Ags beforehand. Yeah, no way, because he was still saving up for, yeah, there's no way he farmed, what, 6,000 gold in this short amount of time. So he now has the Wukong Command soldiers as well. Wait a second, who's this? Tanner? What are you doing here? Get back to class.
No. That's a freebie. That's a good one. That should not be happening here. I mean, Spider Pigs, I feel like they honestly really have this game now. With the Ags on Monkey King could just honestly stand near the racks for a bit and even get a huge push. There's the Wukong's command, you just stand near them.
Backdoor though?
And how do you deal?
Yeah, it's.
Who cares about backdoor? I have Rapier. Okay, there's the Glyph.
Wait, I think you just go again, right?
I love that he alacrity.
Who's got the refresher shard?
No, because you have no Wukongs.
Okay.
No, it's
Give
not
refresher
worth it.
shard
It's
to
not worth it. You wait for the
Tino.
Wukongs
see
and then you
this?
do it again. Oh, yeah, more Dark Portraits.
Guess so.
I like this.
Well, for now, it refuses to. And by the way, they can't just go all in on the top lane of barracks. It's not going to get them megas. They still need to do a little bit of damage here to the range barracks, which are not regenning, and bottom lane is constantly shoving in. So you might just get those if you're able to get, start a fight that's longer than 30 seconds, honestly. There they go, Funnick, leading them in. Got refresher. Got the blink. Cheese, he's built all about this RP right now. Not even bothering to pick up the horn toss, quite surprisingly, in my opinion. All right, so what's the play? 3 minutes until Aegis is reclaimed, right? 2.5 minutes until you have tier 5 neutrals. Do we look to flash farm maybe 1 or 2 neutrals and then just go all in while ITB are still trapped in the base and won't have that same opportunity? Some of those items are...
Yeah, for sure.
Like, yeah, right? Some of those
you
items
just choke them out right now.
Game changers.
That's why I feel like this control they have over the triangle is so clever. Oh, they're actually going in. They're going to try to go for the Raging first. BKB used. The Wukong's command. There's the Cataclysm as
BKB
well.
on his first life.
Could be in trouble. He can't deal. He cannot deal with the Monkey King. I think he might just die in a second life immediately as well. 0 chances for Lil Pleb. Just an absolute destruction by Spider Pigs. Up the Knight. Yeah. They're going to go down right now.
Down for now.
As the Timber Saw tries to going in. But Tanner's gonna die as well. No chances. I mean, this Monkey King is leaving no prisoners. He's just massacring everything he sees. Someone stop him.
There it goes. There it goes. They just got megas. Like I said, one fight longer than 30 seconds. That's all they needed. Monkey King just with way too much damage. Funnick didn't even hit the RP. It didn't land on anyone, just the threat of it. And now Noob, he's been gone on. Radial definitely blast though. We're going to buy him a bit of space. As now Dino looking for a second illusion here of Lil Pleb. He's going to have a bunch of best friends. Big RP this time around though into the Soul Bind, pushing him even further back than they were expecting. Kuma though right now fighting versus Malik. He's hit with the Ice Blast, so he's not life stealing, but it doesn't matter a thing because he's got the kill. Lil Pleb has respawned. He's going to be able to life steal now even without the Aegis. As Funnick dragging one back yet again. Lil Pleb displaced. He's being beat up by 2 of his own illusions, and they call it GG. Well played. ITB are going to be eliminated by the Spider Pigs. It took, what, 3.5 hours, but they got the job done. Take the 2-1 victory.
I absolutely love that Funnick decided to whiff like 2 or 3 RPs in the early mid game, and then when it counts, usually when players actually start to get nervous and they actually whiff RPs, like fuck it, sorry, he's like screw it, I got it. I'm gonna hit all my RPs, I'm gonna hit all my skewers, I'm gonna make 0 mistakes. Funnick was so on point in this late game. Absolute god. Really, really impressive play by Funnick in this late game. Of course, all of Spider Pigs I think played an incredible game. I feel like the draft also helped them, as we mentioned in the early game. I didn't love Into the Breach's draft as much because of the core-to-core matchup was really difficult. And of course, later on, it was really tough to really propose these team fights for Into the Breach, as you had a frontliner, but no real initiator compared to Spider Pigs having the Magnus. And that really made a difference in the late game, where tanks don't matter as much. Nothing is really that tanky, but initiation is huge. And particularly long stuns like the RP are too important.
Are you seeing this post game right now? Look how positive this post game is. And let's just take a step back and explain what happened in this series, because we've now got a lot of refugees, a bunch of Dota fiends, as I think the main series has ended. Game 2. I mean, catch us up, Avo, here, as we'll come back to cameras, just a bit everyone to do for the day, as this is going to wrap up our day of coverage here.
So, in case you guys don't know the teams at all, Into the Breach is a British org. They do have 2 British players, but they're a team of Europeans in general, right? And Spider Pig's another team of, honestly, pretty mixed bag of Europeans. Though they call themselves Serbian because they have, I think, 2 players, right?
I think so.
That's it. But yeah, but in general, mostly Balkan team as well. But a couple of the one of the players, Low Pleb from Into the Breach, their carry actually used to play with Spider Pigs. He left, but they left on good terms, and you could tell this whole match there was some really nice banter between the both teams. I mean, honestly, both teams just have been performing pretty well in the close qualifiers. Into the Breach honestly, kudos to them for making it this far. I'm really excited to see the next season. Spider Pigs looking really good towards the end of last season. They were level up before this, and they lost the org due to some issues. I'm not going to get into that, but now they're Spider Pigs again. And I mean, they gave a Liquid a run for their money. They've actually been doing really well in these close qualifiers, and they even played really well these games. The first game was almost a stomp by Spider Pigs. They outplayed Into the Breach. Second game, Into the Breach really brought it back. It was incredible. Particularly Malik played a game out of his mind on that axe. It was amazing. He even disconnected, didn't really matter. He actually came back in time to bring it back.
Yeah, but that
And
pause
third
was
game,
what, 25 minutes?
you
It's a
saw-
long pause, right? And just Spider Pigs
Yes.
the entire time, very patient, even giving him tips on how to get connected via his mobile hotspot. That's what I wanted to highlight here. And even,
Yeah,
I mean, but game 3 then? Game 3?
Yeah, game 3. I mean, you guys saw
Yeah,
it, right? It was honestly a constant back and forth. I think Spider Pigs played to their strengths early and to the late game. Into the Breach played really well with their mid-game power spikes, but in the end, the draft just did them no favors. When you're playing a draft that has a window opportunity that will close at some point, and your draft is push, but it's not like a Lesh push, right? It's like a DK push, which is okay, but it's not fast. It's not like Luna or Lesh who can take objectives as soon as you finish a fight. It was tough for them to really utilize this into the late game. And once DNZ got the Dark Portrait, it was over pretty much. But I mean, I don't know. I'm sad to watch Into the Breach go because I was very impressed with the performance these close qualifiers. But I'm very happy to see Spider Pigs continue because I'm a fan of this team. I was a fan of Level Up when RDO was in it. I think Colma has actually fit into the team really, really well. I loved him on Windstrike, which is when I got to know him as Aggressive Child, right? Was Aggressive Child his name?
Yeah. Yep.
And now on Spider Pigs, he's looking great. He's fitting with a team. Spider Pigs are just all lads, dude. You can't dislike DNZ LeBron. They're genuinely lads.
Yeah.
They've been in the tier 2 scene for forever. They're super wholesome. They make tweets supporting each other. Noob is like the up-and-coming pro. It's a great team of players.
100%. Yeah, I think Noob is one of the players, one of the especially mid laners, if we want to just hyper focus on that to keep your eye out in the Western European region. Up and coming, regardless of the results here for Spider Pigs. Congrats, they're moving on to round 4 to face. I'm not sure who won or lost the other series, so I won't comment on that quite yet. But that is going to do it for us here as we're all finished, and that's already round 3 done. So I think now we've got our winner bracket finals and we've got semifinals tomorrow starting for the Western European TI-10 qualifiers. Date and the time, well, dates and location rather, is set in Romania in October. We still have 2 more teams to figure them out, and we're starting to whittle them away. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Line B throughout the day. You can find Avo and myself bright and early in the morning for the first series over on the main channel. So on behalf of Alvaro and myself, thank you guys again for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow when the qualifiers resume. Until then.
I think this is a really good Arc Warden game as well. Usually when you're Arc Warden, the stuff you don't want to face is heroes coming in close on top of you, like some sort of heavy burst, or heroes that just kill you in the bubble, like PA is a great example of a hero against Arc Warden, Phantom Lancer, these carries that just get up nice and close and personal, Ursa. But you're not facing any of that. You're playing against Drow and TA as the cores, so you will have a ranged battle, and that just makes Magnetic Field amazing until MKB comes into play. And it's also a comfort pick for Ace. I think for Smashers, this should set them up for a nice game. They got their X. I think that was Rasmus's standout hero yesterday. And we'll see what Ghost Frogs bring to the table today. This is obviously their first game of the qualifiers, starting in the lower set.
Absolutely. I do wonder what kind of a person you have to be for Arc Warden to be your comfort hero.
Yes.
But that's another discussion entirely. I mean, at the very least, we get to Castlem, which isn't the most... it's not the most picked hero by any... I think we had maybe one game at the Major, I want to say. If even. I feel like I remember watching one game, but maybe not. Yeah, it should be fun to see. He's going to go for the Midas. I don't know what's changed. Like, is it still like a Maelstrom build?
But don't forget, guys, now that TI's pushed back to October, that's like 2 months or 3 or whatever. So that's a long period of time. That means we get a bigger patch, right?
I'm so
Or we get
I'm
absolutely
so
no patch and everyone just goes insane.
Oh no, yeah.
It's like levels
don't say
upon
that.
levels.
Why did you have to be so realistic? I was being like blindly optimistic, like when you queue ranked and think you're gonna win. That level of like joy is what I just had for the patch, and you just slapped me down with a -30 and brought me back to reality.
Halbert's really thinking about this pick. They're using almost all of their extra time. It's an important one. I'd be very disappointed if they just pick Winter Wyvern. No, they're going to pick that back.
There it is.
T, you're so good.
Well, I mean, you did the Mirana last game. I thought we'd go 1 for 1. It's a best of 3.
T, we forgot the Brood.
No. Hold tight.
Brood.
The Spider is... there's 2 picks, all right? You know, we heard from an interview from Kuroki himself. Or was it Kuroki? Or was it No-Tail? I think it was
Mars.
No-Tail.
Please pick Mars.
Mars is a banger. Yeah, Mars banger. He said that Brood's kind of like a bait pick, where like it's very good, but it's not the cleanest way to win a game because you all in on that hero doing well. Like if the Brood doesn't do well, the game is really disjointed. So if Smashers pick 2 Brood counters now, we shouldn't be like overreacting too much from it. But if Smashers like don't deal with this Brood, then sure, 100% well played, Ghost Rogues. Your draft is disgusting.
Well, I mean, I think if they manage to not deal with this Brood, they're going to pick up the Gyrocopter. That does deal with a Brood somewhat. Is it beginning enough for you, Sheep, for Brood dealing?
It's alright. I feel like, wouldn't a Gyro get overwhelmed by a Brood at when she hits level 6 in lane? Like, the homing missile's pretty decent at helping catch her and lock her down, but you're laning with an Abaddon, who's a relatively weak support, can just be ran down by these spiders. It looks kind of scary. This is assuming that they put her off lane. They could still flex it mid, depending. I don't know if they want to run it as the ledge.
No, I think the Brood's just mid, off lane, sorry. And I think the Gyro, yeah, like, you're right in the idea of overwhelming. I think the main thing here is just the levels of Gyro. Like, you can pressure early with, like, 1 point barrage, 1 point rocket, and you kill the Brood. But then you need to have, like, 3 points flak into ult, because if the Brood goes on you, you clear the spiders quickly. You should be fine. It's just... can you get to having that level advantage? Like the Abaddon has to play sacrificial. And we also saw yesterday in the series where Viking played the Brood, there's Leshrac in the safe lane. If he rotates into the safe lane at level 6, he can play easily into Brood because he just pops ult, spiders die, life goes on. So maybe Smashers will look to swap the cores in that lane. Like laning phase, Gyro just runs down this Brood without spiders. And then outside of laning phase, Lesh just AFK farms there with the Abaddon. And then Gyro just farms stacks, Ancients, pushes out mid, and then you don't really care about the disparity because you've kind of got 2 answers: laning phase and then post laning phase.
Sheep Hellbears have got 35 seconds to make their possible final pick in these TI qualifiers. What do you think it's going to be?
I still want a Mars. Do they just not play Mars, T? Do I just not know?
Rasmus does have a checkered history with the Mars.
Okay.
And that's why we see a Batrider.
I love the phrase checkered history. They had an affair.
Thank you.
It's very hushed up.
It was love and hate, It started off, he hit a couple spears, the euphoria got to him, and then he missed like 33 spears, and then he stopped playing it.
T, what if this is actually a mid Batrider? Because he knows he's laning against a DK, right? It could be the Rasmus Leshrac. It could be. We feared it.
Oh no! All right.
No,
I'm loading up the donors. I'm finding out if he's played any Leshracs recently. Whoosh. Don't do it, Rasmus. Wait, is he on Pro Tracker? All right, this is important information.
It's a dangerous one. I don't think he has played a lot of Leshrac recently. Not that I've seen.
Misery.
I mean, he's mainly played Centaur and Axe, so I don't know if he's played anything else.
Oh no. Misery's about to go to his final TI qualifying game or lower bracket, not to get eliminated. Yeah, he's not played any Lesh.
Alright, I'm really hoping this is a Rasmus Leshrac. I'm very excited.
His
I think
last Lesh game,
yeah.
I've scrolled through like 20 load more pages. Alright, this is unprecedented. He's pulling a Seb with the Axe at TI finals, you know. I didn't play at all coming into TI finals, but I'm playing the Axe. OD Scream 7 wins. Maybe Suns fan with his mic, if it works, or internet connection, will get to scream, you know, some Leshrac stuff. I don't know. They go Void.
Rounding out of a Void. How do you feel about this, Sheep? Who are you going to predict going into this game too?
Ooh. I do like the Brood. I wasn't sure about this bat, if it's enough control for a Brood, and now you're splitting your control between having to stop this Brood and this Faceless Void. It seems a little bit sus to me, although they don't have much damage for the Chrono either, so...
It's the Misery and the Shrek.
Hellbear. Hellbear,
So
I
with
got
that
it.
information, T-Governor, who are you predicting for this game too?
Oh,
I
no,
think
no.
this takes confidence. This takes grit, you know? And I think that alone... No, but okay, jokes aside, I think mid-Bat Rider, the hero fell off a little bit, but as soon as you go like bots BKB, and there are no kind of BKB piercing deterrents, sure there's Chrono in this game, but it's not like clean damage with the Chrono right now, so it's a Void that needs to basically farm to have presence. I think that alone should give Bat a pretty decent time, so I think jokes aside with the whole Rasmus Lesh thing, I think Bat should have a great game, and I think the Gyrocopter should do pretty well with the Brood early on. And if they swap the Lesh into that lane, should be fine as well. So I think Smashes has a nice draft. If they tighten up their kind of looseness of game one, they have the kind of the recipe to deal with the annoyance of what Ghost Frog have.
Okay, well, can Hellbear Smashers and Rasmus's Leshrac disco dance their way to a game 2? Or game 3, sorry, or will Ghost Frogs pull it out of the bag? We're going to hand over to the sanguine sayings of Cinderin and Sunsvan.
That's a word, Cinderin. I think
Sanguine.
I've heard it once or twice before. I have literally no idea what it means, but
It's a type of pasta, right? Sanguini?
I don't think that's what he means by that, but we can, I guess, take that as a compliment either way. So yeah, this is game. I do too, as you can tell by my amazing complexion. Game 2 of this best of 3. Ghost Frogs are up 1-0. Cinderman. They looked pretty good in that game, from what I heard from you.
Yep.
I mean, I left.
Yep.
I got disconnected, and then they were up 15K. So. Quite the game indeed. But what do you think of these lineups this time around?
I was gonna say, I think what Ghost Frogs should do here is that they should just do musical chairs until they get Void against the Bat Rider. But it looks like they're just gonna double down on putting Dragon Knight mid, committing. He started Magic 1 Quelling Blade. This is a build you only go on Dragon Knight against the Bat. It's a hard lane matchup for him. I think in this game you could have put a Void mid and a Dragon Knight safe lane and probably done fine in both lanes. So, from my perspective, this is a big opportunity for Borneo to really take over this game. It is a good Bat Rider game if he has a hot start. And with this like laning that it seems like Ghost Frogs are going for, I think I'm siding with the Smashers here. As I see Bat Rider being able to run this over. With other lanes, I'm not so sure, but...
Well, Rasmus is playing Leshrac, which our panel was not happy about. Well, they were happy about it for the wrong reasons, I think. We have apparently no data on him playing. I mean, he's played this as a support back in the DC days. I know that for a fact, but as a position 3, what are your thoughts on Lesh right now? Because this is a hero that's been kind of all over the place.
Leshrac. This hero is so fun. There's no way you haven't played Leshrac.
I haven't.
It's fun. That's why you haven't played it. You like playing Centaur every game.
I like heroes that have good animations.
You have pretty good taste, actually. I'll admit it. You have pretty good taste in heroes.
Thank you, Cinder. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I have disconnected from Dota now. But keep
right.
going. You're doing great.
That is very unfortunate. First blood. I'm not trolling you. There was actually first blood. Tofu and Ace killing off Milan. Actually really surprising here. Just running at him with Curse of Avernus as well as the homing missile. And Mirana with that level 1 arrow just can't escape. And guess what? Brood level 1 is pretty garbage and doesn't help. But that's a good turnaround kill with the arrow.
I'm watching it live now, Cinder. Things are great. It's going to be tied.
Great.
It would have been a great troll by you. As Ace is getting chased. Yeah, Toby's there with that Brood Mother.
Chase without Ace.
And he's going to drop as well. So a double kill from Milan to start the game.
Dude, he set that all up. He died on purpose. He knew. I'm going to come back and get 2 in return.
I guess so. Well, we didn't really talk. The Mirana obviously picked in the game 1 as well, but you can see a lot more setup this time around for the arrow. You got, obviously, Dragon Tail is going to be the main one, but obviously Chronosphere at some point. They don't have a ton of Chronosphere damage per se. As bot lane, you're going to see an Impale onto 2 heroes, but the counter Split Earth from Rasmus is there to counteract. But yeah, talk to me about this Brood, Cinder. Since Toby is playing it this time around in the off lane, we've talked ad nauseum about him at the major, but has anything changed?
Not very much. I think the teams are starting to get a little bit of a better understanding about how to deal with the hero. But like for the most part in this patch, I still think Brood is going to be a really big annoyance when it gets picked late in the draft like this. But so far, Hellbear Smashers with their lanes, I think they're going to be able to stand their ground a bit. The double kill on Milan is of course concerning, but I think T had a really good point in what they could do on Smashers, is that they have Gyro up here until Brood is 6, and then they put Lesh up there. Gyro transitions into jungle, and the Batrider has a lot of mobility and freedom in this game because he has a good laning matchup. Which, by the way, is currently being won by Dragon Knight, so I might have to eat my words later if it turns out that Dragon Knight just does fine here. Obviously, sometimes my knowledge of matchups will be a little bit outdated. Batrider used to destroy Dragon Knight at least half a year ago, but nowadays maybe you can just hold your ground with the right item build, and with water runes and everything, maybe you're okay. And the nerfed bat.
Mid lane is the no skill lane, so I've heard, right? We've talked about this before. The great Arteezy once said that as top lane. Toby, almost the silence coming about from the Curse of Avernus, but the move speed from these webs is just enough to get him out of range. But what are your thoughts on Gyrocopter this game? Because we've seen it a lot with Io. That's when it feels like he's at his best, but now you have, it's not really a semi-carry of any kind. I mean, the Lesh is the off lane, and then I mean, obviously, Batrider is really good, but I wouldn't call him a semi-carry by any stretch.
I think they kind of picked it by necessity. They wanted a carry that could handle Brood. So I don't think they picked it because they were like, okay, this is the best carry in the game. They picked it because, okay, we need to do a bit of damage control. They have some decent setups for Gyro. Gyro likes playing with initiators that pull heroes towards him, right? So Batrider is great, Vengeful Spirit. Nyx isn't half bad. He has a lot of lockdown, so you have time to connect with your barrage and your ult. So I'd say just from an isolation perspective, looking at their lineup, Gyro has a lot of the things he wants in a team. He even has a defensive support backing him up if he gets jumped by the Void. So I could definitely see it working here. There's been many worse Gyro games recently than this one, so
I'm sure there have. And people keep picking him a lot as well, but we're going to see
finally happens.
The DK, yep, in the mid lane, finally. It did take a
no
level
lasso
6,
even.
But no lasso, yeah. Plenty of stacks, so that's 2 levels of Firefly right now for Mr. Bornea. But from the Brood's perspective, again, we talked about this bit at the major, but it's not all about killing the spiders anymore, but it's all about, it's a mixture of that and just the overall catch. Do you think they have enough to deal with Toby? I mean, Homing Missile, obviously a very good spell against this spider.
That is great against Brood. It's a BKB piercing catch that pulls him out of position. Brood plays a lot around high grounds and terrain walking, and Batrider can match you, which is very rare. There's very few heroes that can do this, so I would say that is a really good pick for that problem. So yeah, I think so. I genuinely just look at these lineups and I see Hellbear Smashers having solutions, but I don't favor them by a lot. I just think with the laning setup that they got, they're in a good enough spot that this game should definitely be a bit in their favor. But it doesn't take much before it swings, right? There's a lot of strong team fight and a lot of catch and damage on the Radiant side as well. But with Brood being shut down this hard, that is concerning for the Frogs.
Yep, and looking at the CS, I mean, obviously the kill going Bornea's way. He does get arrowed for now, so the rune's going to be taking MTD. Takes the haste rune in turn, but this is a 2-level disadvantage right now. But he does have good CS, 35 and 9, so he's definitely ahead of the Batrider in that regard. So not the worst case scenario for the DK. I mean, again, any melee hero against Batrider is going to struggle to some degree without any help.
Except Void and Slark and Peel.
Sure.
And Darkseer. And Brute. Nah, Brute struggles.
Darkseer is barely a melee hero. MTD, all right, gets the Dragon Tail off as
Bora
Bornea
with a
pops
deep
up Firefly. Yep, the lasso is there. Arrow! Oop! Gonna be sidestep, but it might not matter. Bornea has so many stacks, and he's just gonna walk away in that Firefly. Milan takes heavy damage just for being in the area. So another solo kill for Bornea. You talked about this Batrider prowess, and he's proving you right.
Oh, Milan,
congratulations.
Great kill. Taking advantage of that ward he had close to the mid-tier 1 tower, seeing the movement trajectory of Bornea, that's such a huge kill. He's got a full level. Are you disconnected?
I am not. I'm just readjusting things. All is good. All is well, good sir. As we
Wonderful.
see J4 take a tumble here, but in the mid lane, MTD pops the dragon form, and we'll be applying some pressure to this tier 1 tower. They're waiting for the respawn from Bornea. He's going to TP. You can see some reinforcements on the way in the form of Gilgar. And with that fortification, MTD is just going to back up. How important? Like,
Everything
how
very
fast
much
do you
going
want
according
to take?
to plan for Smashes, though.
How fast do you want to take tier 1 tower mid with Dragon? Like, what is considered a failure? Let's say, like, what's your threshold?
I don't know if you can simplify it that much, but I would say usually you want it before 15 at least. Like, beyond that, it's bad. A lot of the times sometimes it's bad if it's not gone by 12. Like, it just really depends how your lane goes, what heroes you have, what the enemy team defends with. I think in this game, I wouldn't even necessarily consider it a failure if he doesn't get it before 15, because I just think it's going to be hard. Like, he's playing against a Batrider who had a great start. There's the threat of the Nyx catching him with Vendetta when he pushes. There's just a lot of issues here. And that's part of what's really great about the Smashes draft, is that they've just checked all the boxes that they need to solve the game for now.
Man, he got the glimpse off. Yeah, he got the glimpse off originally, and I thought that created enough space, but Rasmus still found a way with that ward there. So Chrysalis will be left alone in lane for now. His CS, I mean, in terms of net worth, just middle of the pack, which against the Gyro, who's top net worth right now. That is actually the most impressive thing. Top net worth in the game is Gyro in this top lane. A lot of spiders, perhaps?
Nope.
Hasn't really killed that many, it looks like, but...
I don't think so. I think maybe like 10 of them are spiderlings. He just has a lot of CS from the lane because it was very easy. Like, Brood Mirana is not a good lane. It just doesn't really offer much. Like, Brood... Ideally, Mirana wants to play with a 3 that kills with arrow and sets it up, and Brood doesn't do that. And Brood wants to play with a very strong laner so that Brood can get farm, and Mirana isn't a strong laner, so it's kind of a bit disconnected.
Chrysalis getting chased up, but mid lane, Gilgar will be taken out. Dragontail was there to set things up, so a nice easy kill there for the Ghost Frogs. Hellbear Smashers did expend a couple TPs to try to defend, but Rasmus, he's kind of just taking control of his bot lane, and it's a Leshrac. Very scary hero to deal with, for sure. By the way, Ace went Chrysalis.
Toby is burning to his slow death.
Man, he's actually so slow without web.
A great metaphor for deforestation there. Breaking the trees as well as the wildlife.
Oh, we're going to see a Cronus through bot lane, so they are dealing with Mr. Leshrac himself. The arrow is there to connect. Nice layering from Milan. Gilgar's here, though. He's going to be surrounded, though. J4 has the glimpse, kinetic field as well. It's going to be set up immediately before that stun took place. Gilgar, all he can do is pop the spike carapace, but eventually be taken out.
Mega kill Milan. He's getting rich. That Yules will come relatively quickly, and it's a pretty decent item against Batrider until he gets BKB. Like, just being able to reset, create that gap, or prevent him from pulling people further That's also something that Batten doesn't deal with too well. Could definitely come in handy here. Just gonna arrow the siege creep. Nicely done. Stopping the mid potential push. I don't know if they're going to be able to use their own siege creep mid though. Once again, like the Bornea just posted here, Dragon Knight can't really go and look at this tower very much. But he has managed to take it down to a 3rd HP, which, you know, all things considered, probably not too bad. Like, my main concern for the Radiant is still, how does Brood get into the game with this poor of a start? Like, it is going to happen, but will it be too late when Batrider and Gyro just have the tools already? Like, Ace is getting really farmed. Look at his net worth. Just way ahead of everyone else.
Yeah. He has been in the jungle going absolute ham.
Have you seen the skill build on Gyro before this patch?
Well, you're going to have to hold your horses, Cinder, because Leshrac just got deleted from the map. A TP was coming, but they're going to cancel it. The skill build or the item build?
The skill build.
I have, actually. I've seen the max flat cannon.
He has 3 in attribute
we'll talk
bonus.
About that in just a moment. Oh, you're right. I didn't even realize that. That's true. I have not seen that. Okay. Toby will be taken out, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 across the map.
It's just a full-on farming efficiency build. He gets the 1 point in homing missile to win the lane, and then he's doing literally how can I make myself hit creeps as fast as possible build. Damage talent, crystal is first item, flak cannon maxed, and then attribute bonus over rocket barrage. Very interesting.
Yeah.
He's holding on to 1 value point now, right? No, he's used all points.
Against the Brood, the rocket barrage is pretty useless, so maybe that had something to do with it. He's just going to be fine farming for the most part.
I think it makes sense. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad build. It's just interesting to see, because to me this is rare, but maybe this is what you do against Brood as Gyro. Mostly Gyros max their spells, though, because they're like genuinely very high impact in fights, right? You have so much damage. And rocket barrage kind of... Oh, arrow.
Arrow.
It's gonna be fine. Bornea's hunting.
To the other side. Homing missiles on its way with us.
That's a good
There's a Chronosphere onto 4 heroes. That is a dead Batrider to start things out. The heal's not enough from Tofu, so Gilgar takes a tumble as well. 2 for nothing. Glimpse back. Oh, this would be a huge kill onto Ace. He's going to get his call down, though, and Milan is in quite a bit of trouble. They're going to be able to take out J4 at the very least. And if Ghost Frogs are able to get out, they will be super happy with this exchange. That was an enormous chrono. Holy crap.
Yeah, perfect. I think they actually used they panicked a little bit and used Static Storm Kinetic Field a bit too early, so the layering wasn't perfect. Maybe they could have even got a 3rd kill there. But, you know, that's the glass half empty way of thinking about that play. They got a 4-man chrono. Probably celebrate that in the 2 kills you got, especially the Batrider. And the fact that Toby didn't connect at all. So finally the Brood got a little bit of breathing room. He got a full minute on his own to take half a top tower, as well as find some good farm. Tofu mid, being forced to use the borrowed time.
Yeah, they're trying to chase Toby here. He's in the Moonlight Shadow on this Broodmother. Gilgar, of course, pursuing with that Vendetta, and doesn't have vision anymore.
Dude, Ace is so farmed. What the hell?
You the Gyrocopter?
He's 3k ahead of Void minute 14. I mean, I know Gyro
it's only
farms
gonna...
better, but...
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse once the Ags is picked up, which is
200
now.
CS almost. Obviously some are spiders, but probably quite a lot of them are spiders. But yeah, he has Crystallis Ags, minute 14. This is nuts. He's going to be a really big problem for them to deal with, because, yeah, you can chrono him. Do you have the single target damage in the Radiant lineup? We haven't talked about that too much. Like, how do you kill one big hero with this Radiant team? You have some control, you have arrow, that's going to get shielded off. I actually don't think you can kill Ace, really. What are you going to do it with?
If you get consistent 4-man chronos and you get some damage on top of that with Void, maybe, Cinder, maybe. Oh, Rasmus is going to be disconnected there thanks to the Dragon Tail. Oh, MTD is on the cliff, the Arteezy special. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh, another metaphor of deforestation. The dragons have to go back to living on the hills instead of in the forests where they thrive. It's so sad.
The dragons.
Yeah, dragons are real, Shannon. They live in the forest.
That is,
you don't go out
that
much.
Lore I was unaware of, but thank you for informing me. J4 getting chased by Gilgar.
Real.
Impale. Well, lore can be real.
That's like, actually true.
Your lore is being a robot, so it has nothing to do with it being a fantasy.
Nyx is dead.
Gilgar Glimpse back, Starstorm, and eventually, I would assume, gets brought down. It's going to take a little bit extra. But
I calculated all the outcomes, and all of them led to demise.
all of them, really? I feel like that's not true, because disconnection in general would at least be 0.0001% of those times.
In all of the disconnection cases, they would have paused the game, reconnect, and kill.
Okay. You just thought of everything, young man. Good job. Yeah, Ace is 10k net worth at 16 minutes. That is unbelievable.
Ace is indeed.
Possess Mac as well. So he gets the double attack with the... Oh, there's the Chrysalis with that Chronosphere. This will be a huge kill. He doesn't have anybody even near him. And this is going to be a dead Gyro Crab. We're talking about how farmed he is, and the caster curse is real, Synderen.
That's how they do it. They find him 4-on-1 with all their stuff, and then they kill him in 10 seconds. But if he has any protection there, I actually think he lives if Abaddon is next to him and nobody else. I do think there was a way out of that. So it's an awesome kill for Ghost Frogs, but at the same time, it's a bit concerning. Like when you see that, right? It really highlights the problem that they're going to be facing once Smashers are together. But again, for Ghost Frogs, celebrate that big kill you just got. Closing the gap a little bit. He's still 4k ahead of Void.
At some point, Chrysalis does get...
Yeah, if Chrysalis gets farmed enough, sure, then he can have some damage. But Void is notorious for having really bad damage for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, you buy Mask of Madness to kind of come at it. Oh, Lasso. Milan's dead.
Yeah, Lasso into Split Earth, and down goes Milan. No, you're right. I mean, it's kind of a slow upward trend for Void players out there. I mean, that's the cool thing about Void is he's not useless in lane anymore thanks to time dilation, but he still takes a long time to get like truly online. So we're gonna see the Roshan attempt now.
It's one of the really strong carries at isolating and killing targets later in the game on his own when he's really farmed. But it's like if you were to draw his like power curve for when he is really strong, it's almost like he's in some matchups he's really strong in lane, and then his damage is just so negligible for quite a while, and then with 2 or 3 items suddenly it's like this huge spike in output. Like Maelstrom is a huge upgrade. Now he's going to farm a lot faster with that and Mask of Madness to work toward his next item. But if that's a BKB, once again that damage is far away. Aegis is sitting in the inventory of Gyro, who is now 2k from Satanic.
Not bad. Not bad at all. We'll actually backpack the, or get rid of the Possessed Mask because he found an Imp Claw. So even more damage for Mr. Ace. And, I mean, at what point do you think Void can kill him in a chrono? Just by himself. Like, how many minutes do you need?
That Void can solo Gyro?
Yeah, I mean, he's going for BKB. That's not going to help. And then it looks like S and Y after that's not enough still.
I don't think Void can solo Gyro this game without at least Daedalus or Rapier. So, minute 35. Earliest, absolutely earliest possible, and that's where Chrysalis somehow gets an amazing game now and Gyro doesn't. If they both keep the trajectory of the game right now, I don't think Void solos him the whole game. Probably. Like, unless we get tier 5 items or something ridiculous, right? Like, we get that deep, but Gyro with this huge of a lead over Void is not going to be solo killable ever. He's way too tanky, especially with the stats build. Like, look at it. He still hasn't skilled Rocket Barrage. He's actually just full on. He even prioritized... Wait, has he skilled yet on level 15? If he seriously takes 1 point attribute bonus over 40-second cooldown,
to me, I don't know if this is accurate. It shows that he's taken all the attributes already that he can, right?
It's maxed out. So let's see. So he has 2, 6, 7. Yeah, he took it over the talent. He has spent all his points. He just does... He's like, I'll take attribute whenever I can. So that's 14 all stats extra. So it's an ultimate orb and a half.
He's a tanky boy indeed. I mean, okay, so from Ghost Frog's perspective, what do they need to do to win? Obviously, Broodmother needs to split push to some degree and be a nuisance on the map. And, I mean, the Chronos need to be on point, but they don't have damage, really, in the Chronos. You have the arrow set up, they have the control. I mean, does MTD need to go more damage after this BKB?
Yes,
does he need to play, like, the semi-carry role?
Absolutely. I think it goes AC after BKB. Or something like that. Like, they need more damage. I think Mirana could even consider as well going a magic damage build here with like Ag's E-Blade. Is currently eyeing the dagger. But that really is my biggest problem with the Radiant lineup is, okay, what do we do if Brood doesn't do well? They're just... It kind of felt like they thought they had them, you know, with this 7th pick Brood. But they really didn't. Like, he lost his lane. This has been one of the lowest impact Broods I've seen in this patch overall in the games. Because we saw the major, like, some games Brood just ran over completely. But like we talked about, teams are getting better at dealing with it. They're adjusting, they've learned the counters, they know how to play the lanes, they know how to play the map. And they just punished this Brood Mirana lane, which is just, in my opinion, just a very, very bad one.
And the Ghost Frogs are in the cover of Moonlight Shadow. It looks like they're trying to set something up for bottom, but there's basically nobody there. And in the meantime, Hellbears are just going to take a tier 2 top. And it looks to be potentially free. The fortification is popped, though. And we have yet to see, actually, how much... the Aegis is still intact, actually, for Ace. And this will be a freebie. And it won't even be a trade of any kind here for Ghost Frogs, it looks like.
He's got Satanic. If he sells his Quelling, he doesn't. He goes and farms. Okay.
More important, of course.
Yeah, it actually is more important. We're close to minute 20, so he wants to clear the camp. His support could have stacked it. That would have been a little bit more efficient, actually. But, you know... Dude, I don't know when the last time I saw Gyro be this farmed without IO was. This is actually crazy. He has not got an Alk that pulled him an Ags, and he does not have an IO. And he has 13,000 net worth minute 20.
Alright, so Ghost Frogs, at the very least, after waiting for a mind-numbing amount of time, do find a kill. But it is only the Nyx Assassin.
And a tower.
And they get the tier 1 tower.
It's not too bad.
But again, it's a trade for the tier 2. And Ace was thinking about going potentially high ground. This Aegis probably just be used to take out these tier 2s and then just wait for the next one on top of that.
I'm getting some really good insider info on a message, Shannon, right now. I'm being told the Gyro build is from Sayokalash, who's a Serbian top 90 carry player, and that was probably suggested to Ace by Borania.
I see,
as Toby
very
is
interesting.
probably dying. Toby's not dying.
Yeah, well, he makes it to high ground. He's perfectly fine. Syndrome. Good attempt, though. The glimpse, Ace is away, and the only way he's going to deal with that is get a BKB.
I'm tripping.
Chrono was not used, in fact.
I know exactly why I said it, but I'm not going to tell you. All right.
Okay.
But that's interesting. Like, so this is one of those things that makes Dota so cool, is that one specific player can come up with a cool creative idea, and then you suddenly see it implemented in pro play because others get inspired. Like, in theory, this Gyro build has been in the game since Attribute Bonus came back, right? But it's not intuitive that you would do this. So. And who knows if the guy we're crediting it with is actually the source of inspiration, but it would make sense if a top 90 carry player could have inspired Bornia to tell Ace about it.
I mean, how much slower would his build have been if he did not go stats? That's the question I have.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Like, how much did this give him? It probably isn't insignificant.
No, I mean, it does seem pretty cool. They're going to take a tier 3 basically for free, and Aegis,
Ghost Frogs going to do anything?
Doesn't look like it. MTD is in dragon form, though. Blink Dagger's canceled, thanks to the side gunner. Okay. Looks like the backdoor protection does kick in. Arrow not going to be able to connect, though. Flat Cannon clearing the creeps. And you can see that the cutting from Toby is there, so they actually cannot go for the racks anymore. So nicely done. That's the most we've seen from the Brood this game. It is pretty significant, though. Hold on a little bit longer.
He does stall it out. I'm looking for that timing for Ghost Frogs where things just come together. The BKB from Void is 1k away. Dragon Knight has his that they haven't used. Aghanims and Disruptor is miles away. There's no damage item in sight. So again, I think the problem remains really similar, and you need to get creative here. I think you need to think outside the box, like try to find, okay, we're not going to fight the Gyro head on because that's not going to work. So we're going to be able to do some sort of split where we set up a 5v4, or are we going to find someone else in the Gyro? I think this is just doom if they go in here.
Crystallis, the Chrono, it's only going to be on one. It's Rasmus. Let's see if they can find the kill before the Chrono's ended. Into the Static Storm Kinetic Field combination, but their Yules is going to keep him alive even longer. But Bad Rider's completely surrounded in the meantime. Ace trying to do as much as he can to create the space for his team. In the meantime, Lasso finally expended. It is onto MTD, and that's basically the first significant kill of this fight. Nyx Assassin will be the trade for now, though. Nice Kinetic Field, keeping them in place. And I think that's enough space for Crystallis to the very least get out. but again, Chronosphere was used, and they didn't really get any big kills. Rasmus somehow lives after all of that.
So, they actually did so many things right, and it still wasn't enough. They got a Chrono into 2-man Static Storm, 0 kills, and then they got a 5-second arrow on the Batrider, and he didn't die either, and then he got BKB off. So, the Abaddon had cooldown on a Photic Shield from using it on the Leshrac in the Chrono, so Orania was exposed for a while to that arrow, and they just still didn't have the damage, man. Like, that's the problem when your lineup is like this, is that in order to kill cores, it's not enough that you combine core plus support, or 2 cores, or even 2 cores plus support. You still don't kill. So you need to overwhelmingly pile onto one target, and you're playing against a Abaddon, and you have to do that. That is usually going to be rough, right? So this Chrono was pretty good, but they need to connect everyone in it. They need to get Dragon Knight to kill the Lesh. They need to get Mirana to kill the Lesh. Bats going in.
Yeah, Ace,
oh, he let the missile connect.
Hey,
that's gonna hurt.
Actually used Rocket Barrage level 2 at 24.5 minutes. But it's really the auto attack that's doing most of the damage here, Cinderman. And the fortification finally popped. I mean, the fact that he has not had to go for BKB just shows you how freaking farmed he is. Going for Butterfly next, basically relying on Tofu to get off those Aphotic Shields if he even gets in trouble. Which, at this stage, with this much lifesteal, it'd be difficult to take him out even without Abaddon.
He's just daring them. He doesn't even have Aegis. Like, come at me, you know? That's one lane.
They know how strong he is right now. So this is going to be finally the first racks here for Hellbear Smashers.
Nice deny from Milan. That's a real morale booster there.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, you can use that going to the next game at the very least.
Gilger's found Chrysalis.
Maybe you'll get the MVP post-game for the deny of your own racks. Chrysalis now on the run. Impale does connect, and Borania with the lasso. That's going to be a very, very easy cleanup. And again, a very significant kill. This is their potential late game from Ghost Frogs, but he is, if you look at the net worth, he, in terms of the cores, literally the bottom. Definitely struggle city for him. And Roshan is not going to be up for another minute and a half, but I feel like Hellbear Smashers don't really have to wait considering how farmed Ace is
gets the Yule.
Yeah, Yule into
Bonus
Split
kill.
Earth. Alright, so a nice turnaround kill. Hellbear Smashers just doing everything they want. They have control of the map. They have control of absolutely everything. They even have an Aghanim Scepter now on Gilger, so if it wasn't hard enough to kill at least one hero in these fights, it's going to feel basically impossible once he's for
Milan missed the cut on mid-wave, and the next mid-wave is also in the base, so this is not happening whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's 2 lanes. You just can't fight. Your lineup can't fight.
Yeah, that is the second
I think Smashers
melee
are paying
ranks.
them a lot of respect here. But, like, obviously they don't have access to all the information like we do with the gold lead and the net worth distribution or whatever. They have to be feeling invincible almost at this point. So they're playing very safe. Obviously a huge and very important game for them to get back in the series and have a chance of still going to TI. So they'll wait for next Roche. 20 seconds respawn.
I mean, I can't blame them.
No, it's
like
fine.
you said,
It's completely
this is
fine.
for TI. If you were the team to lose this game when you're up this much, that is something you will never live down. You know, this is a pretty monumental lead. But Ace, Tofu is in the area. He has the Aphotic Shield. I mean, if they can somehow kill Ace before this Roche taken out.
If he pops Satanic before he gets... Does Sidegunner shoot in Chrono? It does, right?
Yes, definitely.
So if he pops Satanic before he gets Chronoed, I think he survives all 5 heroes.
Yeah.
At this point. When he has the butter, he definitely does. So he just needs to have his finger on Satanic and see the Void, and then he's good to go.
Yeah, take some quick fingers. I don't know if you could do that, Sinner, at your old age. I definitely can't.
Yeah. I'm
Maybe in my heyday.
Uber boomer.
Yeah. Alright, we have the Moonlight Shadow. This could be the potential last fight of the game that will extend to a Game 3 in all likelihood. Ace, very safe though. Tofu, not the hero you want to find. Although Roche is up, this will take a bit of effort, Cinderin, to get this. But they're going to try.
Ghost Frogs showcasing their insane single target damage here.
Yeah, oh boy. Tofu, yep, showing himself, and this is exactly the hero if you are Hellbear Smashers to get this info. And now Ace has come in. There's the lasso onto the Void, and it looks to be his doom in all likelihood. Nope, gets the Chronosphere up with the BKB onto 4 heroes. Do they have the damage to kill anybody? Borania getting bashed. There's the time walk. In addition, finally gets the kill. That is a big one. No buyback for him. See if they can get anything else, but now the double stun on top of the Void. So it's still just a trade. It's the best you could ask for if you're the Ghost Frogs. Now Ace just inside the pit, still waiting on his courier, by the way, to deliver his freaking butterfly. I'm sure that's annoying, but is not feeling any worse for wear.
Gilger.
Yep, J4.
He's going to kill J4 here.
Trying to delay this as much as he can, and he's doing a pretty good job at that, actually. Still 20 seconds left for the Void. He's not going to have Chronosphere, though. In the end, finally taken out. Roche at half HP. This, of course, is the second Roche, so Shard is available. Shard will not go on Ace. He doesn't even level freaking Rocket Barrage. If he takes
that
it,
was a godly...
yeah,
probably Bad Rider. It's a great Shard.
Yeah, agreed.
Double charge Flame Break is crazy good.
Alright, Ace now has his butterfly, so... And pretty close to finishing Daedalus now.
You can take it on Lesh too, for sieging. Just protect your gyro when he hits high ground. Just put a stun on top of him.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Milan, oh! The mid leap into Yules, into the split earth, and Ace is able to get the Aegis, the Shard, and Cheese on Gilger. And they find the kill on Milan to boot. So this will likely set up the final push of the game. And just methodical and masterful from Smashers overall. Ace is... I mean, you got to give his teammates credit, but it does feel like he is just literally unkillable. And you said this relatively early on as well. Toby will be shown here. You see the double Flame Break being used thanks to that Shard pickup, but Tofu has to pop the borrowed time for now. There's the last on Milan. This will be a dieback. And Split Earth comes out, not able to connect, though. Big double Impale, though. That's going to hit 2 heroes. Chrysalis trying to get out with that BKB, attempting to kill off the Leshrac in the meantime. Looks like he might find it, but again, Rasmus with the Yules. You can see Gilger on the sideline in the burrowed form. They can't do anything about him, creating so much space. 4v5. And now the Smashers look to get Megas. Looking very grim indeed for the Ghost Frogs.
This game has
the mana burns come out.
It's just had this aura of ease for the Smashers. It's just been watching this. It's looked like they have not had trouble at all. Like they've been fighting against possibly the best possible Chronos that Ghost Frogs could find, and it just hasn't been enough. Here's another great one.
Ooh. Didn't connect on the Gyrocopter. Let's see if they have enough damage to actually get anybody. Gilger, he just pops inside his freaking burrow, and he's going to be super safe. In the meanwhile, Ace is just decimating everybody on the sidelines, chasing out MTD. Tries to blink out. They're going to probably call GG and see if he can get out in time sooner. This is the big hype moment. Homing Missile does connect. Nobody's actually going after him. Very sad indeed as the GGs come out. So this will go to a game 3.
Yeah, total beatdown. I think they solved the game super well. The way they played the safe lane, the fact that they got the Bad Rider against DK matchup, where in the start MTD actually did pretty well, but the 2 solo kills that Bad Rider found mid just... Yeah, it just made his game too easy. Like the Bat just ended up running away with this early mid game, and then the Gyro transitioned into becoming the easily most farmed hero in the game, not even remotely close. And I think for Ghost Frogs, I think they wanted to be cute with this Brood, but I don't think they really took advantage of what the hero wants to play around in their draft. Like I really think damage is an issue. And perhaps they had different plans. Like maybe the idea was, okay, Brood is going to do better in lane and actually buy damage so he can kill heroes. But I really felt like this last pick Void was just not it. They just couldn't kill them. They needed more punch.
Yeah, well, that's the end of game 2, Cinderin. I would classify that as a mega shellacking for those that are wondering.
That was pretty Gabe and tier, I think.
I wouldn't put it in Gabe.
Maybe not.
Like, we have to reserve the top of the top for Gabe.
You're right. It wasn't that slumpy.
But either way, it's a shellacking of some kind. Let's take a quick break and see what the panel has to say about game 2.
I was wondering if Smashers were going to go down the route of picking up their off lane and then maybe going for like a Ricky or like even like a Medusa style, where it's just like Ricky Grimm's very strong. But anyway, they go for the Wraith King, like she mentioned. It's going to be able to, no matter what happens here, just be strong. Like when you have a Baden SD as your opening 2 of your 3 picks, like these heroes don't do damage. They prolong fights, they enable fights, but they aren't doing anything. And they need to find an answer. Yeah, they go for Chris's best hero. It's the hero that kind of brought his name to kind of pros, and it was the Monkey King. But yeah, there's a lot of stuns and a lot of ways to kill the monkey right now.
What does Chrysalis do on the Monkey King that makes it such a specialty of him?
Other than like hundreds to near thousands of games played, I think he just understands how to get the hero into the game. You know, sometimes you'd argue like, oh, you need to go for the Battle Fury build or this or that. I think he always has a good read on it, and he's just very active. Like I think right now you have Ember and Monkey King. Like in game 1, MTD and Chrysalis, they synergized really well together on their TA and Drow. And this is the same thing we want to see. Monkey, Ember, utilize that movement across the map, just jump on top of smashes and just overwhelm them constantly. And that's kind of going to be enabled by both the Abaddon and SD behind them, kind of pushing them into the engagement.
Final bans here for Ghost Frogs and Hellbear Smashers. Sheep, let's make some wild predictions. Get your experience out there. What are you looking for in these final 2 picks? I mean, not what are you looking for. What crazy stuff could happen?
Well, instead of a hero pick, how about I just predict instead that I think Invoker's going to play Quaswex this game. This looks like such an amazing Quaswex game. I don't know how Ghost Frogs are meant to play a Monkey Ember duo core into that. Tornado can remove the Jingu stacks, can remove the Flame Guard. I'm not feeling Ghost Frogs heroes right now. I'm not sure they've answered.
I love the ban though from Ghost. Sorry, but yeah, like the bans from Ghost Frogs. I was like, this Nexus Sash, you want a toxic hero, right? And then they banned Viper, and I was like, go on, Rasmus, get your Venom. They banned it. Like like Sheep just mentioned the idea of Quaswex. Like that is all about mitigating this mid Ember, and now you want to have this offlane that has the same annoyance, same kind of just in your face idea. Like, part of me would say like even just go wild and say like a Furion, because you just don't care about the supports, but you hate playing into Monkey Ember and how they jump you, right? But I want to have that type of laning presence. I don't care about the game. I just want an offlane that Rasmus can just be annoying and click his opponent for 10-12 minutes, and then your Invoker and Wraithkin will carry you through the rest of the game. Just have presence in lane is what I want to see from Rasmus.
Does he play Pango? Because it seems like a pretty decent Pango game for Hellbear.
He does. It's the same line as the Mars, where he's played some games and he either loves it or hates it. Depends on the day. Like he just picked a Lesh without playing any Lesh games, right? So I'm ready for anything in the offlane here, Sheep.
He was wonderful at Lesh as well. You doubted it, T. You doubted it, and he owned.
I simply doubt the idea of new. There we go. I didn't know where I was going with that. I just thought I'd say some words, and I just stumbled into nothing. Yes.
You're scared of the new. You're a Luddite.
We're trying to get to TI here, T. We got to be able to play new.
Yes. Yes, that is true. I have experienced new. Yes, it's worrying sometimes. In the wrong hands, new is bad.
Sometimes the old ways are the best. So will Ghost Frogs and Hellbear Smashers pull something out of their established bag, or are they looking deep within themselves to find something they only just know exists? 18 seconds for Ghost Frogs to pick up something in what could be their final game in this qualifiers.
Isn't it just the Slaughter that you already mentioned before? Like, just go for Slaughter. Yeah. Okay, they go DK.
DK got to final phase.
Yeah.
What a
DK
hero.
gets last picked a lot, actually. Because he's not really ever that ban worthy. He's just kind of there.
Yeah, you don't really feel good going, I'll ban the DK. Maybe in the puck meta of Season 2, but yeah. Alright, what's the Rasmus hero? Oh, is he playing a Core Phoenix? Oh, he's going for a cheap... Is it a Core Phoenix?
Core Phoenix
it's a Core Phoenix! Oh, alright. 3 melee cores with a melee support. I rate it. This is not new, but it's new to this qualifier at least. All right, I like this.
Do you have similar positive feelings, Sheepstick?
I don't like the Phoenix. No.
Give us a reason why.
Okay, I just think that you are playing into an Abaddon who's going to be able to purge your Fire Spirits in lane. How are you going to be an effective offlaner when your spells aren't doing anything? Yeah, your Sunray's good against Dragon Knight, but I mean, they can kite your ult with this Ember ult. Like, I just don't see what it does, especially when you are looking for more control for Borneas and Invoker. It is magic damage, though. I thought they were maybe lacking that. It is damage in general, seeing as Bornea is probably going Quaswex. So it's okay. It's not what I was looking for.
Yeah, this is
They don't have
one of
much of an answer to the egg either.
This is one of those things where like Smash's draft, like why I enjoyed it was like the mid game to late, like it looks great. But if like Codes for Us connect the dots like they did in game 1, they for sure can punish the lack of stuns and like Smash's way of stopping them running at them other than Invoker. So I can see Ghost Rogues maybe emulating game 1, but it's like Smashers just don't need to overreact, chill, and like their draft will eventually get to a point of just dominance. It's just maybe Ghost Rogues just outplaying laning phase, and it's too hard to recover from that because this core Phoenix, like she mentioned, doesn't really have the initial entry to the game. So yeah, it's all eyes on Rasmus. How does he enter the game, and then how does Boromir mitigate this early pressure to give Smashers enough time to then feel confident with their draft?
Okay, well, we are saying Smashers, so let's saunter over to our shoutcasters for this series. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, panel. Hello, everybody. Game 3 of this best of 3 Cinder and Sunsfan here. We have Hellbear Smashers versus Ghost Frogs, and very interesting. We're finally seeing some newer stuff that we're not like. Again, it's the same patch as the Animajor, as ESL. So we're seeing a lot of the same picks, but this does look a bit different from both respective teams. What do you think of these lineups?
Yeah, I think from a meta perspective, it's a bit new, but for these teams, I don't really think it is. Monkey King for Crystallis is a stable. I guess the Shadow Demon of Milan is also one of his trademark heroes that is just not that popular right now. And then you go to the Hellbear side. Barnea plays a lot of Invoker, Ace on one of his best carries. The only like odd one out, if you will, is Rasmus on the Phoenix core, which is a little bit different. But I do think this is something I seem to remember him playing in the past, even as a core. But yeah, right now, this is not that common. So, you're right. There's a little bit of spice. Should be interesting to see. I personally like the Phoenix last pick. I think it's very good. Sheep's point about the lane is very true, but I think it gets outweighed by the benefits of having Phoenix later in this game. Great against
Boundless Strike sets up the Dragon Tail, and that is a... Oh, he does delete the bounty room.
Walked into a lot of heroes and got killed.
He does delete it. Are you lagging or am I, Cinderin? Because...
Hello?
I think we're good. I think we're great.
Okay.
This is going to be a perfect game, and that was a very good first blood for Ghost Frog. So what's the game plan? This Monkey King, again, not a hero. You said Chrysalis is known for this, but still not a very common hero. And like, what is the reason for that? Battle Fury is a dead item. I'm sure Echo Saber might be something he'll pick up at some point. But why is this hero dropped off so much?
I don't know how much he really dropped off. I just think the hero needs specific conditions to feel really good. Like, if you're playing against multiple melee cores, or if you have good lane matchups, which usually those two combine into the same thing. And just the overall, if the tempo of the game matches it, because Monkey King, in a lot of games, doesn't really want to just have a farm fest. He would like to fight and get something done. And to me, I don't know, I've always considered it an interesting pick whenever there's melee matchups on both side lanes. So this is one of those games. Well, he didn't know about the Phoenix at the time, but he knew about Wraith King, and he knew about the Nyx support, which would probably be in the other lane. So there's a melee in each lane, at the very least.
Right. The melee killer, Monkey King himself.
Yeah, and it's just comfort, right? It's because it's Crystallis. So I think a lot of other teams, you just put the same draft on the board, they don't pick Monkey King there. But, you know, it's game 3. Gonna trust your players on their trademark heroes if they feel like the conditions are good enough.
This is an interesting question to ask you, since you have been involved on the competitive scene, Cinder, as a captain especially. Like, when you're in a situation like this where it's a best of one, this is do or die to stay alive in such a big tournament, do you look for these heroes that are just more comfort pick? Like, even if it's not the best pick for the game, just they feel good playing it. Like, how much do you weigh that versus what is actually... I'm not saying it's not good in this game, but you know what I'm saying.
I think when you get further in a series, and just in general, like, confidence is always going to be really important, right? Like, people feeling like they don't, like, second guess themselves or aren't really, like, sure what to do. So a lot of the times, in my opinion, going into a third game, if you have, like, comfort picks that you haven't run yet, so they can maybe be a little bit surprising or not at least something that the other team is warmed up against and know exactly what to do against based on previous games, I think it's a really great way of approaching a third game. You just, you're setting up your players for success, make them feel comfortable, and kind of like in control of the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
So, I definitely agree with this as like a concept in the third game. But you want to find the right balance, right? Because like, let's say you're a team that has a relatively small hero pool, and you just keep picking the same heroes every game, then the enemy teams should be learning throughout the tournament how to play against your style in a third game if you just keep playing the same, right? So, but this Monkey King is a great example of a carry that is comfort, but was not used in the series yet. So I think it's nice.
And we can see in the mid lane, a lot of pressure on Bornea. He had to actually use the Ghost Walk just to get out of range of MTD and his ridiculous damage. But of course he is playing...
Actually.
It is a Quaswex Invoker, so it's... I mean, is this actually not that abnormal? Doesn't have that much damage. He has a sustain and all with the orbs, but...
Right. Yeah, maybe owned is an exaggeration. But I thought, especially based on how the other matchups have gone, right? In the first game with Bornea on Lina, and the second game with him on Bat, those matchups were better, but I still thought he would be closer to MTD than this. It's a pretty major lead for the Ember here. He's ahead by 400 net worth if Bornea gets these 2 CS, and he has the wave pushed into the tower, and he's obviously playing without Flame Guard because he's playing against Quaswex, so he doesn't even want to bother. He's probably just going to go 4-4-0 and focus on being a great setup for the Monkey King ult, especially. Very nice together with Slight Chains.
Yeah, and then from the side of Ghost Frogs, how do you see them setting up fights overall? Like, you have this Monkey King arena. Obviously, the Searing Chains are something that set things up. The Dragon Tail, is that really enough? Like, used to seeing when these Monkey Kings type heroes were picked consistently that it would be coupled with like more general AoE. You know what I mean? Like, do they have enough team fight to sustain into the late game?
I think they do. You have many different ways of catching. Dragon Tail, Slight Chains, Disruption, all of them give enough time to get off a Wukong into Boundless, so you can definitely do it that way. In terms of just raw team fight, I guess what you're thinking about is, okay, some teams will have like some sort of insane big AoE ability, like say Mars Arena, and then they'll put Monkey King ult on top of it, where if you catch 2 or 3 or even 4 enemy heroes, you just win the fight hands down. I don't think it's a requirement necessarily. Like, the flow of this game is going to be very different. The Hellbear's team don't have any of those like massive AoE ultis either, apart from Supernova. So you can like kind of, it becomes a game of like poke and prod more so than hard commit. I think a lot with these strategies against each other, right? Like Invoker casting some small spells, Nyx trying to get a stun, and then the other side like Dragon Tail into a combo, Slight Chains harass. But not that like big Ravage or Arena.
Right. I mean, on the other side, speaking of AoE, Rasmus playing the Phoenix like we talked about as core. The thing I love about this hero play as core is you don't play any day, it feels like. You just get a lot more items, right? You get the Shivas, you get the Ags at some point, maybe a refresher. Like, it is so hard to deal with this here. Like, it gets to a point where you just can't kill the egg anymore. So you just have to play around it, right? And do they have enough to actually play around something like that? Because they don't really have the greatest killers. I mean, Monkey King, I don't know how that interacts with Ags, do you?
I think the Ags does not hit wards, does it? That's actually a good question.
I mean, I think it hits it. I don't know if it counts as a. I don't know if it counts as a hero.
Okay, yeah, it might not even count as an attack, even if it does hit. That's true. That's a good question. I just flat out don't know. But I think even if it did, I still think it's a good Phoenix game for that exact reason. Like, that the enemy team struggles to kill the egg, he will get the levels as a core position, and they have good stuns to set up a Supernova, right? You have Nyx Impale, you have the follow-up with the Ink Swell, Tornado EMP, Ice Wall's great with Phoenix. So plenty of ways to make him be successful. And yeah, when he gets the levels, I don't really know how they kill the egg. That's why I'm kind of focused on how they can disengage on the Radiant with like these saves they have, and Monkey King and Ember being naturally relatively mobile. Maybe you just get out, Dragon Knight gets Ags and just flies away over trees. Don't know.
Yeah, it just feels like one of those at a certain point you pop Ag, all right, disengage. This is why like a Centaur type hero would be really good for a lineup like this, but obviously you're not going to get the same single target ridiculous stun that we've been seeing from. I mean, Dragon Knight is literally picked for his stun, the biggest thing. Obviously, tower pushing and all that's good stuff, but I feel like the base level of this hero right now is Dragon Tail, and
Yeah.
They don't really have crazy like setup. It's not like they have a Mirana arrow or anything like that, but they do scale a lot better than they did last game, right? Obviously, the Monkey King Ember, they're going to be doing a lot of damage.
Way more damage. And we're saying that with a team that has Abaddon 5 and Shadow Demon 4, and we're still like, they have more damage. So that's kind of says something about last game, right?
Yeah.
Actually, thinking back on the draft they faced last game, I guess the reason they didn't want Monkey King that game, it might have been banned, I don't remember, but they were against Bat Rider, which is one of his notoriously worst matchups. That might have been the reason he didn't want it. But yeah, that could have also been a Crystallis Monkey King game, if not for that, probably.
Yeah.
The hero, I think, is pretty good against Gyro, actually. It's alright, at least. Can come in close and man fight with a BKB, or just a lot of stats, get Jingo stacks and just hit, but... That was a different game. Now we're looking at this one. And so far,
at the very
Ember...
least, I'm glad to know that it's not just me that's lagging, Cinder. It makes me feel good. I see some choppiness, like, oh, they're choppy as well. Good. Thank God.
Chop, chop.
But you were saying, sir? You were saying
yeah,
something.
I was just
very
saying that the laning
I'm
stage
sure.
is going well for Ghost Frogs so far, right? Like Ember's top the net worth, Monkey King's ahead of Wraith King. They're basically slightly ahead in all three lanes on the cores. So going into a decent start. Like a big difference maker this game for me for Ghost Frog's success is the fact that it will feel like Toby has more impact. He has a Dragon Knight instead of the Brood, and this time his start is okay. And Dragon Knight does great against Wraith King, by the way. You just sit there. I guess skeletons, they tickle you. It's annoying, but compared to a lot of other heroes, especially melees, you're fine. He's gonna find his farm up here and have a much better game.
Yeah, Gilgir.
Next with Invis Rune.
Actually, Invis Rune. Impale is there. Okay, that is a lot of damage applied to MTD. Oh, the Sleight of Fist is there as well, though, to try to stay alive, but the Remnant, he gets killed by a neutral creep. Oh my goodness, those are the small garbage creeps, too.
Dude, he choked, right? Like, that Remnant was... It was like I think he wanted to slide, and then while he was sliding, throw a Remnant, but he must have, like, misclicked or something. So just Remnanted, like, 1 foot to the left and then dies to neutrals. If that was on purpose, he's a god, but I don't think so. It really did not look like that was with intent.
He saw that the small camp was stacked, so his chances were increased. As we're going to see the Sleight of Fist, he's back already. MTD, that's the power of Ember Spirit, that he had that Fire Remnant just for that death, and he denied himself the neutrals. He gets a free TP back. No actual TP needed. Beautifully done. But yeah, he is, I mean, in terms of the CS, it doesn't even matter at this stage. He's the top net worth of the game. He is, I mean, the fact that he denied himself to neutrals, how big of, okay, things have changed so much over the years. How big of a deal is that, would you say?
Who was going to get the kill? Invoker?
Let's just say it was Invoker, yeah. I don't remember.
I mean, it's a pretty decent change, right? That kill is probably worth like 200 or 300 gold. So it's not the end of the world. Like, you still get the kill. He's still on the sidelines for a bit, and but the thing is, he gets a refill, right? He comes back, like you said. He didn't need to TP with Fire Remnant, so... Or did he TP? He only has one TP.
No, he did not TP.
So I guess he just... Okay. He just had none before he died.
Yeah, I don't think you get one for dying to neutrals.
Oh, right, he died to neutrals. Yeah. You're right, of course.
Yes. He's going to be pressuring mid a bit. We can see on the mini-map that a lot of heroes making their way towards this mid lane. Gilgir, all right, gets the Impale off, has the double damage applied as well. Searing, oh my god, that Sleight of Fist did a lot of damage. Whew. I mean, it is maxed, so... Which, again, because of not having to use the Flame Guard, or I should say not being able to use the Flame Guard, as looks like Gilgir's going to get picked off here, so... Man, Sleight of Fist this early with just the Blightstone, pretty significant damage.
It is very strong. I wonder if we're going to see Grimstroke try to work as like a pseudo-solution to this Ember by just getting 3 points in Phantom's Embrace. You see, Tofu's holding a skill point right now, and you can go different paths on Grim. One of the strengths of the hero as a support, in my opinion, is all of his spells are really good. So, depending on the game, you just adjust your build entirely. Some games you go max Phantom's Embrace earlier, some games you max Inkswell, some games you max Stroke, depending on what your team really needs. And this does feel like a game where the sounds could be good. It's one thing Abaddon can't dispel, with a Photic Shield as well.
Ooh,
It's
we got
gonna
the Ember
maybe
Spear
solve him.
coming in.
There it is.
Inkswell applied to Tofu, and they see the silence being leveled. Like you said, Inkswell will actually connect, but it's only going to create a little bit of space as Toby. Now on the run, EMP drains all his mana. Big tornado, though. Toby, Photic Shield, ends up netting him there. The dust is there, though, and Toby looks like he's going to find his way to the grave as Ace has the Wraith Fire Blast, and he's going to use it to make sure he gets that kill. So it's a 1-for-0. After all that, only 1 dead. It's a little bit surprising, but MTD is getting chased, but I don't think they're going to find any more.
Looks like Hellbearers have got a good, like, I don't want to call it comeback. It's not like no team was really far ahead, but they've had a good sequence here.
What a huge comeback. Oh man, Inkswell not going to be there though. And yeah, Phantom's Embrace is going to be a bit annoying for MTD.
That's his last bit of mana. Okay.
They have no chase though. Anymore at least.
Gilgir gets killed by Chrysalis and Milan. Very, very easy kill. Killing Nyx with Shadow Demon is actually... If you can wait with Disruption until he has to Carapace against the Monkey King, then it's just a kill. Or you can disrupt him when he uses Impale, because Nyx's level right now is so low that the Carapace is not connecting enough or creating enough distance to the Aura of Corrosion that Monkey King's playing with. So very, very easy for them to take out Gilgir there. And this might be Gilgir's worst game we've cast. This is our 6th game of Smashers in 2 days. They had a full best of... Right? Or?
I mean, he's played Hoodwink almost every game until today, I guess.
Yeah, they played 3 games yesterday against Nigma.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he was Hoodwink all 3 games, that series.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not having the same impact.
0-3. Very low net worth.
The beauty of Nyx Assassin, or depending on your perspective, once you get Ags, it doesn't matter how your early game went, Syndra. That's all you need in the entire game. And you're a very annoying hero.
I mean, it is true. He just needs to get that Ags, but okay. 3.5k gold, just conjure that out of thin air with your 1800.
He'll be just fine. Chrysalis is going to pop the Wukong's command to try to defend his tier 1 tower, but Milan is the one that's taking the brunt of the damage here. Triple team, brought down.
Yeah,
and Chrysalis is just going to have to get out of dodge here. But in the meantime, Ghost Frog's pushing mid. They're going to put down the Sentry and the Dust, and Gilgir just getting killed from afar, but the Spike Carapace and the Rasmus rotation are enough to back them off here. J4, okay, he's going to pop his ult Toby. That was a nice Fire Spirits. I don't think they can kill this egg. And with that Cold Snap, it's going to keep J4 in tow. Looks like he's going to be brought down now, so a 1-for-0. And the tier 1 tower was taken out in the bot lane. And it looks like the build for Ace will
top
be
net worth with a Midas as Quaswex is a very good look for Barnia right now. If you can manage to pull this off and have high play impact in the meantime, he has 80 CS on Invoker while being involved in all 3 of their kills and having a Midas. He is on his way to becoming a monster later, because what you can do in this game, he might not have to level Wex anymore if he doesn't want to. He could max Exhort right now. They have really good setups for Sunstrike with Nyx stun combo, Grimstroke, even Wraith King stun is enough. And just go for Meteor build as well. Just get all that damage into all your stuns. He is actually doing that. That's 1 point in Exhort. Could just be the value point for Deafening Blast and Ice Wall. But I do imagine he just maxes out Exhort now, actually. I think he's done enough with Quaswex.
Well, what's the reasoning? Because at the Major we saw basically this build, except you go for Spirit Vessel first, which is a pretty big investment, obviously. And it's not like it's bad this game against like something like a Dragon Knight, although it is an off lane. Is there a reason that you, starting out Quaswex, you go for Midas first? Like, why not go for Spirit Vessel at all?
I don't know if you like... I don't like Vessel that much against a Baton. Like, you can obviously... Like, it gets dispelled, right? Which he can't always do, but it makes it less valuable. And I think you're just looking at the game and the flow of it, where the Radiant doesn't seem able to force you enough that you have to get a Vessel for fighting straight up. And if you feel like you can pull off a Midas and get away with it, then it's obviously a no-brainer, right? It pays off so big for this hero. You want the levels, you want the gold. Yeah, okay, every hero does, but on Invoker it's special because of how much each individual level does when you reach a certain point. So that's why I think if he had gone Vessel here, it would actually just not be worth it. But it's really game-specific.
Fair enough. I mean, the beauty of this, though, is obviously you have the Quas Wex to be able to dispel all this stuff, especially
Gilger's
from the
dead
Ember
again.
Spirit, as it looks like Gilger is, and you talked about him struggling a bit here. The Sleight of Fist finishes him off. EMP is there, though, so it does clip Toby, completely out of mana now. But the tier 1 tower will likely fall as a result of this pick.
Yes.
And that's 2 tier 1s now for Ghost Frogs. And they're going to be pretty happy with that. Although the lead is a 1k net worth for Hellbear Smashers right now. Rasmus has his plate mail. And the fact that he is rounding out not that far away from a Shiva's, that, I mean, again, I'm used to seeing this hero as
Awesome
support.
against this Radiant team.
Yeah, very good pickup.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit worried for Ghost Frogs. They're up 6-3 and have taken 2 towers, but I think the writing on the wall here is really, can you... Like, these mid-game teamfights are going to be tough. You have Monkey King rushing Deso, which he almost has. Maybe you're looking at a Roche play. Like, you smoke, kill, take Roche, and then go from there. But I think the ease of execution, I definitely favor the Dire. Because Monkey King is essential to the success of Radiant in every fight. Dragon Knight's damage is not going to be significant. He has a Blink, obviously. And Ember, he's going to have a Maelstrom, which is nice. But the supports don't output enough. So we talked about how the damage is there from Radiant, and it is. But so much of it rides on Monkey King thriving in fights, and he is facing a lot of traps here. Phoenix Fire Spirits, Tornado EMP, Ice Wall, Wraith King that can just stun him and tank him for quite a while. Double stun from Nyx. Like, there are a lot of... That's like a minefield he has to navigate almost. So, he does have 2 saves, which helps. Oh,
Toby
that's a big pick.
jumps in. Yep, big Dragon Tail, but the bigger Tornado from Bornea. He's going to be spotted by the dust, though, and he's completely surrounded. Final Strike's going to keep him in place. Dragon form is activated, and Bornea finally goes down. It does take them a long time, despite having literally their whole team Cinderin, but it is a pretty value kill, obviously.
Yeah.
And they might go for Roche. They do have the... Oh, I think the Deso's on the way.
No, it's coming. This is good. I like that from Ghost Frogs. This is exactly what they needed to do. Find a key pick and try to get Roche with the Deso arriving. A little bit early. This could be defended, though, actually, by Smashers. They're going to smoke. They're not giving this up. It's too slow. The Deso arrives too late, and they wouldn't have got it anyway. Gilger?
Oh, yeah, Gilger's who they want. Spike's going to be activated, though. Oh, the root onto Rasmus. Into the Dragon Tail. Can he get his own big impale? And there is the egg after the dive. Ace has come to show that he doesn't have a Deso yet. He is just taking a lot of damage. He's going to run towards the egg. That is the first life for him. For some reason, I thought he had Deso already. Is there's Toby going to jump in with a Dragon Tail? Another big Tornado into the EMP. They can't do anything. Impale after that. Chrysalis has to get Aphotic shielded into the Balance Strike, into the retreat. There's the stun onto Ember Spirit, but...
Nobody's dying.
I can't tell who wants to fight here, Sinner. They're going back and forth between each other. Ace is pretty low, and not having that second life, I think they finally do the full retreat.
Alright, we've got the one universal constant. Gilger's gonna die. So, nothing's gonna change that. He's 0-5, but what a great stun he got there for the Phoenix. And I actually think if Rasmus could have kept his cool there and got... I think he had Fire Spirits ready. If he could have somehow got 1 or 2 Fire Spirits off as he was diving, and then egg, if that was ready, that would have made a really big difference. Because then I think he could have actually egged way closer to them. Invoker was coming in for the protection, so if he Fire Spirits the 4 heroes that are basically next to him in that next stun, I think he could egg on top of them and win the fight and get kills.
Yeah. I mean, that was a
but
really
I don't know if it was ready
call.
at the time.
But
it is super close.
I think
Like, he was almost dead.
Because of the positioning of the egg, you could see Ace was literally just running to the egg and died just running to it. Like, there wasn't a whole lot he could do because of the positioning, but you're right. If he somehow could have gotten that off, it would have definitely turned the fight, I think. But Bornea has the Witchblade now, so going for the Agnum Scepter, so the Cataclysm will be an eventual thing as Roshan is being attempted again.
Can scout it at any point with Sunstrike or Tornado. It's not doing it yet, though.
I mean, they're taking forever to do this, and I don't think
this
they can do
seems
it.
really slow. They don't have Medallion. I scouted it now.
Definitely at least that.
That's actually a really good Sunstrike because it kind of reveals the aggressive move from Ghost Frogs here. They also have a ward in this instance, but imagine you didn't. You Sunstrike the Roche and you see Roche walking back into the pit from having been attacked. It gives a lot of intel about what the enemy team should be up to. that they're making an aggressive move invading there. Dude, they're just getting really out-farmed. Like, look at this scoreline. 8-3, you're 4k gold behind against no gold steroid except 1 Midas on Invoker. It's just literal out-farm. They're trying to make moves that aren't, like, they're not accomplishing enough. And, like, what's Ace's CS? 169, 170? Monkey has 137.
I mean, if
Even
you just look at the
Rasmus is
heroes
outfarming
alone,
Ember on CS.
in terms of the CS, Wraith King will farm faster than every hero, right? That's just how it is. And he has not been touched, other than that one death that we just saw. It wasn't really a death, just the reincarnation usage. But it's back up, and it's level 2, so the cooldown has been dramatically reduced, as Ace wants to go for this tier 1, wants to go for the Dragon Knight as well. Toby, nice disruption to keep him alive a little bit longer. Inkswell will not connect as a result, but here comes the heal on the other side from Rasmus, but a big Wukong's command is going to cost 1 life from this reincarnation, but the egg is going to be inside of that Wukong's command with the cold snap on top of the meteor, and Crystallis takes a huge tumble, but it'll be a trade for Bornea, who ends up dropping on the sideline. So 1-for-1 to start this fight. DD is there for MTD. That is bottled up, so now...
defensive on the egg again, in my opinion. Like, Rasmus had an awesome opportunity there with a Shiva on top of all of them. He just eggs right in their faces. And that's maybe going to cost him here.
Oh, but the DD was activated. Disruption is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Rasmus had the Sunray coming out, but they'll still find the Ember Spirit in the end. And now Ace... Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. Jesus H.
Do you ever play Wraith King yourself?
Yeah, I just played him today. It was amazing. Feels great. Toby, another Dragon Tail. Gilgar has actually survived through this fight, Cinder. It's a miracle as Milan, destroyed by Ace, and now it looks like Toby is next on the menu. So it was a weird fight, although Crystallis has come back, Cinderin. So you have to be careful if you're Ace. No ult for another 50 seconds, but you have to be even more careful if you're Crystallis. A nice dodge to start things out, but the Deafening Blast with the Sunstrike is enough. And Hellbear Smashers getting everything they want now. That's a dub. That's 2 deaths for Crystallis on Monkey King in that fight.
Yeah. He is completely overtaken now. Like, the gap is starting to be so significant now that it's starting to be problematic. Like, I could even imagine Hellbear Smashers looking for a smoke soon and then taking Roche after, because they can kill Roche pretty fast. They have Alacrity on their Wraith King with Deso, and Invoker himself even has some pretty decent damage. Not the best, but it's good enough. So yeah, it's all coming up Hellbears right now. I asked you about the Wraith King because when I play this hero, this is when I have to play carry. I like playing Wraith King, and I love Armlet Deso. It's like when you get that Deso afterwards, it just feels like such a transformation. Oh, Toby?
Yep.
Good NATO,
I
he's
agree
super
completely,
dead.
and I also agree that Toby will die here, and it'll be a relatively easy
J4's
win.
also dead now.
J4 came in for the Aphotic Shield. He's going to dodge a stun,
mind.
though. Pops his ult, but here comes the Wukong's command from the other side. Ace does have his ultimate, but it's going to be inside the Wukong's command. Rasmus puts out the egg on the outskirts of this ult, and it looks like Ace is able to get out no problem. So the egg is used in a more defensive manner. Haven't really seen the you're right, the super aggressive egg with the Shivas, which he's had for quite a while.
I feel like that's such a part of why this pick was good. I'm not really seeing it fully realized the way I was imagining it. Because I think in this game you can be cocky with the egg. And that's why I like the pick so much. Like, some games you have to place these defensive ones, but... Like, picture this. He dives into the enemy team, puts Fire Spirits on 2 or 3 of them, and uses Shiva, and then eggs. Even if they kill it, I think it's a team wipe. Like, there's just the amount of resources and time they need to spend, even if they have Photic Shield. What's their highest attack speed hero? The Monkey King? He doesn't even have good attack speed. Like, sure, let's say you kill that egg. You're setting up Invoker to land all his spells.
Gilgar's dead.
Yeah.
This will start off for a successful team fight for Smashers, potentially, but no, they're going to lose the Grimstroke as well.
Alright.
That'll be a tough one.
Is this enough for Roche? 25 seconds. They still do not have a medallion. Roche is full HP. Definitely need some...
They do have Abaddon in the pit, Cinder, and this is going to be the difference maker. You'll see. This Curse of Avernus, watch. When the 4th hits, it's going to be out of control. You got to keep hitting it. There you go. And here we go. Oh! See? That's like 10% more damage. Beautifully done.
When you make sounds? Or
yes, something like that. But this is going to be the first Roche, so they will be successful. Age is taken on Crystallis. And no deaths to speak of. So It turns out you don't have to kill Gilgir, you have to kill him and Tofu to get the Rosh.
Right.
That's their mistake so far.
And in addition, Phoenix didn't have Supernova. I think if Rasmus has Egg, they can defend that 3v5.
True.
Honestly, they could have even tried, but yeah, I think it's probably the right play to just let it go. Like, why take the risk? You're in a good position in the game. Offering a potential comeback there by trying to contest a Rosh that honestly largely will not be that consequential if they just play well together around their teamfight abilities. I still don't think, even with an Aegis, that Ghost Frogs come out ahead in the next fight. They need something really spectacular. Killing the supports is the way to go, though. Like, try to kill the Nyx and the Grim as fast as you can, so that you can kite a little bit in the fight when Egg comes out.
Yeah, we have a smoke here from Hellbear Smashers. Oh boy. MTD might be in some trouble. Ace, yeah, Inkswell with the blink. The ensnare is there, but the help. Yeah, he gets the stun off into the Cataclysm. Down he goes. No buyback whatsoever. And here comes Rasmus using the Fire Spirits, using the Shivas. Doesn't even have to bother with Egg. That is a freebie for the Smashers.
He did not have a Remnant out.
Yeah, that is. He had time if he had it out. You're right.
Yeah, he would have definitely got away if he had it out, but because Ace blinked in, and then he slighted him on the stun. But yeah, if you have a Remnant there, you get out. It's not pre-placed though. And this is big. That's a tier 2 tower. And 3 kills. 10k lead now.
Yeah.
Approaching for Hellbear Smashers. Just a huge Wraith King. He's got the AC coming up next in 300. And we're looking at a Wraith King that can blink, stun the Shadow Demon, and kill him in 2 hits.
Yep.
That is concerning for Milan. He is not going to live.
The good news for Milan is he is actually pretty farmed. He has Aether Lens and Blink, so he doesn't really have to be that close. Right? So as long as his positioning isn't horrendous, it's going to be hard for Wraith King to actually
Yeah, he's probably not going to find the Shadow Demon, but it's just as a side note, right? If that ever happens in the fight, he 1 or 2 shots to support. It's also just the actual threat he poses to the Monkey King. In a fist fight where there's no ring, the Wraith King probably wins right now against the Monkey King.
You don't think he wins in the ring?
What's that?
You don't think he'll win in the ring?
No, he'll definitely not win in the ring. But he
Really?
might. I think he might win outside.
In a 1v1 battle, you think Monkey King will beat Wraith King right now if the ring is up?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like he's still farmed enough to do that, but maybe we can figure that out.
He can stand his ground, but if that was a 1v1, he's not winning it. I really don't think so.
Okay.
But Dota isn't a 1v1 game, so...
That's not what I've heard. Talk to Arteezy a lot. Anyway, so Hellbear Smashers, 10k net worth lead now. And things, I mean, they didn't get that Rosh, but things are still looking very good for them. And Aegis still online for Chrysalis. They need to find an opening somehow. I mean, the problem with the Wukong's command is you just put the egg even on the outskirts. Like, even how he's been doing it, you're going to have to move out of your own Wukong's command. Basically forces him out of his own ult.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons Phoenix is so good against Monkey King. He's bad at dealing with killing the egg, but he also can't really stand his ground comfortably in the ring. So it's like a double counter. And it clearly was a targeted pick as well, right? You don't see Rasmus pick a position 3 Phoenix in the later portion of this draft unless he like really sees some immediate value, and that is the biggest part of it is its ability to deal with Monkey King. For sure. Crystals is not... Like, we talked about the value of having Comfort Hero or whatnot in these kind of important games. He hasn't... It's not that he doesn't know what to do, it's just that it's hard to meet the conditions, right? He isn't feeling comfortable in the fights, because there are so many counters to him. With that Phoenix being the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's true.
High ground coming up. They have to retreat immediately on Ghost Frog, so this lane is gone. Ace is mauling the tower.
Holy God. Yeah, that alacrity really takes him to another level, I'll tell you what. Gilgir, by the way, you made fun of him, Sinner, for dying so much. He has an Aghanim Scepter! I told you!
Oh,
I told you he'd
The thing is, I don't think the majority of his deaths were bad, though. It's just like, that was just the constant that was happening all the time was Gilgir dying, so I thought it was funny, but he's been doing his job. Especially that 4-man stun that he hit earlier was really impactful, and this could be another one. Okay, that wasn't too great, actually.
Here. Dragon Tail's the follow. He's trying to burrow, but...
Alright, Gilgir
He's
died.
taken out before he can get in the ground. That is unfortunate. Very cocky move, I have to say. And the recipe for success for Ghost Frogs, they take out both supports, so the rest of Hellbear Smashers have to get out. A nice Searing Chains on the 2. Dragon Tail to follow. Can he get the egg off in time is the question. I don't even think he wants to at this point. Just going to sacrifice himself with that Shiva's usage.
It felt like Gilgear thought he saw a 3 or 4-man stun there, and then he hit 1. So, because like it looks clowny and bad, but if he does hit a multi-hero stun there, I think that could have been a game-winning play actually if they were all ready to connect. But yeah,
that
just
was one
missed
of those
it, and then didn't dig in
where-
time into a pile.
Yeah,
So.
it looked like he could have easily gotten it. Like he was invisible and had it lined up, but that's one of those, it's almost too easy. Like your Pudge trying to hook somebody standing still, it's hard to hit that sometimes, Synderen. You don't expect them to continue to stand still, you know?
That's true.
It's too easy. I have that problem. Oh boy, the jumping on the Borania! This could be a huge turning point. They're going to be able to drop him in his own base!
Okay, what's going on?
60
They're actually
seconds.
just getting so many free kills right now. That's 4 in a row. They got the Nyx into 2 snowball kills, and then the big Invoker core kill in the base. Now they're getting bounty runes, double damage top.
Yep.
And they will have Dragon Form in 40 seconds, so they can align this Dragon Form with the double damage on Monkey King and look for something really big. Or they give the DD to MTD. Okay, well...
I mean, when you
Alright,
get
this
these
is not
kills,
over yet,
it's-
Shannon. That was actually a kind of big throw right there.
I agree.
They're still good, but...
Are they? The lead has gone from 10k to 5k. It's not just about the kills that you get. It's not just about the map control that you get. It's about the farm you get while they're respawning still.
Yeah,
and the fact that they literally can't leave their base.
It's a big swing, but they're still ahead. Like the Dire are still in a good position, but that was a big slip up. If they do that again, we have an even game.
By the way, talk to me about... I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm just interested what the thought process is of getting... Because every Phoenix does this. They get Refresher, for the most part, second item, if they can, instead of Ags. Is Ags just like... Is it too risky? If you're trying to eat a teammate, that is?
No, but there needs to be a really good reason to save, right? Because the alternative... Let's say that you're comparing Ags to... Oh, hang on, we're not going to
You're going to have to hold your horses, Cinderman, Chrysalis. Yeah, Boundless Strike, looking for another kill into Borania. Pops his BKB in turn, though. Chrysalis still has the Wukong's command. Dragon Tail onto Ace. Not sure if they want to kill him or focus on him right now. Soulbind onto 2. And here comes the egg, beautifully placed into the Cataclysm. Oh my god, the damage is out of control. But a nice disruption saving for now. Wukong's command still available, but Chrysalis is just going to die on the outskirts of this fight. And that's 2 dead, make it 3. So great aggressive play from Hellbear Smashers. And this is what Cinderen's been waiting for, apparently.
Yeah, aggressive egg. That's just value right there. So what I was going to say about Phoenix, let's say you compare eggs to Refresher. If you go for the eggs, the utility you get a little more tankiness in your 1 egg, and you get to save an ally. So if you're playing against a lineup where having the hard save is insanely valued, that's fine. The alternative is you have 2 ults. Like, the amount of zone control and just damage your hero does, you also get, you know, the extra other spells. It's not just the ulti. It's too much. Like, unless you... Like, my opinion is, unless there's a really good reason to buy Axe, Refresher's just better. So, that's why you see people buy it more.
Well, while you went on that monologue, the 2 racks have been taken out.
Yeah.
And there's no... They had buybacks, but understandably they won't want to use it just because Dragon Form is not up. And the fact that you can't go for Megas anyway if your Hellbear Smashers, Tier 2 still up on the top.
They can get the Roche, though.
That's a lot.
20 seconds.
I mean, they have to contest this, right? Once it's up. It's another 20 seconds.
They do. And it will be really difficult, because they're going to be fighting into 2 eggs with a level 18 Phoenix now, so...
Yeah.
This fight is so insanely hard. I actually really like that they're going immediately, so that there's no time for the Phoenix to get Supernova ready, but they got cold feet. They don't see the dirt.
There's a pile of dirt here that they had to get by, and it's pretty difficult. Very tanky. Is it 40 or 45 now? % damage mitigation.
I think it's 40.
Whatever it is. It's a ridiculous amount. And the health regen you get. People forget about that. Mana percentage and health percentage per second while burrowed. You are so ridiculously tanky.
Oh, it's 50%, actually.
Oh yeah, they buffed it from 40 to 50. That's why it's been picked more. And I don't know why.
That's what Nyx needed. A buff to burrow damage reduction. That's very good.
I mean, he wasn't picked at all for that. Like, they would never buy Ags back in the day
I guess
for
so.
some reason.
I guess so.
Oh, we're going to have the jump and Ace with the Ink Swell. Not going to connect to anybody, but Toby pops the BKB in Dragon form now. Gets the tail off. In the meantime,
they got a really good stun from Gilger there on MTD.
Has to take off his BKB now, but there's the Cataclysm. Not able to do that much damage, though, as this fight is completely segregated. Cinderman, as there's the egg, they're going to protect the second life from the Wraith King, but can they kill the egg? It's going to be close. They do get it. 70 seconds with Rasmus on the deck. And Ace.
He had no coverage. Like, it's such a good egg placement, actually, if there's any coverage. But Nyx wasn't there, Invoker wasn't there.
Oh my god, Ace.
Okay, that wasn't a bad one.
Abaddon from the map, but they're going to try to focus on him now. With the Wukong's command, this is the second life for Ace. They should be able to get him if they're not careful, but nice disruption. Saved for now, but Toby in that dragon form will be taken out eventually. Ace is just doing too much damage. Double kill for him. This is going to be a dieback on J4 if he's not careful, as the numbers are in favor of Hellblade Smashers on this high ground. J4, yep, after that ult, gets two-shot by Ace, who does have his reincarnation back again. A triple kill for him, despite this fight being so, I want to say, random.
That was a very good Deafening Blast from Bornea, by the way. He cast it on the edge of the Monkey King ring. I think he pushed Monkey King out of the Wukong's command.
That would happen.
With a Deafening. Or at least he forced him into a really awkward position. Toby's super screwed. Oh, does it blink?
No TP, though, and he is literally stuck between trees. Ace is going to jump on top of him, and that is going to be yet another kill. Oh, Tofu takes it. Okay, fair enough. And Roche is now up, and this is the second one, so the shard is a veil. He's a tree.
Oh, Tofu was trying to cut him a path with his spider legs, and he missed.
They spot him with the Cataclysm again. Goodness gracious. And that is a dead shot at him. He has to buy back in the game, though.
Oh, he just barely avoided the tree cut.
Chrysalis getting gone on by Rasmus. Has to force out his double BKB, in fact, is MTD. Basically no mana to speak of. So we'll just have to leave that piece of dirt alone. Soulbind. Oh no, this is the beginning of the end for Ghost Frogs, and down goes Monkey King. Does have buyback, but nobody else does, it feels like. MTD on the run. And yeah, ooh, he actually does live. Had the Remnant up, but Ace is just going to focus on the building. They still don't have that tier 2 top, so just going to go for the Ancient. Sleight of Fist is all they have for defense right now. Wukong's command is available, though. This will be the potential last stand. No Shadow Demon for 55 seconds. They cannot possibly hold without, but Dragon Knight is up in 20 if they can delay this a little bit longer. But Ace is just going to focus on the Ancient, and he's just going to go for the racks. Absolutely GG. The question mark from Bornea. All right. We got some first major vibes here, Cinderman.
I think there's a little bit of bad blood just based on the tipping pattern that I've observed during these games. I've been
I see.
I've been keeping track. I've got a stat sheet for you later. I've run analysis on it. I don't know. I think it feels like Milan and Bornea, either it's friendly or it's malicious, but there's definitely something going on between those two. I don't know about the question mark. Maybe they have been talking some shit or whatever. But at the end of the day, Hellblade Smashers deserved win. I think on average, the series, they just played better. I think in this game, I really liked their strategy in the last pick, Phoenix. And the standout player for me in the series overall has probably been Ace. I think he's looked really, really stable in these games. Our Gordon game was tough for him, but he did what he could, I think. And the other two he just owned on Gyro and Wraith King. Total domination. 10-0 and 8 in this one. I think last game, I don't know what he went, but...
He went good.
Really good. Yeah, he ran good.
He went real good with that Eurocopter, as we call it here in the States. But yeah, with that means Hellbear Smashers will be moving on. They will be playing against Chicken Fighters, who beat Viking, by the way. Yep. That's a bit of an upset for sure. I thought Viking would get pretty deep in these playoffs, but they were just taking out upper bracket and lower bracket immediately. So that's kind of a crazy storyline. But yeah, we'll take a quick break and then we'll have people talkity talk. Thanks for coming, Cinderin.
This is a scary pick. That's hard to kill. Scary pick. There's nothing really against this Morphling, to be honest. Plus, this counts as the Razor. This is kind of making your Razors looking like a bad pick in this draft now because of the Morphling coming out.
5 seconds.
I mean, obviously, the laning stage can still pan out in any direction, to be honest, depending how Chicken Fighters are going to set up their lanes. Mm-hmm. But when you're looking at a team fight aspect, you don't want to give Morphling any extra damage. If he keeps on changing himself to One, either a Snapfire, stunning people around and getting extra kills. You can go into a Faceless Void, have extra mobility with your waveform. Or you be a Razor. One, you suck out the enemy's damage. Two, you boost yourself. And plus you have a nasty passive, which is going to allow you to move at crazy speeds. It's looking scary if this Morphling gets out of hand, because if you let him have a good game, you can't catch this guy.
10 seconds to pick.
Yep. Like, and I think the thing you were sort of working towards here is that all 4 of these Chicken Fighters heroes need a bit of a longer fight. Most of his damage is over time. They don't have the burst to take out the Morphling before he starts using all of their abilities against them. So that's going to have to come from the last pick. Yeah, so the Death Prophet gets taken out here. The AoE Silence would be extremely powerful here, both versus the Morph itself.
10 seconds to pick.
Making sure that he can't get that Morph off. Or versus like support troops like the Abaddon, who are intrinsic for keeping this Morph alive during the earlier stages of the game. And then the PL, of course. So they're very much aware that this Faceless Void could potentially still end up on the offlane.
I'm also kind of weighing options for Viking. They had to play against an offlane Alchemist yesterday. Does Kezu feel like trying it out? Does he want to play Abaddon? Or are we going to see some other hero? Because they're banning Willow, so they're targeting the pause 4 section. Suspecting that Aramis's hero is not there yet. But there's options for Kezu here. If he wants to try something new, something different here, game 1 would be the place to do it.
Yep, I completely agree.
At least in safe terms.
In safe terms, yeah. I would like to see it on the offlane, most likely. With still any kind of battering ram on mid, basically. I do really want Boom to have a game in this thing. And Void Spirit, well, this could also still be Kezu. We don't know anything just yet. And they're gonna wait for Chicken Fighters to grab their hero here, and possibly also for the players to grab their heroes before they do it themselves. We might see a little bit of waiting around the player picking stage here. I love that little game at the end.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we've got the drafts here. Now who plays what? It's kind of leaves a little bit into the air, filling in the gaps. Though, 30 seconds time for Chicken Fighters with the last pick. Looking at the ban sector, obviously PL was banned before the Lion. If it were the other way around, that would have been a very, how to say it?
Bit of a shot in the dark.
A shot in dark, yes, in this order. But it makes a lot of sense that if it would have been the other way around. However, what do they want to fill in with their carry/mid sector? Or not. So let's mix things up a little bit. So we have Razor and Void for sure as cores. It's going to be a carry Void this time. And Kezu with the Alchemist offlane. So yeah, this is the OG Vault 2. This is exactly that. They've got the offlane Alchemist to mix up things a little bit, try something different. Maybe it works out. And an offlane ET. Holy smokes.
Offlane ET is very, very exciting to me. Because this guy packs a punch. But you need to walk that line very carefully between... Because you're great at pushing out waves, you're great at reactive play. What you need is your other cores to go in, which is not very natural for an offlaner normally. So they're going to need to really play around this Charlie Faceless Void. Supreme needs to overposition from time to time and get reactions so that the rest of his team can back him up. A lot of this is about trust. And then Jibbe can come in with the ult, come in with like a big, the damage of 4 heroes on his big stapler. I'm kind of sad he doesn't have the hand. That would have been pretty amazing to see. And he'll come waiting in to punch people, but afterwards, ET is not a hero that goes in. So let's see if Chicken Fighters can make that adjustment to how an offlaner normally plays.
Let's see if they can.
And then over on the other side, yeah, we have this is very much a Viking OG hybrid draft. I'm very curious to see how much they learned from OG yesterday.
Kips, on a school grade of 0 to 10, how cool are our offlane picks in this game number 1?
This is solid 8.
I'm thinking 8 as well. It's kind of cool having a little bit of difference here. Obviously, the Alchemist offlane is not out of the woods, and same thing with ET. But once you get them both in the same game, it's like, yeah, there's not that many games when you actually get both of them in the pause 3 role. So something different and something cool, and obviously looking forward to game 1 a lot.
Well, luckily we don't have to wait very long. Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. The first game of this best of 3 series in the lower bracket. Elimination once again upon one of these two teams. Viking GG or Chicken Fighters will continue or go out. But luckily, it's game number 1. So we still have room for some drama, for some story. And of course, me, T-Panda, and Kips here to deliver as much as we can. Charlie needs a reset for FPS fix. Okay, maybe there's... Charlie's been playing too much Dota in the early morning. He's got some memory leak going on.
Oh, very possible. Dota's still in beta after all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh
I wish we could get a different joke, but the game's still not fixed, so...
I actually had a discussion with a friend of mine who does some coding, and I kind of got a logical answer to why Dota is still in beta, why the folder says beta. Because if you change the folder name, it might screw up all the paths everywhere, so it's going to destroy more. So better to just leave it in beta to recognize that, yeah, it's an unfinished product here and there, but it's playable. It's playable. I mean, this is the 10th World Championship, for God's sake, but, you know, you gotta have something. You gotta have something to talk about.
I mean, I agree with it in part. It's just like, it would be a lot of extra busy work to just change the name of a folder. And let's face it, if you change the name of the folder because you can't deal with a couple of jokes, then something's wrong in your priorities as a game developer already. Just develop games. It does look like I immediately caster cursed this, though. I was like, yeah, we don't have to wait very long, and then pause. Maybe I can just get it out of the way right now. And I won't curse anymore. I used it all up.
Well, as we wait for Charlie to return, guess we could take a quick glimpse at starting items. Nothing too special here, I believe. Lina with a Sage's Mask, bit of extra mana regen, able to trade a little bit more. Outside of the ordinary, nothing really. Pexu with the smoke, Zelda with the smoke. So maybe a little clash. I've got a feeling that we've got the classic dire rotation to over here. We might see a battle around this area. Man, my arm is shaky here in the morning. It's not a, it's supposed to be a circle, but yeah, Kips will take over. Thank you. Kips has much better circles than I do. So if we look at this area where she just drew a circle, most likely over here on the choke point of the cliff might be a clashing point. Sadly, we can't draw while we're paused, but I'm suspecting the mid ward will be dropped around this area, and then we have the secondary somewhere around those two X's there. Just prediction play at this point. But I'm hoping for an actual 5v5. You don't really get 5v5 smoke fights early on in EU.
Not really. I mean, there's a possibility that Viking will take that position and Chicken Fighters will take the fight, just because Chicken Fighters have the way stronger level 1 fight here. If Shibe gets a nice spirit over on 5 of Viking's heroes, are all clumped up on that high ground, you can walk up. You can use the Razor Static Link in order to get some huge damage out as well. So it is a possibility that Chicken Fighters would take that one. You saying alright? You call in our bluff? We can do this. You're not strong level 1.
I wonder what Kazu's going to buy as starting items for Alchemist. Still empty inventory for now. Going to be in a hurry.
Yeah, like, the thing that I said about, you know, Jibe over on that Elder Titan definitely also goes for Kazu. But I think Kazu has always been a little bit more of a strategical player. He's not very big on going in. I think historically he has been a little bit hesitant. And you can see that on heroes like Centaur and stuff, where Kazu doesn't always seem that comfortable. So this is probably a little bit more up his alley, but at the same time, it does also mean that for the side of Vikings, well, a lot of pressure is on Boom to make this game happen. Now, Viking is very comfortable with this, because that's usually how they play. But an Alk still pulling it off without any practice. I just took a sneaky peek at what Kazu has been playing in pubs, and the Alk's not on there. They're doing this pretty much on the fly. Of course, okay, I don't know what they've scrimmed. Disclaimer, even if I knew, Would not
Yes,
be telling you.
exactly. Scrims are a world of secrets.
They're sacred.
We're not supposed to know about those. But true, good point. Are they just living it off the fly? Have they been observing and recapping on yesterday's series? Taking something about the OG series and how Seb plays, because they did have to play a pretty nasty game. I did watch it partially. The thing with Drow getting an Aghanims around the 15-minute marker and having 12,000 net worth.
It's actually an insane farming item.
So it's like you get gifted an Ags and you're like, okay. And Drow with Ags is going to benefit even more farming potentially. Plus, that's just like nuts.
So the Ags that we're going to be looking for here is most likely for the Void Spirit. And the problem here is that this is not a farming item. This is conditional. It's a huge power spike for Boom, but it only lasts so long. And he will have to go in order to use it. And that's pretty dangerous versus his very powerfully reactive lineup of chicken fighters. So I have seen this one where you use it for the Void Spirit fall flat on its face a couple of times already.
Yep. Celery is going to spot the gank train arriving by chicken fighters. So as we did our map drawing shenanigans, hoping that maybe we'll see some rotations towards the Radiant side of the jungle, it's actually a mirror move here from chicken fighters. Though their ward's been spotted, they don't know about Celery's ward, but they will know as soon as that ward gets dewarded. So they know that this is free money just looming in the air. Either they let it stay and they deward it later for money, or just get rid of it right away and deny their own ward at the same.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these wards here from chicken fighters, and they are so ready to contest any stacks that might appear in this jungle. And they have Elder Titan. They have no need to let this Alchemist get away with any sort of stack farming in there. But they're going to keep an eye on that, and you bet your bottom dollar they will go and contest if those stacks do appear. And if those stacks don't appear, then Kezu is taking space that could be used by other heroes. This is one of the problems with the Alchemist. It needs a lot of farm, nonetheless.
And so we have our laning stage rolling out. We have the Void Spirit versus the Razor in mid. We have Boom and Supreme competing for this. Doesn't really get much damage out on the first link. This is a bit difficult for the Void Spirit at the start, because even if you jump out of vision on your second spell, you're basically still giving damage until you break the distance. So you're technically still there, even though you're not. Which is a Razor benefit. Just like building a Yules on Razor. Even if the hero is untargetable, if you're in range, you're still sapping damage away and buffing yourself. So that's something to keep in mind. That, especially when you have those 4 points. And I believe there was still a talent. Yeah, the level 15 talent, if you decide to pick up the damage steal instead of the strength, that +5 can end up hurting quite a lot. Especially if it hits on a hero like Alchemist Lina or even the Morphling.
What I've seen in the past is actually Void Spirit mostly skipping out on the Dissimulate. I see that Boom does take it here, but often the other strategy that you see is them actually just taking the Aether Remnant, and as soon as they get linked up, hitting a Remnant on the Void before walking away so that they don't get chased out and they can break it more easily. As well as making sure that they last it with the Resonant Pulse while their damage is sapped.
Razor is definitely a difficult hero to try and outrun.
Consider an alternative.
So far though, Boom doing excellent on the CS.
He is doing great. He's doing absolutely great. Important to get that early CS. Don't fall behind on XP. Experience is really what really matters there for the Void Spirit. At least to hit that early levels. Especially getting to 6. And once again, are we going to see rotations kick on early or not? Charlie taking a bit of a beating here from Aramis and Kezu though.
Yeah, so the Lina is very much necessary in this bottom lane to keep the pressure up. You're going to see this lane push very hard. Kezu and Aramis are going to put Charlie under the tower most of the time. They have no way to push the wave back. And then here, exactly what Kezu is doing.
My gratitude.
This camp has already been blocked. Actually, no, that one doesn't block. Does it? It's a block. But they didn't get it off before the marker, it seems. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
But it's very necessary in order for Charlie and Pexi to keep on playing their lane here. Yep. Otherwise, all you're going to see is the push-pull of the lane completely controlled by Aramis and Kezu.
Shad already pumping up one level of Adaptive Strike. Skipping Waveform for now. Guess it looks like he wants to keep on, well, not necessarily spamming, but at least secure range creeps with it. Plus a bit of harass onto Shibe. This is a kind of a brawl-heavy lane in a sense. If the Morphling starts playing passive, that's your downfall.
Exactly. He's the one with the punching power in this lane. The Abaddon is not really going to do anything for him except enable him, so he's the one that has to play up. And as you can see here, if Era is allowed to keep this positioning, then there's no good way for Shad to get close to the wave.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Boom with 0 right-click damage right now, but in bottom, they do get the stun on Pexu. Got 100 HP, does have 2 Fairy Fires. Doesn't have to use it, uses stick charges to survive the Dragon Slave. Lives for now, no first blood yet. But as we're closing up on more action runes into mid, well, we still have our water runes spawning in a few seconds. Outside of that, I don't think we're going to see too much rotating towards mid. Maybe the mids are going to rotate elsewhere. That was a huge dynamic that changed, was the 4-minute action rune turning into the water runes. Because it meant that side laners have to kind of babysit a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, more like side lane supports can babysit for longer now, because the 4-minute rune doesn't make or break the mid lane anymore, which was a bit of unfair RNG, honestly, in my opinion. It was kind of unnecessary, so I'm very happy to see that that changed. I did not like that bit one bit.
No bits for Kips. Well, looking at the top lane, bit of pressure here, Tibe. Every time he throws in that spirit, it's going to buff him up by almost at least 50 to 100 damage every time. They're going for a tiny bit of a dive here. Just most importantly, focusing on denying creeps. Not really able to deny any of them here. Good job by Shad and Celery securing all those last hits. Abaddon hits level 3. And both mid laners are closing up on that level 6. So need to keep an eye open on the minimap if there's going to be any movements happening on either side.
Both of them would like to make a reactive kind of rotation here. Neither of them particularly good at creating the situation in the first place.
Nice pull block by Pexu. Might die though.
Yeah. He might die for it, yeah. I think he as well as I are both very surprised that that sentry doesn't actually block. You heard me doubt about that, and like he's been checking at camp, he's like, dang, the creeps keep spawning.
That's first blood. Yep, that sentry's not blocking it. But most importantly, Kezu, he's got more movement speed than the Phoenix does. Pexu, I like the play that he does. He dives to prevent the pull from happening so Charlie can keep farming. But what he doesn't realize is he's got no way of coming out. As soon as Lina appears, no chance for a TP out. You're just going to get cancelled by LSA. So Kezu runs him down, gets him a kill. Meanwhile, Charlie gets himself a free creep wave, but first blood is always first blood. It's a lot of dosh.
It is. And on top lane, Era's getting very low. He's going to survive this most likely. Yeah, there we go. But he has already scouted out the fact that the stacks are beginning to appear in this jungle. Celery is starting to work. He's been dewarding as well, making sure that this Alk has something to rotate into. And, well, Kezu is already building towards his first Aghanims. He's got his soaring, that's literally all he needs.
That's all he needs, yep. And also Void just got pushed all the way back to Fountain. He's still running home, while Razor is farming in mid. Getting a tiny bit of an advantage for now, but yes, as you mentioned, that Aghs. It is important that they do contest Kezu as much as possible, because all of these extra minutes are important, especially an early silence on the Void Spirit through the Aghanims can be deadly.
It's especially deadly for the supports. I think Chicken Fighters are very happy that they have two pretty tanky strength supports, so it's still going to be decently hard for Boom to burst them down.
And this is
well,
great.
We're not getting to that just yet.
Yeah, great from Chicken Fighters is what they're doing right now is pressuring mid, already down to 700 HP on this mid tier 1 tower. Big moves already happening. Celery forced to rotate to help, but at the same time, Shad is already feeling strong enough to solo lane against this ET. Both are now tied up in CS, around 30-35 on both. And only one kill so far on board as we're still sitting at the laning phase here. 7 minutes in. Lower bracket game with Chicken Fighters and Viking.
Obviously, these scores...
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I didn't expect to see this pair this early in the lower bracket, but the tournament's a tournament. Celery's going to fall.
And that is most likely the fall of the middle tower as well. They can't really spare any resources right now. Aramis would really like to get an early level 6 on his bottom wave. Kezu, of course, is farming the stacks in the jungle right now. Shad helping him out. This is a bit awkward.
4 people coming towards mid, hunting down Boom as they pressure this tower, forcing some kind of reaction from Viking. But Viking, they ain't taking it. They're not taking it. Maybe Celery shows up in, but that's still not enough for any aggressive play. Just fills in the bottle for Boom. And this tower shall fall. That is the first tower kill of the game.
With very little resistance, but that's what Viking has to do in order to get these stacks out right now.
Ooh, Supreme pops his ulti. Celery is an easy pickings here. Hoping to get something more, but there's not really anybody around. Aghanim's still in the works while Boom is diving Era. Needs to use one more jump to get the kill, but does he have any way to get out? Chronosphere from Charlie. We've got Supreme around as well. Dissimilate is available with the Remnant down. Jumps on the high ground, but Charlie gets the bash.
A little bit opportunistic there, but yeah, he feels the need to do something because now all of these stacks in their own jungle are going to be contested. I doubt they're going to get much space anymore from Chicken Fighters. They have a ward down. They've got that middle tower as well, so they have a good new entrance into the jungle through here. And you can see, by the way, that Pexu is playing here, that they're really not about to let this place go anymore.
Yeah, I can imagine. Already mentioned it yesterday at the end of the series. Pexu's probably shot calling every single second of the game. That man is super devoted, super committed. Gets Kezu's courier as well on the way. But he's probably just yelling orders while he's trying to think of his own moves at the same time.
You can look at the minimap if you want to see those things, like who makes the calls. You look at who's drawing, who's pinging. Orange is Pexu. You're going to see a lot of orange on the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of orange going to be in the map for sure. Another tower about to be taken by Chicken Fighters, really forcing Viking to play defensive for now. They are not ready to take any kind of blunder yet. Maybe Shad can push some towers. He's going for Sanjin Yasha. I like this item choice instead of going for the casual shotgun build or any other type of like rushing butterfly or something, just because you know that you're tanky or strong enough to deal out damage. But Sanjin Yasha really looking at stretching into that tough right clicker towards the late game.
It's a bit more stats as well. In general, you're going to need that on the Morphling these days because, of course, you need mana to shift right now, which is one of the reasons that the E-Blade build has fallen off in popularity. You still see it sometimes, especially when the Morphling needs a really harsh power spike, but Viking already have their harsh power spike secured. It's what they're working towards. Is that Axe over on towards Boost. And it is very close to being finished, actually.
Hand of Midas coming for Elder Titan. Why not? Stretching for the late game security at least, so why not?
Yep, they know they have a little bit of time. This Viking lineup is going to take some minutes to get online as well, so they have that. And again, just like I said yesterday, this Hand of Midas makes sure that you get the most out of not actually taking creeps. You're just going to get a steady influx of gold and especially of levels, which is huge for Elder Titan, without taking a lot of things away from the rest of your team. So if you have the space to get it, which is very clearly given by Vikings lineup here, then yeah, it's one of the most cost-effective ways in order to be relevant throughout the game.
Void only has a Maelstrom picked up so far. Not really relishing on masses of farm so far, but that's fine. We're still very early into the game. He's trying to build himself up big. I think Supreme wants to be playing more aggressive. ET could join in with the Hand of Midas. Snapfire and Phoenix. It's kind of like a 4 Protect 1 for now, but I guess they don't have to.
Chrono.
They have Chrono, but they can do some risk assessment on should we just go on a straight up team fight, force the cooldowns. But while they have those cooldowns up, like while their spells are available, it's a mental threat for Viking to know that we can't make any massive plays because anything can happen. If they use those spells, they know that, okay, we have a little bit of free roam now. That's one TP cancel less and also a team fight threat less. Pexu snipes another Kezu courier. That's maybe the 3rd time this game already.
He was very
Man's
close.
on a mission.
If he would have gotten that one on the way in, he would have actually gotten the Aghanim Scepter. But instead, Kezu delivered his first to Boom, who will immediately show it off in the mid lane. Now the question is, what's he going to do with this? I always said this one is conditional. This is the power spike. He's going to have to make something happen with it. This is a very scary game. That Chrono sits unused at the ready as a reaction. We haven't seen Mortimer's Kisses yet. We haven't seen an egg yet. You bet it's all going to get dropped as soon as Boom makes a move. But they're going to go for it. Smoke up towards the top lane. This Elder Titan is very alone.
Yep, ET is a prime target. He's an offlaner for some decent money. 1300 HP, not an impossibility to burst through. Boom, he's got an idea, but because Celery Smoke hasn't popped, they find him. They found the ET. Silence number 1, silence number 2, and oh, Celery, you just had to get that miscall in the way, didn't you? Now they secure the kill. Yeah, they secure the kill, they get it. And don't be baffled by the net worth. Of course, Void Spirit is leading. He was just gifted an Ags. Nothing to see here. Move on. But Viking get themselves at least 1 kill on the board. And despite being 3k ahead in net worth, this is the Alchemist ad. So technically, I think they're a little bit behind Chicken Fighters.
I would say so, yes. Their Morphling is only barely ahead of Charlie over on the Faceless Void. And Supreme, of course, is looking very strong right now as well. He's going to finish up a Sanjin Yasha pretty soon, and that's where he becomes extremely hard to take down, even with the extra silences coming out from Boom. It's just not going to last very long.
Smoke from Chicken Fighters, looking for the Chrono play. Era's ready with the Mortimers, keeping the distance. Supreme coming in front. Kezu.
They spot him, on the Snapfire.
But
they want to rush after.
But they also have an idea here. They've got Celery on their sides. They get the slow out on the Nova. Suck up some damage. Pop the ulti. Can't dive under the tower, though. Gonna let this one slide. 15 minutes played. 3-3 on the scoreboard. Viking playing a little bit from behind. They need time.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
They start getting some pressure throughout this bottom lane. Lina building towards an Aether Lens. Going to be able to throw out stuns from a much longer distance. Securing Lina's positioning in fights, which is going to be key. Getting the LSA stun on the Chronosphere Void is big. Meanwhile, they are chasing Celery again. He's got no ulti. He needs to be careful with that.
Chicken Fighters almost focusing on this top jungle to their detriment. Like, they're giving a lot of space over on the bottom side of the map. Now they've found Charlie on top. He's a hard catch.
He is. And now Chicken Fighters are coming in. They've got the stun on Boom. They could use the Chrono. Holding on to it. There we go. Pops it down. They have to damage the Mortimer's Kisses. Everything. Dropped on the Void Spirit to get a kill. They can't catch Celery, though, Mortimer's Kisses. Mortar range runs out. Abaddon still keeping the disengage, but at least Chicken Fighters, they find a big kill.
And this is kind of the fear factor that I was talking about. You can see Boom sitting around there. He's top of the net worth right now. You think that he could just grab his game and start moving it, start killing people, but he's always going to run into this Chronosphere. And it means that once he gets back here after getting, well, finished off just now, he's going to have to make something happen during the time when the Chronosphere is down. Otherwise, Viking give up all of the chances at momentum that they have in this game. They can't create these chances on their own. Which other playmakers do you see around here? The Lina does not have a Yule Scepter. She went for Boots of Travel on the support. And the Morphling is not quite ready yet. He's got a Sanjin Yasha. He could start playing up right now, but it's going to be risky. And yeah, that's what Viking are going to do. They're not content with sitting back any longer.
Yep, I agree with you. I like the idea of playing a little bit more defensive on the Lina build. Well, that Razor Bait, Illusion Bait works out perfectly. Boom has just revealed himself. Suspecting there might be more. They might just go Roche here. Very optimistic. That Razor Illusion is actually going to run out, but it will be close enough for Shad to turn into him. Grab 16 extra damage. They need to contest this one. Chronosphere down for 60 seconds. Tough one for Chicken Fighters to contest. They can throw the Spirit. They can drop down the ET ulti, which is actually on cooldown as well for 15 seconds. And Boom is going in. He's going to find the Phoenix. Pexu makes his way out with a couple hundred HP. Roshan down to 1400 HP. Might be able to take this one away from Chicken Fighters. Here comes Supreme, charging in the middle of the battle, going for the Roshan, trying to get it for himself, and they will take the kill, but Shad will snatch the Aegis for himself. It's still a 5v5 with the egg about to pop. Kezu tries to get a disengage out of there, but they got the Remnant coming out as well. They got a nice stun out there from the LSA. Celery has his ulti popped as well, as the ET throws his ulti in and keeps the Abaddon from escaping. Viking will lose 2. They get to keep the Aegis for themselves. It's on Shad. They want to get it off him. They really need to catch him. Can they? They don't see him. They don't know where he is. He's out.
Getting away with murder there, honestly. Going into the pit versus an ET Phoenix, even if the Earth Splitter is down, that is very, very dangerous. Snap fight it. Viking, honestly, they're positioning there, making sure that they push the Razor out of the pit, and then keeping most of the supports outside so they couldn't get stunned all at the same time. It was very necessary. He's dead.
14 HP. Boom is going to have to sacrifice himself to go back in. No! Disaster strikes. Charlie gets an opening for the Chronosphere. This is kind of like a neutral item dropping down, but he had to get it so the enemy doesn't get it. But the Void is going to be in trouble. Just get the jump out just in time. Supreme still chasing on Boom will get the kill. Charlie on the run. Now the Celery ulti pops as well, tries to heal himself up a little bit. Pexu coming in with the dive. There is Shad though, right-clicking on the Razor, trying to get some waveform damage. Celery will fall. Shad doesn't have the required damage to fight this Razor just quite yet. Kips, the moment a neutral item drops, you have to go pick it up. The enemy comes in and kills you. That was just the same type of moment. You have 10 HP after the Remnant. You just have to get that kill with the Dissimulate, and you end up being in the Chrono. Whew. That hurts.
It hurts. At least they didn't lose too much there, but the fact that you can see that they can't deal with this Razor anymore, he's just got SNY right now, but the BKB is going to come in fast, and after that, they need to have actual DPS coming out from Shad. And I don't think he's quite ready to stand in these fights yet. There is so much damage, he always has to be wary of the Elder Titan taking away all of his armor. Which is going to render him, well, I don't want to say paper, but pretty fragile. Once again, Viking waiting for a timing here. They're going to have to use that BKB onto Shad in order to get him to fight and have him bring the physical DPS that they're not going to get out of any of their other cores.
Yeah, if ever they want to try and kill this Razor, Morphling's going to need at least maybe triple the damage that he has right now. And that's basically looking at like a 15-minute Morphling with 6 slots and building into his own Aghanims and Moon Shards. So that's quite far away. But obviously, Razor's not the prime target to look at. They did have to deal a lot with Thompson's Razor yesterday. But that was obviously a different type of playstyle Razor. That was the super aggressive 1v4 Razor who draws attention and opening spots for OG. For Chicken Fighters, Supreme plays, well, not he plays with the team, not like he goes in first and draws the attention, which could work in some point of the game because you have Chrono, you have ET, you have the Snapfire backing you up, so you could definitely just rush in alone. But Viking knows how to play against that. When they see a Razor coming kind of like with the team, it's a different adjustment.
It's a different story, yes. Now, the thing that I want to point out here is that Boom has nearly gotten caught up to by Supreme. And he got a free Aghanim Scepter. He is not actually having as good of a game as the Golden Graph suggests here. The team is suffering because, yeah, Kezu, he doesn't have anyone to give new Aghanim Scepters to either, so he's been building a pipe and now he's got a Blink Dagger. He's trying to start going back into that off-lane role.
Would it be funny if I say he's starting to provide for his team? Supreme, though, very alone. They know exactly what to do with a loner like that. Faces Void on the disengage. No opportunity for a turnaround with the Chrono. They just lost the Razor. They need him for the team fight. But a great play by Viking. If they see a Razor alone like that, they know exactly how to deal with it. They have very fresh memory of it.
They do indeed. Now the X factor in these fights for me is Aramis Lina. She is actually extremely farmed for a +4. And I have no doubt that he could go into right-click damage as well if he wanted to.
Kezu trying to keep himself hidden. Looking for the blink stun opportunity. Doesn't need to use it here, but I like watching the way that he's placing himself. He's just close enough that the enemy catches a glimpse during daytime that, oh, Alk is coming. Okay, stunned. He needs to be very far away, but he also needs to be in the spot to kind of prevent a side rotation, like a flank coming in, or a potential smoke play. So Kezu, you can find him in the most interesting places sometimes. Like, why is he here? He's got something on his mind. He's definitely in the places for a reason. It's not like he just ends up being there like, oh, you just planted a wild Kezu here. What do you do?
Intellectual player, that guy.
Celery in the enemy jungle. He's got more wards on him.
He is the ward.
He's literally the ward right now, yeah.
And he's also a smoke breaker. Ooh, are they gonna run into him?
Well, he's gonna be a smoke breaker if he runs into these. They're gonna skip him. They're gonna skip him. I like this. They're looking for somebody else in the back. Viking, maybe feeling a bit too comfortable. Shad is there. How do they kill this guy? They need the Void. They need the Chronosphere for it, but he's already moving out. So like, okay, let's just turn our attention back to this easy kill that we can get.
Consolation prize, well.
Consolation prize indeed. Good night, Celery. Yeah, if they had the Void closer, they would have definitely gone for Shad.
He was not smoked in that regard. Celery still saved Shad's life there.
Radiant's top tower is
they could not bring the Void up there without him being spotted.
Well, even with that one gifted Aghanims in the team, Viking, they're still having that same gold lead. It's pretty even. Kezu, though, you've got nowhere to run. You can stun this Razor. You've got no damage left. Not that he's going to right-click anyway. Blinks out to safety. Maybe I assessed a little bit. I thought he might die because Chicken Fighters were coming in force, but none of them could actually catch up with the Razor.
That's one of the problems that they have in this lineup that I said in the draft already. This is this is very reactive. Ideally, Chicken Fighters get engaged into, and the problem has not gone away. Problem, flavor.
Flavor, yeah. You could put it out that way.
Because we've seen that it's kept boom down for most of the game. This Void Spirit has killed, what, 2 targets? Both of them were Era, and he died for them both times.
Hey, if Liquid and Nigma can win games with just 2 stuns in their draft, be my guest.
It's not comfortable. And you can see that by how much these two teams are maneuvering as well. Neither of them can really make plays, so you're looking for an overextension. You're looking to get the information that you have the space to make a play without getting punished. And that's why this game is so slow.
I just love seeing a random Celery in the enemy jungle time after time after time again.
What are you going to do about him?
It's just a normal Abaddon player, a Pause 5 player, would either 1 babysit, 2 be somewhere safe. This guy's not. Kezu gets the Son of the Razor, keeps Supreme away.
Supreme's not in any danger. No, this is very much Chinese Abaddon style, except that Celery has a luxury here. That again, they have 2
and back
stuns.
he goes.
Are they going to spend one of their stuns on this Abaddon? I don't think so. That's half of their stuns, dude.
That is half of their stuns. Maelstrom SNY, soon a Scotty for this Faces Void. I feel like, did he just finish off a BKB? It looks like he does, so BKB Void can't be stunned anymore with that Chrono. Thing is, do you want to use both Chrono and BKB? Because BKB's importance after Chrono or pre-Chrono is pretty huge to be able to get that jump off in time. So do you use Chrono on a distant target and save BKB for the latter fight? However, they're running in for an ill surprise because Viking is coming in. Kezu looking for the stun. He's going to stun himself. Oh, no. Chicken, they're not taking it. Do they even? They didn't even see him there for a moment. Now they realize that Kezu's actually there. They didn't see him. Now he's going to get caught by the cookie. He's got a stun loaded up. He's not going to. He's actually going to get it out on Razor. But a beautiful stomp of the backline. They're going to catch Aramis with it and quickly deleted from the battlefield. Chicken Fighters. DD popped on this Razor. On the run. On the hunt. They're going to pop Celery's ulti. Viking can't fight this. They're going to have to give away 3. And a tower with no backdoor protection. They're going for Roche, I think.
They should be, yes. And neither of their BKBs got used there. This is a huge win for Chicken Fighters. The Viking, they have to wait. Boom needs a BKB of his own before he can actually go into these fights. You see, he was positioned on the flank all the time, looking for an opportunity, but one just didn't present himself. Custom rush.
Roche falling now. 28 minutes. Secured for Chicken Fighters. Charlie shall grab it. They have the upper hand in this game right now.
This
Chad.
BKB has to be a turning point.
Yep. They haven't even used it. No need to use it yet.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the BKB over on Boom. Because once
on
again,
Boom,
Viking
yeah,
stuck in this corner where they're waiting for this timing. But then after they actually hit it, getting results out of it is conditional and will still require Boom to go into a Chronosphere, into an Earth Splitter, and coming out alive.
Chicken Fighters coming to defend this tower. Shad Aramis quickly disengage from this area. Charlie, though, on the chase. This is a difficult guy to catch. Shad is baiting him here. Chrono used. Try and kill this guy. Actually, he's doing quite a decent amount of damage with that ET ulti, but Shad, he's got Time Walk. He's popped the BKB off of Charlie. If they can get out of here, this is huge. If Celery can give us life, and that's still fine. That's 1 second of your BKB gone. Chrono BKB for an Abaddon kill.
That is how you buy space. That's, yeah, there's a price tag. It's an add-on, but
yeah, and it's a tier 1 tower, but it's not the worst. Not the worst. Still, this is great. This is great for Viking though.
Yeah. In a sense, I mean, we did see once again how fragile Shad actually is, and that he can't really go toe-to-toe with the Space's Void yet. So they are still waiting.
But I think the fragility that kind of showed up in there was the ET ulti, because it's still percent-based damage. So the higher the Morph goes out, like Morphling was at 4k HP, he would just lose like 1500 HP to one spell. And Supreme, this might be a big one for Viking. Maybe they can get something done here. Shad is soaking up the damage. The stun flies on Peksu. Very split. They're splitting on 2 different targets. Peksu gets the egg off. Shad in trouble. Shad's gonna fall. Chicken Fighters will find themselves 1. And now Viking are in trouble. They have to disengage from this one. They get the stun onto the ET. Shibe will get hit by that Kezu. Gets the blink out to safety. There's a remnant in between. Celery, he's trying to look for an opportunity to cast a shield onto the Alchemist, but Alk ain't going anywhere. He's staying. He's falling. He's dead. Charlie finds that first hit bash onto Celery as well. Celery, no way to get back to the high ground. 3 heroes down from Viking. They couldn't kill either of those heroes. End up losing 3.
They don't have the toolset to go in. Listen, Boom just got his BKB. They were waiting for this. They were supposed to do something with this, and there was just no opportunity for him to get in without getting punished immediately by any of the AoE abilities over Chicken Fighters.
Huge difficulties now as they're going to march straight towards the high ground. They've got the creeps coming in. Backdoor protection is off. All because of this one bloody catapult. It's the only creep in the base. So they will lose this tier 3 tower. See if they lose more. If somehow, if that Alchemist stun connected on the Razor, they might have been able to kill the Razor. But they were spreading their damage on 2 separate targets, making it a whole different fight. Charlie, though, Aegis is in trouble. Laguna Blade, the Silence comes out, and the Mistcoil will secure the Aegis kill. And they get more. At least they keep the range racks up, but it's a slight comfort. The melee racks is the more important one out of these 2. Chicken Fighters are out.
The biggest problem in the game for this Morphling is Elder Titan. As soon as the ET is allowed to be on top of the Morphling with its natural order, it means that the Morphling gets shredded immediately. Losing all of his armor is huge. And they don't have anyone to build an AC here either. They're just going into BKBs to protect themselves right now. So there's nothing but base armor for the Morph. And the ET is tanky. He dismounts farm. He's got a hood, he's got a BKB. Echo Saber, he can survive in the middle of that fight. They can totally afford to cookie him in every single time.
It's
He's
also
going for Blade
Satanic
Dagger
now. Up on the Razor. They smoke up, and Celery pops the smoke again. He has done it several times so far. Bash, bash, bash. Okay, the stump comes out. Like hitting your head on a brick wall. But eventually the brick wall will give up. Don't try this at home, though.
I mean, I think if you keep hitting your head in a brick wall, there's probably not much in there to damage anyway.
Yeah. However, in the case of Viking, they're now very far behind. Only 5 kills in the last 33 minutes in this game 1. Chicken Fighters, however, I think they've managed. They've managed really well. They pressurized Viking when they were supposed to. The early game made the big difference here. The first minutes of pressure. And Shad gonna get chronoed up. He's only got 2.9k HP. And the ET ulti just slaps him in the face. Shibe gets the kill. Earth Splitter, that's about 900 damage that it just dealt there in one go.
Decent. This problem's not gonna go away.
No.
This is a problem with that Viking lineup. They were always going to give this Elder Titan time. I absolutely love this pickup for Chicken Fighters. It's really made their game.
It will definitely persist. Persist and never desist. Supreme on the high ground. Got his ulti popped. We'll finish off the range racks.
Viking feels fragmented to me. Like, several players are trying to get solutions for the problems that they have, but it all seems to be very individual. Boom has this BKB, but he hasn't really used it in the teamfights yet. He hasn't found an opportunity. Aramis has been playing his own game the entirety of this game so far. He's been split pushing. He's even getting some damaging on the mid tower right now. He's got BOT's Octarine. Just all spell spamming, but he hasn't actually, like, he can't do that in the fights because he just dies immediately.
Yeah, but that's the same build that he played yesterday. Boom, gonna get stunned combined there by Era, but no big trouble yet. However, melee racks down, another lane of racks about to fall. What can a Viking do? Chicken Fighters mocking them in their own base. Shad goes in, BKB popped by Shibe, boom, gets a little bit of spells used, and now Shad goes in. He just goes, he just goes in and he just explodes. Oh my god. Boom though. Does he have any chance by himself? He's got his BKB up, but no. At least the Similar saves him for a second, but not long enough. GG's called. Very disconnected Viking here in game number 1. Chicken Fighters. Who would have guessed? They take game 1.
Excellently played by them too. They put Viking in this position where, you know, Viking wants to play aggressive, right? They know they weren't aggressive enough yesterday, and Chicken Fighters just say, fine, come at us. And you see Viking being locked in the struggle between, we have an alchemist, so, you know, we can make use of the space that we're getting, but at the same time, the heroes that we're enabling with this alchemist still want to go in, which is basically impossible into this Chronosphere, into the Link, into all the team fight ults. And then they had the ET to secure the late game because there was just, you know, you saw that, we both saw that morph evaporate. We all saw that happen. I don't think I've seen a morph die that fast in like a year.
Yeah, that was the fastest morph kill I've seen outside of pubs. That was super fast. But you know, statistic-wise, looking at the end game score, Charlie, the MVP support player, 1-0-15. No, just kidding. He all he needed to do was really just play out his game, secure the late game if that ever was an issue. Plus, most importantly, get the chrono out. ET, Snapfire, Phoenix, all of these heroes benefit from it. Most of the time, they were the ones grabbing the kills. Of course, Razor, absolutely great performance from Supreme here, playing it out. But it was a team effort. I really can't highlight any individual because this was a Chicken Fighters team effort of playing early game aggressively, taking away the map control, contesting stacks, Peksu in the enemy jungle at level 5. All those moves really added into the big picture. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, definitely agreed on that. And Viking, I just want to see a Viking game out of them next. I want to see them maybe even just first phase the Shadow Fiend. Just do it. Play one of those games and see if you can make that Viking magic happen. Because the other stuff, it's just not working for them right now.
Well, we're going to take a tiny breather here. Maybe Viking can get their package together. Otherwise, Chicken Fighters are going to knock them out of the tournament, and probably nobody expected that to happen. However, Game 2, we'll have to find out what happens there. And now that they have not only just a counter, this might just be a Celery Snapfire too. Very comfortable with this hero. They might swap the Abaddon for Kezu this time.
Hurry.
So I guess this is a bit of flexing that they're doing here, is they also consider the Abaddon to first be a support, but now it might just be an offlaner. We'll have to see and wait. They could still play Snap as a 4. They could even put Snap mid.
Radiant team are now
but it's really just down to the matchups.
Razor Clockwork. Razor Clockwork Viper even. Man, once you go into this lineup, you don't go out.
Yeah.
The Snapfire is decent versus the Clockwork, getting people out of the cogs. Decent to help increase the range for the Razor as well, but that's all about getting out, about running away. And I don't think with all of the slows on the board that you're actually going to be successful. I think Viking are going to have to bite the bullet here and commit to going in. If you don't commit here, you're going to be running away the entire game. Because they're just going to siege down your towers. They're going to have Viper and Razor standing just about at the edge of your tower range, and you're going to have to run in with an Abaddon Snapfire. You need more than that. That one goes in. And that gives you something to play for later.
Phantom Lancer, yeah, there's not any tools against it right now. I like this pick. Most importantly, I think the ban sector should probably be targeting against the AoEs or indicators. Ursa would be one. And Sven would make a whole lot of sense here. You don't really have any kiting tools against the Sven. The Lina and the Snapfire are kind of susceptible for a Sven to just quickly blow you up. Abaddon doesn't have anything against this Sven. You're just running away and taking hits. So
would also be a carry with a hard disable.
Yeah, yeah, that too.
Once again, Chicken Fighters do lack the hard disables, but if you are pressuring sieging lineup, you don't actually need disables, because once again, people will come into you unless they want to lose their towers and lose their map. It's all about the positioning gameplay for Chicken Fighters right now. But
it has been, yeah, very, very positioning based for them.
Only 10 seconds.
In not only just this draft, but also the previous one. So they do have to pay attention to not only where they are, but most importantly, where's Kezu? Where are Viking GT looking to draw the fight to? Can they bait them in? I think Razor is one of those great heroes on drawing attention, forcing them to change the positions, drawing a fight to a choke point or away from a choke point if they don't want it. Obviously, for Chicken Fighters, they would love to fight in choke points because of, 1, the egg, 2, the cogs.
Team pick.
I'd love to actually see a third medium core here from Chicken Fighters. Not a hard carry. Just go all in on the fact that you're going to hit this massive, massive mid-game window that you're going to scale into. Thinking about, for example, the DK, there's not really any damage on Viking.gg that can actually deal with him right now. This doesn't add that either. And DK scales very well into a Phantom Lancer still. Like, you're not the ultimate late-game answer to it, but if Chicken Fighters dare, they could roll this game up in 25 minutes.
Well, now that you say you don't want a hard carry, it's Charlie. It could be a Medusa. But we'll have to see.
Got a very good win rate.
Yeah, pretty good win rate. Not necessarily the best when the Phantom Lance is already there. No. Though, Stone Gaze at least destroys illusions, making it a bit different. But you want to use your Stone Gaze on it, plus you would have to get the Aghanims with the Snake buff if you want to destroy the illusions with your Mystic Snake. So that also is kind of like, yeah, do they want to take that route? But if they feel like they have enough tools against the Phantom Lancer already, they could go for it. I was thinking TB if TB wasn't banned already in the second phase by Chicken Fighters, actually, by themselves. So, do we see a Charlie Viper? Do we see a Charlie Razor? Or do we see something else from him? Because they are banning more and more pause ones. I kind of like the Ursa.
I'd be cool with an Ursa. Battle Fury Ursa build. Great damage immediately. You'd have to build halberds. This is a pretty decent lineup for Viking to build halberds and heals on, though. letting it go down to the wire.
Phantom
Choose your hero.
It's PA.
It's PA. Yep. This is the cut. You could almost say one of Charlie's best heroes, but at the same time, it's a hero Viking are very familiar when they're playing the PA. How do they play against it though? It's a whole different question.
Yep. Well, there's going to be an MKB on this Lina. That is going to be the key here. And this is much more of a Viking draft. Finally, Boom is going to have a hero that he doesn't necessarily have to jump on. He can stand and deliver. We're going to hopefully see an early BKB from him. We're going to hopefully see a hell of a lot of right-click damage from him. And Chicken Fighters are going to, at some point, especially with this PA, have to do the thing that their lineup is not all that great at right now, which is engaging. I'm hoping to see a lot of work from this era Clockwork.
5 seconds.
What do you feel like? Tie series? Do you think Vikings draft is good enough?
I think Vikings draft's pretty good here. PA is going to have a decent lane versus the Bango, but she's not going to shove him out. And they do have the team fight advantage this time around on Viking. I think it's basically only the Phoenix for Chicken Fighter, so this one could be tight. I'm slightly favoring Viking here. Partially out of bias, but also partially just because they're finally looking like they're going to play some Viking Dota.
Well, ladies and gents, this is a chance for Chicken Fighter to take down one of the top teams in Europe. Viking GG down a map. And Viking obviously want to stay fighting all the way alive, at least to a map 3 to know that they gave it their best. But obviously, they know themselves. They haven't given their best yet. And they want to keep on going. Tough place. 2 great teams. One of them going out. I would love to see both of these teams in TI, at least in the group stage, to be completely honest. I would love to see both of them there. But we're unfortunately not getting the privilege of getting both of them there.
Definitely not. And I do think that there's a lot of other teams that would have something to say about that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's definitely heavy competition all aboard. But let's jump into this one. I'm excited about the PA. See what the European PA can deliver.
Get to it, shall we?
And of course, on the other side, Viking GG. I want to see more aggression. I want to see more map control. I want to see dominance, team fight dominance from them, because they looked like you could say sacrificial lambs in some sense in game number 1. Just on the run, just running away, and meeting their inevitable fate.
This is where you stand and fight. Let's see if they can bring it. So far, they've already got all of the rotations into mid secured. Yep.
Very, very long route. And the smoke runs out. Kezu. They're waiting for him to run into a spot where they could approach him. Because right now it's not doable. It's just not doable. Kezu's gonna give full info. So, smart choice. Chicken Fighters, they disengage from this. Reposition on their side of the map. Even if it's night vision, these players are still very, very aware of what's happening around them. So you're not going to be making any foolish plays onto the enemy high ground. Like, hey, let's run there, even though they see we're coming. Little contest on the river.
Maybe let's not.
Yeah. 2 for 2.
All these wards, all the wards watching this action here, not very likely of them to run into each other. And both of them securing their mid lane versus the possible rotations from the enemy offlane coming in. So Lina getting secured versus this Clockwork, as well as the Razor getting secured versus the possible Snapfire coming in. Neither of them want to be bothered here. This is a mano a mano.
Charlie Peksu up against Kezu Aramis here in the top lane. PA Phoenix capable of harassing. No stuns though. Just slows and damage. And you also have Aramis who can... also a great surprise nuke is Lil Shredder plus the Swashbuckle.
Oh yeah.
Which can definitely hurt.
Yep. And if you get any disarm triggers, Charlie can't even trade back. He's actually going to have to play this lane pretty carefully once it goes later.
Yeah, that's the issue. You talked about the halberd pickups that are definitely going to be coming up at some point of the game. But they already have like the Pangolier, which is directly a disarm. It's a bit of an RNG one, though it has a pretty high chance of proccing. So you can almost reliably think about it that Kezu will get the first swashbuckle into the fight to hit Charlie in to start rolling into the ultimate. So at least have a chance to get the disarm out before anything starts rolling in. But that's the moment when you're committed. When you pop your ulti, you know you're going in. So better get that disarm off.
If only you could actually press a button and get it, but I think we both know some Pango players who just never proc.
Some Pangos never proc, that's true. Bot lane, this is, again, Abaddon versus the Viper. So basically, PL starts taking poison attack stacks. Celery is going to have to spam shield to get rid of those poison attack stacks. Then also you have Doppelganger, which is another great tool with dispelling. Not an easy lane for the Vampire Viper. Oh my god. I guess it's some kind of a vampire, but not at least in the recent memory that we know.
Traditional sense, no.
I don't know where that came from.
They're not going to be a threat to Shiba either, though, so he's going to be able to get some pretty nice farm up here. As well as that, Era is the real threat in this lane. He can kill Celery once he gets a second level in Battery Assault. You can see him holding points even now. Looking for an opportunity, see if he's going to need the extra nuke from the Rocket Flare, or if we're going Cogs second level Battery Assault and Murder.
Just a bit of casual trading going on. This is the fate that Pexu's going to have to tank. Going to have to soak up a lot of attention here from Vikings offlaners. Again, same type of idea. Buy time and space for Charlie. And as soon as Kezu's realized that he's alone, instant reaction. Great read from Chicken Fighters, knowing that if Aramis is not there directly, it's an opening for some more than just trading.
This is going to be fine though. Gets shared next to Tango. They both have a magic stick as well versus the dagger spam from the PA. And there we go. Era, 2 levels Battery Assault, 1 level Power Cogs. You know, I say these things and then I don't look at them because when I'm observing games on my own, it's just like, yeah, that's gonna happen, and then I see a notification.
Oh,
it's like, oh, okay, it happened.
Beautiful, beautiful play there from Era and Shippe. Not only getting the Celery kill, but the one that really matters, getting Chat. And a double kill for Era. That means more than just the boots that he's already had at level 1. 600-700 gold sitting in the bank. Look at that water rune just calling his name. And back to lane we go.
That's painful for Boom. Pretty low on mana, and that's the way that he keeps the Razor away from him, is just using his spells in order to increase the distance. His attack range is good, but not that good, and now he's going to have to play these next couple of waves very carefully. You can see Supreme pressing his advantage here just through positioning already.
Yeah, there's jumping around lanes, trying to keep an eye open on any possible openings for either team. Like, if the Pango's alone in the lane for a second, that means the Chicken Fighters will instantly press the advantage. Then, obviously, the Clockwork wants to play aggressive in bottom. Then we saw some great Clockwork plays yesterday from Fishman. Let's see if we can top that. If Eric can top that, then it has to be a very stellar performance.
It is, but I have seen amazing work.
Oh boy.
From him.
Well, wasn't expecting that.
No, in fact, I was thinking about the fact that Kazu would probably hold his swashbuckle here, because this is a very dangerous moment for him to go in. Being on low HP as he is, but as it turns out, Pexu is getting low. He can't trade versus the Snapfire. The attack slow doesn't really mean anything when faced with a little shredder.
Yeah.
He's always going to cop the full damage. At the very least, Charlie took a couple hits there, so he could play up. And this camp has been blocked for a while now. So yeah, re-sentry. But a lot of valuable time has been lost already.
For sure. They have the easy camp open now. It's a bit late for it though. They can at least have the advantage for the PA to rotate to farm the easy camp and then go back to lane. It's the closest camp to kind of push a tiny bit of extra gold. And PA is
Look-
one of
look
those
at the
heroes
mid
that's
lane.
capable of definitely going for it. Supreme
working
though,
hard, stun
dodges
missile.
the LSA, slows on Boom, Error coming in as well. Aramis in trouble. No way for her to get out. Laguna Blade on Supreme, not enough. And Boom is in trouble. Celery comes in to help out with the cogs, but does he have enough? The heal comes through, the Fairy Fire comes through. Celery lives, Boom lives, but heavy trade. Chicken Fighters get to stay in lane, and Supreme is going to get more and more XP as Boom has to go all the way back home.
Yeah, so both of the supports rotated into the mid lane on the timing out of the first round of wards just after that 5-minute
Era,
mark.
they're going in
Ward-
again.
Oh, Era's just in. The Celery
No
can't do
mercy.
anything.
No mercy at all. Gets the shield off for a very, very small benefit here. Celery down Supreme. Does Boom get the catch on him? Whoa, so close. Misses the LSA stun as well. They all just walk away.
Like, that's the indication right there, and I think if you're Supreme, you read that. It's like, he popped his stick, reinforcements are coming. That was a very close judgment call by Supreme there. It's like, okay, fine, I know Boom is gonna be in here immediately. This Celery is just buying time for him. Will I get out? He gets out.
Sadly,
Hashtag
just a dollar short. A minute too late. Era. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, yes!
For Era, this is pretty
hell
big.
yes.
He does force the heal. Celery gets the heal out on Shad, but this is not the place for the PL to be right now. He's been driven out of lane. Shiva's made sure of that. And Chicken Fighters, they're excelling this laning stage.
It's amazing what Era is
It
doing
is
with his
amazing.
clockwork right now. And he denies the word. That's very smart, actually. He's pretty sure that he's given that one away, and he is correct. Celery already pinged it.
Like, what can we expect from the coming minutes? This is kind of like a repeat from game one. Chicken Fighters just keep up the pressure, and Vikings start to lose map control.
They are, and the real problem here is that Boom hasn't really been able to do anything just yet. So the next couple of minutes are crucial. Kezu needs to come in for the next fight, hit a good Rolling Thunder, so that Boom is not the center of attention, and he can actually, or at least he will be the center of attention, but they can't afford to focus him because there's this Pango stunning everybody. So that Boom can actually output the damage instead of hurrying around, being careful that he doesn't get blown up. He's going for the Yules as well. It's a good Yules game. You got a lot on your plate. You can't exactly afford to get caught by the cogs. There is setup problems for your team as well. Like, you're basically the only setup that your team is going to have. But this is going to delay your BKB. This is going to delay your Boots of Travels. If he goes into this Yules, I want to see a BKB immediately after. Skip the Boots of Travels. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. This game's going to go too fast.
Viking pressing the advantage here with 4 heroes in mid, realizing bottom is a no-go, top is a no-go. Maybe we can do something mid. Chicken Fighters sure to take the response into here. Shib is coming in. Vex was coming in. Forcing Viking away. Creep wave is there. Era looking for the wraparound, coming in from the river. He might just converge on his own side of the map. Needs one more extra level to get the hook shot off. So doesn't have it available just quite yet.
Money to burn. He can go grab some more levels on the abandoned bot lane. It's actually surprising to see how fast Chad has retreated into the jungle. That bottom lane was dangerous, but at the same time, with Era starting to roam more, he would have had a little bit more time in there. And we talked at the start of the first game how a lot of offlaners you see right now would pressure through the safe lane naturally. Kezu's not going to be doing that.
Kezu's not at all. Charlie comes in, steals the haste rune. He's ready to fight. Look at that bloody big damage onto Aramis, but Kezu, boom, gets the Laguna Blade. Pexu doesn't have the egg. He's only level 4. Viking get 2 kills, almost scot-free. Interesting 10-minute action rune contest, and Viking pulls out stronger because they've got the entire bloody team there. But it works. It pays off.
A little bit surprised to see Supreme go in so hard. But then again, that has been his MO for the previous game as well as this one. Position up, give your team vision, let them follow up. But in this case, they had a Rolling Thunder to contest with, and the rest of his team said no thank you.
Big difference maker for sure. They're TPing in top. Pexu at least. Shibe These all the way back to mid, just to make sure that they can protect their mid tower, get some mid XP, and a little bit of extra farm. Kezu and Aramis slow workings on this tower, trying to keep this catapult alive at all costs. And here comes Celery. He's ready to tank up a little bit, comes in for healing. But his ulti. Pexu's just going to have to watch as his tower falls. This tier 1 does finally end up going for Viking.
It's pretty much simultaneous though.
Yeah. Tower trade. Classic tier 1 tower trade, top to bot. Boom almost has that Yules ready. And then Lina has something to play with when you have the setup.
Yeah, straight into the BKB. I like this. He knows he doesn't have the time. No greed this game. Chicken fighters will come to you.
Charlie having a great time so far. Very close to having a Battle Fury. Fantastic start. 83 last hits picked up already. Hasn't been threatened. Did get to participate in a small skirmish while stealing the haste rune, but that didn't go in Chicken Fighter's favor. Now, another siege towards mid. Kezu has his ulti ready. They have everything available.
The problem is just that Viking can't really take this fight whenever Chicken Fighter is in the same position. Like, you have the double ranged core action here. You're going to be taking damage on the way in and the way out.
It's like they're definitely making themselves known that we're here. Can you please rotate here so we can buy more space for our Phantom Lancer? Because Shad needs security, and he needs knowledge. He needs info. He needs to know from his team where to be, where can I go. Are the enemies planning something? Can you force some kind of aggression somewhere? But don't fully commit. Kind of soft commit. Here comes the Yules, though. Hook shot. Beautiful from Era. Cancels Boom. Now Supreme does get the link out. Bit of damage there. Mortimer's Kiss is coming through. Kezu has the rolling boulder and a lot of damage. The Laguna Blade is on fence. Shad gets the kill out of all heroes. A big one and another one going for Viking. GG will be Era falling as well. And Viking score 2 kills. Now they can get to that mid tower and get more dosh.
Pexu did not have a TP scroll, and even then it's on cooldown, he could not be there for that fight. They would have needed a very fast pick-off to make that worth it.
More here. Ibe gets the ulti out, but he's melting. He's falling. He's low. Did he have the damage for it? The lance flies out. Yes, they do. That's a 3rd kill. Chicken Fighters, hello.
Yeah.
This is a wake-up call.
This is definitely a wake-up call. They were a little bit, I don't want to say they were sleeping at the wheel here, but that was overly optimistic on the bot side of the map, and then, of course, immediately punished. What did you think they were going to do? They have been at that mid tower 3 times now. They love that opportunity. Viking finally getting some moves done.
Yep, and it's important for them. Not only for the terms of it's map 2, we're fighting elimination, their confidence. We've talked a lot about the mental factors of playing in a lower bracket run. After having a loss, you've already lost once, you can't lose again. And talking about they dropped from the upper bracket to the lower bracket. So every map counts and every moment requires that extra little bit of focus. It gets really draining when you have to play such a long run. But in the end, at some point you just start treating them as games. They're normal games. But you have to get that confidence in as soon as possible to start playing your game, because they were very disconnected in game number 1. And they even felt that they were very disconnected for the last 10 minutes. Now in the past 4 minutes, since the 10-minute marker, when we had that haste contest in the top action rune, Viking, they feel a bit rejuvenated. However, Charlie is yet to reveal his cards, and he is farming like a madman.
Got Battle Fury at an excellent timing. He's going to speed on into the Desolator now. PA is a bit of a slow hero these days, unless you enable her to fight early. We've seen some Desolator first experiments, especially Madara really likes that, but this is the tried and true method.
Look at this move from Viking.
If they Kezu drew this one out. He's got a blink.
If they can get in place on time, they've got the vision down. They find Supreme. Razor is a great target to go for. Stun connections, beautiful connections, everything connecting onto Razor. Supreme falling and out. Pexu also dead. Instant warning sign for the Phantom Assassin. Move away from the triangle, go somewhere else. He's already cleared the camps anyway, so he will continue rotating towards the top half to farm. But for Viking, they killed the Razor again. They've technically shut down this Razor's game right now. And now they can go for Roshan.
They got the minus armor. over from the Snapfire, they've been looking at this for a while, especially because you know that Chicken Fighters would really want to have this to either secure Supreme's position in front of a team fight or the ability of Charlie to jump in. But now instead, it's going to mean security for either Shad or Boom. It's going to be Shad. So he wants to get active with his Diffusal Blade.
Death, love, fear, and
Pexu for a moment, he was TPing to the outpost, hoping that, yep, I could go for a dive. Doesn't matter if I die, if I get the Aegis, or if I even get the Roche kill, that's already big. But just a few seconds too late for this one. Now Viking, with all those kills that they've picked up, they have the Diffusal Blade on the Phantom Lancer, a real threat. They can start pressing the advantage, and they want to do it early enough. This is kind of like playing up against that scary late game hero, where you need to start taking away enemy towers, force them to play on the defensive, starve them from farm. So basically, starvation would be the term to use. This is what they want to do. Now they want to play aggressive with at least 3, maybe 4, why not even 5? But at least have lanes pushed out, because their bot lane is obviously going to be pushed out by the Dire team. Every single time this lane is going to be pushed in deep, but they need to keep top and mid in. They're still sieging this top lane. Era keeping an eye open. No opening though. They're going to have to let this one fall.
You can see Kazu drawing the angle at which the attack might come, but the thing is that Chicken Fighters are not actually interested in this right now. They need items on Jibe right now. They need to finish the Sanj and Yasha over on their Razor. If they take a fight right now, they're just going to get demolished by the Rolling Thunder once again. So,
yeah.
Rather, Chicken Fighters would just use this as time to get their items up, bought for the price of a tower. It's not great, but it's better than losing heroes right now.
Not sure if they saw that smoke. It was on the edge of that ops board, actually catching it. And there is a Charlie inside the triangle, moving downwards. Celery drops down the ward, hoping to catch someone. There's a Supreme behind the tower. Nobody's defending bottom. Nobody's pushing mid. Nobody's pushing top. Should be a danger indicator. There's a Pango courier that's been spotted and pinged out. Pexu on a mission. Yeah, he's like, okay, it's a moment for me to do some aggressive warding. They find Era. They're going to have to suffice with something. They can't even kill him, I think.
No, it's too hard. You don't run up there.
Yeah, you just don't. It's a valiant effort. Not enough. However, that is the BKB.
He's got 2 waves mid now, and he did so, the first one right in between the tier 1 and tier 2, really making sure that if the Radiant would want to go for him, they'd have to retreat their entire team back. And you know what? Since they didn't do that, they'll have to go back and show some heroes on the mid wave now. Plus some nice farm for that Phoenix.
Now that I was actually looking, I was looking at the Pango courier, because that's where Pexu was cutting out the mid wave and getting the aggressive wards down. Was Kezu actually scouting with his courier at the same time? It did feel like he was micromanaging 2 areas. You know, it is a moving ward in the end. So, plus it was only a Quelling Blade on it. However, Chicken Fighters and their smoke, it does end up popping. There's the hook shot onto Boom. They've got the prime target and a brilliant execution. Just absolutely destroys that Lina out of the fight. Kezu on the run. Celery, he's going to have to pop his ulti, try and get some distance away. Not looking too shabby for him. He's probably not going to be making his way out alive from this one. Viking lose 2. Chicken Fighters find some revenge for their previous 2 engagements, and they're going to get a tower down as well.
They were really hoping that Zalina would be able to get her BKB off, or that they'd have an option of actually getting this stun off with the Aquatic Shield, but she simply died too fast. There's nothing to save if she's already gone.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's the problem for Lina core.
And Lina is going to need, like, somebody carrying an AC, maybe carrying your own Lotus Orb or something, have Shiva's guard to survive a PA. You need to stack up so much armor. It feels like, is this even paying off anymore?
The real issue is that if you stack up armor, you're not stacking damage.
Exactly. That's the thing. You can't really go for that either. So positioning is key. For Viking, though, they are smoking up for his mid. Lina pushing out the wave, taking a bit of a bait. They're very ill-suspecting of this. There's a ward down, though. The sentry spots that the Obs is here. Maybe they are trying to bait them in. Recognizing that was probably because of the smoke play they did before. They put the sentry down. but they didn't want to get rid of the obs, so Viking doesn't know that their ward has been spotted.
And they're going to give it up right now. All Chicken Fighters needs is the confirmation that they have indeed backed off.
Charlie's
Kezu's
sitting in the
still
trees.
looking. Yeah. Hunting.
Yep, Charlie TPing out. Era just wants a little bit of friendship. No high five from Celery? No? Nope.
This is swords drawn. You don't have any hands free. You're holding weapons of murder.
21 minutes though in this second game. A couple more kills than we had in the previous match. However, not that massive of a difference. Viking maybe in a better hold of this game than they were in the previous one, but they're not ahead. They're definitely not ahead of Chicken Fighters. I would still fear this PA above anything else. The shape that she's in.
Here's the burst damage.
Yeah, the burst damage is definitely there, but also the fact that PA can easily clear out these Phantom Lancer illusions. Will beat PL in a 1v1. The thing is, it is a team fight game in the end, so you can't just put an honest 1v1 and hope for someone to come out stronger. Era hook shot to take the DD out, but he also manages to block himself out. Gives his life away for this one. At least no DD for Boom.
Burns, doesn't it?
No DD for Boom, no Rolling Thunder for a little bit. Both sides know that this is the ability that determines the team fight, so a little bit of space to breathe for Chicken Fighters.
Yep,
Just
Charlie.
a tiny little bit.
Charlie gets to make a move, at least around the bottom area. Look around a little bit. Celery, and walk into Shibe. Shipping is also around. Just a little bit of scouting. This is what Celery does. Locates the enemy. He
This
will.
is Ench as well. It's really kind of playstyle that he likes. Hoodwink.
But I guess
I think he only.
good moment to maybe look at items here because there's a chill phase going on right now. Tiny bit of a 2k lead for Chicken Fighters. Almost 4k in XP, around 3k at the moment. I was looking at the BKB Sanjin Yasha for the Razor. Just a bit of extra stats, making Razor survive fights a little bit longer. We've got a BKB coming up on the PA, and the Viper also having a BKB soon. Pretty grim stuff in store for Vikings in their team fight, because that basically diminishes a lot of this Lina, who has yet to build any right-click damage. It's all mobility and spells and a bit of tankiness with the help of the BKB.
You can see by the PL's build that he is not looking to fight that PA, he's looking to fight her team. So he's
Shad
got his
Octarine?
basic stats up right now. Yep, it's Shad Octarine, Aether Lens first. He's already got the shard in his pocket.
Pretty spicy. He did build it in, was it the OG series? Wasn't enough to win a game there. I've seen a couple other Phantom Lancers as well go for the Octarine build. Just for... It's more survivability because you can doppelganger more often, plus more lances. So if you combine it with the shard that he's already picked up here, you get the bounce, you've got more illusions jumping in. So it's kind of like, it constantly gives you vision. That's what the Pango needs. A little bit of vision. The Lina needs vision as well to get those spells out. They're difficult to land. However, Chicken Fighters, their vision is coming straight through a smoke. Do they get behind Viking, though? Are they going Roche? Charlie's going Roche at least. Nobody's defending top or bottom. Should be an indicator that something's going on.
The Viking are making their move.
They're scouting, but Roche is already halfway. It's going to be a very tight call. Here comes the Dire Scan. They know they're there, and this also gives the indicator for Viking that they just came out of the Roche pit. Roche is at half HP. Chicken Fighters disengage all the way back to the high ground. Smart call.
They can only sneak in. If they go in there and get caught by the Mortimer's Kisses and the Rolling Thunder, they are toast.
Celery checks there's nobody in. Also, the Rocket Flare flies into the pit. And now we're at a stalemate. Both teams just observing what the other one is doing, looking over the hill and yelling maybe some evil words on each other's. It's just a river between these two.
Choice insults.
Yeah, good old one cottage to another. Just the rivers in between. Charlie back in the pit. Takes it Bit of a glimpse there. Abaddon with a Force Staff. I like this item pickup here.
Very necessary versus a Clockwork. It makes the Clockwork's game so much harder, and at bonus points you're also getting breaking static links with that.
Celery's ult is already gone.
Yeah.
Just as a simple thing as a PA dagger crit with a Desolator. That's all that was needed here. And that just might be the indicator. Mortimer's Kisses, very disconnected, one spell after the another. Viking are using resources. At least doing damage onto the Phoenix. Phoenix is coming back up though. And PA also got a lot of HP regen. The longer this takes, the less effective that Mortimer's Kisses actually was. But how do they make the initial play? Is it just Kezu jumping in with a Pangolier hoping to interrupt? Chicken Fighters know exactly what to look at. Celery has parked himself on the stairs. One crit can be enough to kill him. He needs to know that. Egg pop. Okay, here we go. The egg has been popped. They're going to commit to the Roshan. BKB comes out. Charlie will take the Aegis for himself. And Kezu, he does manage to get something out of it. It is the cheese. Oh, wait. Hang on. Was that the cheese? It might have been the cheese. But he did pop it. He got the heal out of it, though. And everybody's still alive with the BKB and Lina. The DD has been popped as well. Here comes the PA. Charlie coming into the fight. He gets the ult up into the air. LSA stun is available. They get the stun on Charlie. No, they don't. They actually miss it. And PA still fighting his ground. Trying to get the jump in. Gets another one onto Boom. And he gets hit by the Laguna Blade. Still has the Aegis by himself. And Chad has already taken out Supreme. That is the first casualty of this fight. It was a long brawl. They took the Aegis, they used the cheese, but it was the Razor, the only hero to die this fight. 9,000 damage and 8,000 damage on the board, but only one kill.
Excellent damage juggling by Viking there. That's what they need to do in order to stay. If it's a longer fight, for sure, these Phantom Lancer illusions are going to start stacking up, giving that vision. And Chicken Fighters need to ignore that and burst targets down. So you could see Charlie's almost indecision there, as he would be forced to jump up the high ground if he wanted to actually kill anyone, but that would put his backlines completely at the mercy of the PL. He decides not to go for it.
A lot of free roaming there from Shad during that fight. He's not going straight for the Octarine. Realize that stats are super important for him to stay alive. If he gets hit by one hook shot, it might just be enough for the PL to the PA to finish off the PL. So you've got Scotty, you've got then the MKB to chew through the PA, do a bit of extra damage there, not missing the hits. So stats and damage for Lina, another MKB. This is the go-to item, but another defensive item has been built in between. It's the Aeon Disc, just to avoid getting critted to death.
Incoming! Just a tool to make sure she can reposition and counter-engage after. She cannot be the first target, but at the same time, if she wants to be in a threatening position, she has to be playing up. So this is the happy medium here. It can get triggered by a single dagger, though, once again.
Just waiting for Era to get that Aghanims at some point of the game. They need stuns. He is literally the only stun in this entire team, item and spell-wise. A lot rests on his shoulders. Outside from that, yeah, outside from that, fights are different. Bit of a calming phase going on here as well. Both sides just farming.
Ideally, Chicken Fighters here just extends their lead, but it's hard for them to properly play up. You can see that Viking already assumes that the bottom half of their map is forfeit. They will just stay in this triangle, make sure that they're together, make sure that they can immediately answer any kind of aggression from the Chicken Fighters with force.
Chicken Fighters, 3,000 gold ahead. Trying to keep this lead up. Kezu looking for Charlie. Stun comes out. Second stun. They've got the roll up. Hook shot coming under the backline. Can they finish off the PA? Charlie at 200 HP. The Aegis is still there. He's still alive and he's not even falling yet. He needs to die. And he does. For Viking, they have a small chance, but for Chicken Fighters, they're reinitiating. They're getting ready for round number 2. Charlie goes in. He rips apart Celery. He takes him out. Kezu also down. 2 instant deaths. They got the PA out once and realized, boys, we're out of damage. Charlie comes in, slaps away 2 quick kills.
I'd say it's still pretty decent trade for Viking though. They got away with their important cores after that fight turned south. And this means that the next time they blow up the PA, she doesn't have an Aegis anymore. So they can go over on the aggressive right now. As much as that's a win in terms of terrain for Chicken Fighters, they have lost a very powerful tool here.
They sure have. It definitely demonstrates as well how vulnerable a Phantom Assassin with a BKB in his inventory or in her inventory, ready to be used if you can get it off. That BKB usage pre-Aegis would have been a downfall, so thankfully they used it after, though Viking were already disengaging at that point. But true, if they can do it again, if they can repeat the same pattern on Viking's side, it's not a fight anymore for Chicken Fighters. It's very desperate to get any burst damage in, because it's all relying on this PA. In a sustained fight, Viking will win.
They will. The problem is now that they will have to be the ones to make it happen. And it's very doubtful that Chicken Fighters are going to take anything but a great opportunity right now. And as I say that, they are positioning forward though. Charlie would really love to use this DD. That is the key for him. That could make all the difference.
They're also smoking up. Both teams have smoked up, and another fight about to break loose. Era, there's a choke point ahead of him. Shad, he finds the clockwork. Here comes Kezu. They've got the Viper. Mortimer's Kisses coming in for the backline as well. Supreme and Charlie coming in. He will take down Celery instantly. A on this will pop on the Lina as well. The BKB. Supreme is just giving the chase, and he will take Luna down. Lina's gone. Aramis can teleport away. There's no stuns. The lack of stuns is real. Kezu, though, he used himself. That was his own Yules when he was TPing away. No, he wasn't even TPing. Okay, I don't know.
He's just trying to buy time.
I guess he was.
This DD.
But still.
Lina getting completely walked down.
Charlie with that DD is about to pop.
Kezu's engagement was just not quite good enough there. It's an open space. It's not very favorable for Pango at all. So he only, like, you can see him hovering in the middle of that team fight, looking for, okay, who am I going to stun? And he realized that I have 2 choices instead of, 3 at the same time.
This is the illusion trouble now from the Shards. At least they forced Chicken Fighters out of their base, but yep, another win for Chicken Fighters, and especially Supreme being able to stay on top of Lina during that whole fight, during the whole BKB duration. Made a big difference in that. Lina was not able to do anything there.
She was not. Right now, the fact that she didn't go into damage means that she can't turn and burn on him. If you want to beat a Razor, you have to blow him up quickly, or make sure you break his link immediately. Either option was not available to her.
Good things in store for Chicken Fighters. Able to take map 1, looking like they're taking map 2, and ending the whole series here. But the game is still going. Viking will definitely not give up without a fight, but the fights aren't just going in their favor. It's very 50-50. Like, they're winning some, they're losing some. But the further this goes, I feel like Charlie's just going to carry the game. 22,500 net worth already picked up on this guy. He's got a Satanic soon. More stats, more HP, plus already the damage that the PA is dishing out. Trouble ahead.
Absolutely, the only real damage that they have to bring in over on the side of Viking, it's all on Boom. And Boom hasn't been able to get a single good fight yet. He's getting targeted down by Era, getting targeted down by these links of Supreme who just sticks on top of him like glue. And there's not enough damage to remove Supreme from him either.
Agreed.
I can't punish him.
Shiba is now working on a Blink Dagger, Clockwork, 2 more pieces away from an Aghanims. And Chicken Fighters taking the initiative. Again, PA is already pushing the top wave in. And probably a warding run here into the triangle. Kezu, he is very cautious. Hook shot, Era, looking for it, Lets him go. There's the sentry down on the cliff. Celery comes in first, so he will take the bait for the team if something's up. And there's Supreme. Forces him out. They definitely made themselves known now.
This is the last outer tower that's anywhere near Roche.
Counter smoke. Viking coming from the side of the lane. Supreme is right in front of him.
They need a good Rolling Thunder.
They need more vision. They don't know what's behind that. They don't know where Chicken Fighters are right now. It's not like they just blindly jump in and hope for the best. They need to win this next fight. Celery finds the wards. They both know the wards are going to be placed down. They're in a smoke. They have the high ground. And Celery's just gone! Charlie instantly deletes him. The hookshot dodge, though, with the doppelganger. Arrow not able to catch a Viking. They're in trouble. They're in the trees. They need to get out. Kezu pops his ulti, hits on 2. Aramis goes for the TP out. Kezu, he's also rolling out to safety. Shad is also disengaging from this. Charlie, he throws the deadliest dagger in a while on Celery. He's tried a couple times to get this hero out of the way, and now he just one-shots the Abaddon.
With that fan of knives breaking the trigger, the automatic trigger over on the borrowed time, you'd have to press it manually on Celery, but as it turns out, he just didn't have the time.
Yeah. There's really no time in that moment. Shad on the low ground. Chicken Fighter still holding the triangle position. Love to be here when you're on the Dire team, keeping this area for yourself. The most efficient place to play this game from. Roshan up in 45 seconds. Viking, do they smoke again? Yes, they do. Secondary smoke. This time, no Rolling Thunder for 10 seconds. They need to hold out for that long at least. Dire scan. Beautiful scan. How do they know that they're coming from this side? This move has been read.
They're getting read like a book.
They're getting read like a book. Like you usually, if you see something like that happen, you would probably pop your scan on either behind the tower or on the right side. They're putting it all the way in the middle river. But for Viking, they're not really taking this fight.
Or did it take its own life in shame?
They're taking the Dire side for themselves.
They need to be close to the Roche, and this is the only place where they'll be allowed to do so. They have control of both the waves as well. Well, I say control both ways. They get to cut the top waves thanks to their vision there as well. And now it's a question of waiting. But they need to be here because they have no way of remotely checking, and they know now.
They need to TP back. They need to get back to the base. Charlie's already hitting their tier 3 towers.
They're taking it.
They're just going Roshan. Okay, this is a risky call, but at the same Chicken Fighters, they know something's up because they're already moving back. They're coming in for the smoke. Viking, scared of this. We're on opposite sides of the map. Charlie goes in the pit. Can he finish off this Roshan? Aramis on the right side. Celery coming in from the river. They've got Supreme also there. Spotting the movements. Another rocket onto the choke point. They see it. They see what's happening. They have the PA all the way at the back. Getting ready to push out another wave. As Roche is now at half HP. 5,000 to go.
Radiant's bottom tower under fire.
Already thinking about pressuring their base. In fact, he doesn't even have to. There's creeps right now. Catapults pushing in the bottom wave. Viking have to hold. They can't give away this Roshan.
This is the most important Roche of this entire game. If Viking gets this game keeps on going. If Chicken Fighters take this, win a team fight, it's over.
It's all over.
This is potentially the last fight of Viking in this entire tournament. Boom. Playing with his life a little bit here. He's trying to get back to base. They're losing a melee Rax. He's the fastest hero to get there. But how does Lina get back? Now they're going in.
Division makes all the difference here. These clockwork rockets.
How does Lina get back? Does Lina just buy TP boots shoes? No, he doesn't. She hasn't got them. And they're finishing Roche. Pango needs to make a move. Egg gets popped. They're going in. They're going to commit. Never mind about it. And it's Charlie going to take the Aegis for himself. The Mortimer's Kisses into the pit, but it's doing absolutely no damage. Celery down. The hook shot onto Pango. Kezu down. Viking lose 2. They lose 2. They lose to Roshan. Chicken Fighters, they're on the push.
They are neither the PL nor the Lina felt safe going into that fight. There was... I think with the Aegis already down, they just knew that they were going to lose the game right then and there if that fight didn't work out for them, and they didn't dare take the risk. But that is all their positioning and posturing in the end for nothing. So much damage done to their base for nothing. Supreme already guiding that pushed out bottom wave right on into the base.
Straight into the base they go. They need Pango in 15. No Rolling Thunder available. Even for a couple seconds after he has respawned back in the game. Chicken Fighters, they take one set of racks and that much closer to advancing into the next round of the playoffs. Charlie disengages. Chicken Fighters, they're out. There are no more outer towers.
It's alright, let's hold our positioning, choke them out a little bit more. They have the reign of the map, they can do whatever they want right now. Nobody can dare to question Charlie, and Viking don't have the burst damage to make a pick-off happen without straight up committing. And if they commit, chicken fighters are going to be there.
$17,000 gold ahead. 40 minutes into this second game. Chicken fighters holding a good position here to advance and knock out Viking from this tournament. Viking, one of the top 5 teams in Europe, or at least in this European qualifier, about to go out in the second round of the playoffs. They need a miracle. That miracle either needs to be Shad or Boom, Celery with a magnificent save, Kezu with some unbelievable ulti, but it has to be something completely ridiculous to come back from this 18,000 gold deficit.
Is what you're hoping is for chicken fighters to over-engage on a target that's not Boom, and then have him sit as a turret while chicken fighters is forced to retreat from his damage. But right now, his only damage item is a Chrysalis. This is not enough. He wants to finish as AC. That would do a great deal for him, both in survivability as well as DPS. But if you finish it right now, you don't actually have buyback.
Chicken fighters still keeping themselves inside this Radiant Triangle. They don't need to go anywhere else. Bottom is passively pushing in the whole time. And soon with that top tier 3 tower falling as well, that means that Viking are going to have to try and defend this base. If they ever go out, somebody has to come back, because that lane is not going to defend itself if that tower falls. Chicken fighters on the wraparound. Smoke into base maybe? They're drawing on the map. So. Pexu's drawing that. Go and cap the lane. Someone's going to defend it. Someone called Boom. They only have this moment. They have to go in now. If they go for it, they go for it. They got the stun coming out, but the Aeon Disc will remove it. Boom has a little bit of it left, but the egg is in the between. Can they take this egg down? They're looking to commit to it. The Lena's down, coming in with the buyback into this fight. Supreme in the middle of everybody right now. With the buyback coming in from Phoenix as well. Pexu, he's TPing on the outpost to return the fight. Supreme taking a bit of a advantage here. Taking some of the attention from Viking. Hook shot misses. Not looking too great for chicken fighters at the moment. They have an empty Mono Razor. Has a cheese though. Shad. Charlie in between. Still has that Aegis. Aegis is still up for another minute and 10 seconds. Pexu, who just bought back, came in, but they got the Lina buyback.
This is a win condition now. You can see again, the fact that they get to stick on the Lina for this long without any punishment, because there's no real other sources of damage, is huge. It's really only Shad slowly working them down with all of the mana burn over on his Diffusal Blade. The land spam. It's not enough at this point.
Indeed. Shad. Oh, Charlie takes down Celery. Instantly gone. Instant buyback again. This is not the first time it's happened. Charlie is really mocking them right now with these attacks. 8-0-1-4, leading the charge. Jibe coming in, throws the ulti on Shad. He quickly flickers. Try to get himself to a better spot. Kezu with the ulti. Supreme pops the cheese. BKB popped as well, trying to hold his ground at the same time. They got the PA. Kezu coming in with another stun. But that ulti is about to run out, and it does. Charlie still in the front. He's not moving anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Now Viking, they're coming to him. If you're not going, we're coming. The stun on the LSA on the PA, still at half HP. Still has a couple more seconds of the Aegis. The Aegis expiring timing it's gonna happen now. The Aegis is out. Oh no, 1 second. The Aegis pops, and he's gonna come back to the fight. Viking, they just missed their timing there. Charlie gonna come back, and they're gonna take down Celery. Runaway Shad on the runaway. The hook shot from Era onto Kezu. Takes another one. Boom, throwing in the right clicks to try and take down one. They will get it, but Shad is already down, and he's coming back in with another buyback. Charlie does get hit by the LSA stun. Viking fighting for their lives here as Chicken fighters are taking them all one by one. They're now on the run, trying to get out. Shad with the souls on the Spirit Lances. Pexu almost dieback, pops the egg, and they cannot go on the low ground. They're turning it around. Charlie back on the high ground, getting another jump onto Boom. Aramis on the sidelines. They're losing the Lina. Lina falling low. Supreme coming in as well, trying to get a bit of damage. Boom is dead. Boom is gone. Pexu is there with the Sunray to take the kill. Aramis TP's back to the fountain. And Viking have lost 2. They've lost more than they bargained for. They're going to lose the base, and it's all over for them here. There's nothing left unless something They need something, a sliver of hope. Supreme on the run, 400 HP with his BKB up and running. Might lose his life, but Shad, he's desperately 1v5ing right now against Chicken Fighters, looking for something. Kezu with a stun coming in with another Rolling Thunder. Supreme still running Shad in the middle, but they're running to the PL, and PL is down. Shad will fall. Sibe, he's got Kezu. Pexu with another dive with a couple HP. GG's called. Chicken Fighters will take this series and knock out Viking from TI.
And in what fashion? Viking just never really got to play their game, not in the upper bracket, not here. Chicken Fighters looking more experienced and more composed here than a team that's made so many waves throughout Europe in this last season.
So many waves indeed, but not enough here. Chicken Fighters outmaneuvering, out-farming, out-fighting, being more persistent, being the better team here today when it mattered. 2-0. 2 games, both just absolutely fantastic by Chicken Fighters. Not only just game 1, super dominant, put the doubt into Viking's head that they're here to win. Viking, are you ready for us? They were for a moment. They had that mid-game, that early mid-game. They had a touch on it. But once Charlie came out of the jungle, that guy with the big machete comes out and like, I'm ready. I'm ready for this. And he was. 11-0-6 on this PA. The team provided all the time, all the space. 45,000 hero damage, 14k building damage. Rightfully so, Chicken Fighters continue on to the next round. What a game. What a game. What a series as well.
Yeah, what a series, like, especially the maneuvering and all of this, because these were not high action games, right? But that's because both teams are waiting for their item timings, dodging each other, sharing information. This is a chess game. This is Dota at its most, I want to say intellectual almost, because for both of these games with so few stuns, and in the case of Viking especially, this lack of burst damage, if you're engaged, you're going to lose heroes, so you gotta pick your moments carefully. And Chicken Fighters just picked better this time around. And I do mean that in the literal sense. Both of these drafts looked like they were shaped to mess with Vikings' heads, to make it hard for them to play that very sort of bullying play style that they play when they're at their best. You can't bully a Razor and a Viper. It's not going to happen. So
Indeed.
Excellent reads.
Also, looking at something that might be changing in the coming patch at some point. I don't know if there's a patch coming, but I'm pretty sure there is, because TI getting posted or postponed till October. I'm looking at the healing meters. Celery 8.7 on the Abaddon. Pexu 14,000 healing on the Phoenix. 14k. Oh, yeah. Something's gonna happen to Holy Locket. People suddenly discovered, oh, it's a good item actually now, and overall, I think something might change to healing mechanics as a whole. Not necessarily the item. Maybe Holy Locket as an item. That's probably expected, but it works. That's why Phoenix's Wyverns, they're so popular right now. Also with the Abaddon. But hey, Kips, Chicken Fighters take this 2-0. Did you expect this? Did you expect this to happen?
I did not. I thought for sure that Viking, with all of their experience, would be able to recapture. And even though I've been very impressed by Chicken Fighters' progression through the season, I've cast them quite a lot actually. And the maturity in their decision making has always stood out for me, even if they didn't actually manage to execute always. So I knew the possibility was there, but still, like, between like my bias for the Dutch folk and my bias towards teams that just have a bigger track record, no, I did not think this was going to be a 2-0.
I think many people were surprised as well for that, but all Chicken Fighters fans, all the Charlie fans, must be pretty happy right now. They continue. Viking GG out of the tournament. And I was actually instructed to give a tiny notification from the mainstream. So if I quickly give an update on what's happening there right now. Ghost Frogs were able to take map 1 from the Hellbear Smashers. Game 2 is well underway, probably ending. Maybe it might have already been ended by the time we get to this. However, you can check that out on, I believe it was BTS 2, if I remember correct. Or was it on BTS 1? Yeah, BTS 2. So Beyond the Summit 2 would be the channel if you want to check out what's happening there on that channel. However, we'll take a tiny break because the next one's going to be a banger. We got Spider Pigs. We got Team Bald Reborn. Don't disappear anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Lion.
Jumping about every here and there. Though, we got the Lion come out once again. making a stable. I wouldn't really say return. Lion's been around. Lion's definitely been around. It's just not in every single draft. Is there a reason why Lion's not always out? Because I thought that he was one of the most contested heroes at one point.
Think he still is in terms of pick ban. But what you have when a hero is such an all-rounder is that you don't have any actual like specialties coming out of it. So if you want, say, a double heal lineup, he's not going to fit. If you want a hero that can actually pressure really hard in the lane on your off lane, he's not going to fit. That sort of thing. So he's a great overall pick, but that also makes him kind of weak if you had a good idea of what you're going for. But here, in this position where you want to give as little away as possible, because the enemy is going to get 2 counter picks on the 2 heroes that you're going to pick now, the Lion is perfect as a support pickup.
Yep. Could see Abaddon as a bit of a response to it, as we have the stun removal from Earth Spike and a tiny bit of extra against Lion's Burst. So we've got some healing and shielding, which obviously does hinder a little bit away from the Lion.
And then the noob invoker. So here's their team fight control. Very hard for Abaddon to put anything in edgewise here. Of course, this invoker will have to play up versus the Nyx Assassin, which means that he is going to be copying some of these
10 seconds to pick.
these Spike Carapace stuns.
Yeah.
It's very hard to avoid that.
5 seconds. Hurry, hurry.
But that's the thing with the Nyx Assassin. You can't really let it hamper your draft too much, because if you do that, you're put right into a corner by the enemy's first pick. It's something that's very hard to draft around. You better just, tank some of those hits and say, fine, you have an Nyx. I don't care. We get to play a signature hero on a player who really loves it.
Well, what I'm seeing here is the Luna basically was in the winning draft of Spider Pigs in their series against Liquid. 13-112. Very good stats. 860 GPM. 25-minute butterfly. So I think that's the thing to look at.
Performance by Goma. Absolutely beautiful.
If you got Manta BKB Butterfly in the first 25 minutes, you're already looking into a pretty scary future or near future. Because usually, remember the times when Luna was considered 40 minutes plus and it's over? Now, if you see that in 25 minutes, you're like, yeah, it's over. It's like we kind of just lost 15 minutes off the clock and we got surprised by it. So yeah, that's the Luna factor that can definitely kick in.
Yeah, and this Drow Ranger is definitely not going to outfarm her unless the Luna really gets contested all the time if her lane goes extremely badly. They'll have to use this Drow Ranger to push towers with. Luckily, you can. Drow Abaddon is a very solid siege combination, very hard to engage into in order to restrict that Luna's farming area, or at least make her fight her own teammates for that farm. And then, of course, with a Puck Nyx Assassin, you can scout her out. You can assassinate her and pressure her in her own jungle, even if there are teleport points for the backup to come in. So Team Bolt certainly have the toolkit to deal with at least the farming potential of the Luna, but executing it is step 2.
All they really need right now for Bold is to get this Puck online. If Puck's game works out, buys a lot for the Drow, pressurizes the Luna away from the bottom half of the map, forces Luna to basically play in the top half. And as soon as they're in the top half, if they start leaving the Luna inside the triangle / top side of the Dire jungle for the most basic safe farm area for your pos 1, they can start taking over that area easily. You can with a Nyx Assassin and a Puck. That's grim tidings for your Spider Pigs.
Team Bald here, trying to get away that faces forward. One of the best
10 seconds to
carry matchups for getting on top of the Drow Ranger, but not necessarily one to take her down himself. And then the Axe. Really enjoy that ban actually, because one of the things that Team Bald is going to need is they need to have the creep waves in at all times to be able to make these attempts on these towers, make these assassination attempts, or at least pressure attempts on the Luna. If the waves are away from them, then there's no way they're getting to the Luna in time. And an Axe with the illusions, with the Manta style build, is going to be very, very good at pushing those waves out, as well as, of course, being a big threat for the Puck, the Drow Ranger.
Bold kind of running out of time. Their last pick here is going to be the Darkseer, so we have a pretty nice setup here for the Drow multi-shot. We've got the Puck Coil, we've got the Nyx stuns. Overall, great pressure hero. I do like this draft a lot. However, it is a Night Stalker, which you cannot ignore. It is very hard to ignore his existence. However, the thing with Night Stalker in this draft, when if you looked at, you have a potential Blink line with Hex, you have the Invoker with combos. Night Stalker, you can always see him coming. He pops his ulti, you know you're up for something. They're coming.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of spoils the surprise element a bit.
He doesn't need a surprise element. This entire team bot lineups get absolutely wrecked by the AoE silence. They're going to have to build, at the very least, a Hurricane Pike over on that Gyro Ranger. That's a lot of slowdown to your damage output. That's all time that you're not actually spending catching up to that Luna. And the same goes for the rest of the heroes. You're going to want probably Yules on this puck. You're going to... Like, Abaddon can't save anybody if the Night Stalker is on top of him. The only drawback to this Night Stalker pick is that he's a little bit on the greedy side, but I'm pretty sure Noob can adjust to that and give Funnick the space that he really needs in order to shine in this game, because he breaks this draft wide open.
Now that we're heading over to the first game of the series and looking in drafts in general, Spider picks that were able to take the first game of the last series. However, we're looking at Team Bald Reborn, their first game of this entire playoff bracket. You think they're going to get surprised, or you think they're coming in with heavy hitters?
The Drow should definitely be a heavy hitter. They picked it very confidently here. And I like the dynamic in their lineup in general. The mid-game power spike that they're going to hit with this Darkseer looks very good for them. But they're running into a brick wall. This Night Stalker is always going to have a really big impact in this game. It is a very good pick. And it would take some serious messing up for Spider Pigs to make him be ineffective. This man rushes a BKB, there's nothing they can do to him.
Yep, in the hands of Gorb, this could definitely be a deadly Drow. There's so many ways to build this hero. So many different perspectives you can take to it. Do you want to go for the Blink Dagger build? Do you not want to go for Blink? Do you want to build up right-click damage? Do you have a teammate with a Force Staff? Drow positioning is maybe one of the hardest range carries to position properly. Not because you have the high attack range.
This is aggressive.
This is definitely aggressive. And I think we cannot expect any less from these two teams to actually take a brawl already. Observer Ward also taken out by Noob.
Excellent security for their side now. I would be very surprised if the Dire went to come over here and do the same on the Radiant side. Their lineup is much more fragile.
Coma. Maybe with that previous moment there showing that he had a couple teammates behind him, that he is very confident going down to the low ground. But it's a 1v4, so he only shows up quickly, walks out. And
yeah,
so we have our bounce 2-2. Yeah, it was a bluff. It was definitely a bluff.
Hey, if they back up now, I'm snatching this. If they don't back up, I'll get. You know what?
Yeah. But it is also one of those indicators of setting fear into your opponent's head that, yep, we might have more people. You don't know about it until you try it out. Gork, however, already taken a couple hits from Lion. Early stun from DNZ. Even if it does do a bit of damage onto the creep wave, I think it hurts the Drow more. She's also prepared with 6 tangos. Prepared to take some hits.
Dire really has to be up in the face of Funnick here. Does mean that they're missing out on some last hits though. DNZ already sniping the last hit on that range creep. Very nice for them.
Yes, I do commend this Night Stalker for picking up a Bracer all the way to start things off with. Not just mass stats, maybe a circlet, maybe a, you know, gauntlets of strength or something. Nope, straight up Bracer.
Yep, he wants to innate regen, he wants to strength, he wants to push through this lane and dominate it.
A lot of damage coming in here for both Funnick and Pili Die. They're both quite alright though. Looking at the bottom lane, Pablo might just die here. This is the Impale stun. LeBron, Coma, they're kind of cornering this Nyx Assassin, breaking the salve, getting first blood. Goes for LeBlanc.
Bit of a misjudgment there, I think, to use the salve. He could have really used that in another situation. He was dead as a doornail there.
That was not much to come out from. Looked at the Enchantress was pretty deep in front of the Dire tier 1 tower, but all for a good reason. Getting a kill. Mid matchup.
Extremely aggressive lane. Yep, and then mid.
You have the Invoker and the Puck going up against each other. Is not your out of the ordinary matchup. Pretty basic. Should favor both pretty well here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no favor really in that case, right?
Yeah. Excalibur likes to play aggressive.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
He does. And of course the Puck is going to get a little bit more out of jungle, a little bit more out of rotations as the bottom lane. Oh dear. Yeah, so this Darkseer pick had one big drawback, which is that picking a Darkseer into an Enchantress means that you're going to get your Surge purged off. That's most of your survivability. Both of the enemy heroes hit really hard here. Without your Surge, you don't get to live. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Rajic die more often down here.
Denied.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up a point in Surge just quite yet. Only that early vacuum point might have been for, I don't know, range creep securing. Could be potentially. It's not the highest amount of damage, but it's something.
But the point is moot, right? Whether you take the point or you don't take the point, you don't get to go out.
You don't get to go out. Exactly. That's the main course of the story. We'll turn a bit of a pull attempt here from DNC. Funix creep wave does clash with the dire wave, so at least it stays there. Gork gets the last. It's a couple more here. Funix not having the easiest lane for the early minutes, but this was expected. The Night Stalker has a bit of difficulties to start off with, but second bracer picked up. A lot of HP. You mentioned the regen game. This is definitely the right course of action for Funix.
He wants to spend as little of his money on staying in the lane as possible, or I should say on like consumable ways to stay in the lane. He wants a passive regen. He wants to get something out of this as soon as he gets active, and the bracers are certainly going to do that for him as well, tanking him up for the fights, giving him extra damage. And once he gets these phase boots up, he's going to have a lot of armor, and the Drow is going to get pressured out of the lane from that point onward.
Yeah, Drow's definitely going to feel very scared to stay in that lane in the minutes to come. So we'll wonder if they're going to make any Ancient stack plays. That would be something, because as a Drow you can clear those Ancients even if they're double or triple stacks because of the massive range that you have. Do they have the time to stack it though? Because Rajix and Pablo are kind of locked in this lane. They can't rotate the Nyx too early.
You can't rotate him too early, especially now because you get an XP differential there. The Nyx is pretty experience hungry. At the same time though, Rajix's game is always going to be just Ion Shell in the back and watch the gold trickle in. Because again, he can't take Surge in this lane. It's not going to do anything for him. Yeah. So the lane's going to be pushed all the time. The Nyx can totally do things like this. Darkseer will be out of range most of the time for his enemies. And he is free to move.
Bit of a pulling contest here. Pablo trying to get these creeps away from the camp, but LeBron still successful with the wave connection. Now Rajix comes in. Stun from Pablo, bit of damage on the Ench. Does have the enchant, so he immediately just removes the Ion Shell. Kind of the downside there, that enchant does have such a huge cooldown, but used correctly will let the Ench live. Doing a bit of damage on the Darkseer. Rajix still trying to run away. Yeah, nice stun.
Pilodai looks to be dying in the trees here.
Yep.
He was scanning out in the triangle, looking at the stacks that the line is slowly making.
Yeah, okay, Rajix still ends up dying. So, I thought it was safe for a moment. Pablo got the right stun out, let the Darkseer farm those two creeps quickly, but apparently he took too much damage from them, and Koma just threw in one level 2 Lucent Beam and got the kill.
And now?
Now Drow dead, okay. Great start for Spider Pigs.
I mean, so here we are, double bracer, Funix really too tanky already, especially if the support over on the top lane is dead. There's no way for the Drow to stay there. This catapult's going to deal some decent damage onto the top tower already. This demands a reaction, and Excalibur has 6. He's going to come in.
Yep, he's spotted though. The Radiant Scan does connect on Excalibur, and as they saw the Invoker already sit in top for quite some time, and now Excalibur misses the coil as well.
Painful.
Well, that's your mid rotation from both sides. The other one gets a kill, the other one doesn't.
Noob has been pushing out his wave very far every time that he can, just really restricting Excalibur's space to go for rotations, to go into the jungle. getting damage onto that mid tower whenever he can. And it's really working out for Spider-Pig so far.
Pilot Eye is very low on HP. Nothing happening there in bottom. However, Pilot Eye, death number 6 on the side of Team Bald. There's the second on the Abaddon. Funnick getting a... He's getting a great start. If he's not having CS, he's still got 2 kills. At bottom, Projects drops low. LeBron falls. Pablo, Coma, taking a 1v1 here. Skin Carapace. Spike Carapace does reflect the Lucent Beam back on Coma. Coma also runs out of mana here. But that is the first kill for Team Bald at least.
They're basically on track to lose all 3 lanes on Team Bald here right now. And if you lose all 3 lanes, well, we all know what happens, but you don't have anybody to make moves with. So you can only react. And the enemy has all the space in the world that they want to either pick you off or farm. This is exactly what they needed to not happen. They need to have the waves push out, they need to have some towers down in order to constrict that Luna's farming. But she's not constricted in any way right now. She's top of the board.
She's top of the board. 1,000 gold ahead of the Drow as well, and that is only going to ramp up because Luna can farm a little bit faster than the Drow does when you start picking up points and glaives. Curiously, no Mask of Madness, though. Well, they are rotating towards bottom. Noob, DNC, both smoked up. There's Excalibur in mid, which they will not go for. Instead, Invoker... He's got the EMP, Cold Snap, Urn, Coma. There we go. The initiation comes out onto the Darkseer. Still level 5. Even with the stun from Pablo. Is that enough? Tornado still connects. And she is 60 HP, but Excalibur comes to the rescue. Luna in big trouble. Gorp is here as well. They want to make sure that this Drow is a part of this kill. Might as well just get the kill itself. Pays off in the end. And Pile die.
Bonus skill over on the side here.
Abaddon, big trouble. Nothing to do here. LeBron keeps on throwing more and more spears. Ends up being the end of this Abaddon. Noob on the run. Pablo, stun in 3. Doesn't he have enough mana for it? The mana regen is very... Oh no, the Darkseer gets caught as well. Again with the Tornado, but it's not enough for the kill. Noob wants to chase the Darkseer. Gets a right-click connection. The Urn will finish him off. Now look at this boy. He's basically being guided by 2 heroes. He still finds a kill in between. He might even try and kill Pablo here. At least does a bit of harassment here. While Gorp gets the kill on LeBron. And the TP from Lion should go out. Still, Noob is still here. Excalibur.
Oh, very fragmented.
Very fragmented indeed. It's a 2-for-2 trade in the end.
Dire's top tower is
yeah, it is, but it doesn't spell much good. That you can see that Team Bald needs the enemy to heavily overextend before they can get enough damage out, and even then, in the case of Noob, they can't actually get him. He regens too much. They can't focus him down without the coil. They're going to need to play so heavily around that coil this game if they want to get anything done. And in the meantime, the tower trade is already going down. Coma just teleported to top.
Got the tower kill indeed, but that was also the Luna. Did die in that last fight. It went for Gorp. Drow slightly narrowing that lead together. But still gonna need a whole lot more to keep the package intact. LeBron, DNC, aggression here. Pablo, EMP's out as well. Means everything from the Nexus and Project. Misses the vacuum, doesn't hit anything, and Pila die. Vacuum, oh sorry, Surge. Another shield. Funnick comes in though. Say that the party pooper has arrived and he spoils the party here. It's Funnick with that haste room.
He has indeed. He's got phase boots, he's got double bracer, picked up a point in his ultimate just now. This man is an absolute menace. Team Bald has to immediately scram whenever he shows up. And he's going to take the bottom lane now, indicating that Spider-Pigs have no intentions whatsoever of letting the bottom side of the map go.
Did you look at Excalibur's inventory? He's going for Veils this game. So this is not Witchblade, this is not Yules, it's not Blink, it's Veils instead. You like it?
Not individual damage, team damage. I think it's very necessary. You could see the damage problems there already. They don't really have any burst apart from the puck. So he's going to have to make what he has really last. The little bit of armor is also going to help quite a bit versus Funnick.
Finds a nice 2-man stun here in mid as they're pressuring the tier 1 tower. The Tornado, EMP into the air. Enchantress low on HP. The coil comes out as well. And a chance to take down Enchantress. Pilot Eye does fall to the finger. Here comes the Night Stalker as well. Funnick comes into the Dark Ascension. Will make sure that this puck has nowhere to run. 2 for 1 trade. The Enchantress falls with Funnick, looking for more. Trying to look for the wraparound. Pablo is a difficult target because he does have that Carapace. DNC on the sideline. They see Rajix, they see him, and then they go. Dark's here in trouble. Eclipse comes out. They make sure Rajix is also dead. Pablo, Gork, pilot.
Interesting smoke.
Interesting smoke for sure, at least. But the tornado comes out. Doesn't hit anything. Pablo, half HP. Gork throws in another arrow to slow down LeBron, but Spider Pig's unfazed about this.
They got quite a few kills out of this. Very nice assertion of dominance from Funnick once again. And you can see it anytime he shows up. Team Bold. They can't do anything. They need to wait out the Dark Ascension, and it's... Or sorry, excuse me, the Crippling Fear, and it's always going to cost them a hero, unless Funnick displays massively.
Gotcha!
As most HP down on their middle tower right now. And what that means is that this triangle is going to be all but uncontested. It's going to be very hard to go up there when both top and mid are going to be pushed in without getting spotted, or at least, you know, sussed out. And then at the same time as well, it's just more distance across.
Now they will suffer.
Just going for an Orchid for this on this Invoker. I like this pickup considering it's really hemorrhaging for the puck to get silenced. Though there is the Abaddon, always instantly purged away, but it is one extra item / one extra spell to force the shield off of the Abaddon.
Yep. And look at the item that Funnick's going to pick up as well. This is not a BKB rush. He is not even intimidated by this magic damage coming out from the Darkseer and the puck. He says, I'm gonna live through that if I just make sure that you guys don't even get your spells off.
Yeah. Basically, Funnick says no fear in the face of danger.
Yep. The fear is all for his enemies. Promo's playing up so far as well.
Pushing mid, quick tier 1 tower finish off here. There's the Mask of Madness of the Luna I was hoping to see and waiting for. They could go Roche here 13 minutes in. This could be a 14-minute Roshan. Why not?
You have so much damage. Got the Alacrity over on the Luna as well, extremely powerful combination. And that Alacrity can go over onto Funnick as well if you need a little extra oomph for your Blinking in Night Stalker. There's great synergies in this draft.
Also to think about the fact that you have the Medallion, you have everything. Healing minus armor damage. We need for a Roshan, really. And this has to be one of the fastest Roshans in this tournament. It might be a faster one, but this is definitely in the top list. 14 and 08 or 07. First Roshan of the game.
And as Koma retreats, he has more stacks waiting for him. This Luna is going to pull ahead so fast. And again, the only physical damage that they have here is Drow. She does have quite some damage through armor, which is normally the problem with dealing with an early farmed Luna, is that your right clicker is not ready. And she has so much armor from her Agi. But the problem is that I don't think the Drow is going to actually get to deal any of that damage. This Night Stalker will be on top of her.
Pablo's on a mission behind enemy lines here. He was scouted by a ward. He's going for the bounty rune, but he's in for an ill surprise.
Radiant's middle tower is taking damage.
Hex on the spot. He's thinking that
well.
it's like I'm pretending I don't know that you're actually there. Waiting with a finger and straight through the raindrops.
Pull them inside out. Double blink dagger pickup. This feels so good if you're DNZ. All 3 lanes win. You don't have to spend your money on anything but saving up for that blink. No desperation plays where you might die or get picked off. They have double initiation now. Even if Team Bald spread out perfectly fine, it's going to be so hard for them to get a good reaction. It's all down to the Darkseer and getting a good wall of replica now. Hoping that Spider Pigs are going to clump up too much in their attempts to chase, and seeing if you could get a Luna illusion to destroy the rest of her team. That's it.
What I'm a bit worried about here is the lack of aggression here from Team Bald Reborn, because they're playing from behind, struggle with their laning stage. Now you have this Veils on this puck, but they can't really pull much out of it. Twilight Eye is going to be the next casualty on the list. Taken away in the river, but Excalibur might be in trouble as LeBron is coming in. Manchester does this. Oh, right in the hands of Funnick. This man already read what's about to happen, though he's not able to get this puck kill. Don't know this yet, but he will finish it off with the Blink Dagger. You saw that puck escaping? Phonic's ready for him.
He is, yes. It's not going to get better. It really isn't. Like, this is exactly an illustration of what happens if you lose all 3 of your lanes. You can't use one core to play towards. Nobody is strong. Nobody can say, alright, you know, I can take on 2 heroes and live. So you're automatically behind in the numbers game. And they don't have the matchups in their favor either, because this Night Stalker pick is just too good. You can see what it does. Excalibur dares to show the tip of his little wings, and he gets hunted down.
He was. That was the moment where he's trying to get an action rune on the bottom half of the map, and Spider Pigs were definitely ready for it, and they knew exactly where he was going to be going to as well.
I love how this man plays Luna. He just farms the camps furthest away that he possibly can get away with. It's delightful. He's going straight into a Daedalus here, just picks up a casual Crystallis, finishes off the BKB.
Yeah, what was the item build we were looking at from the previous game? It was a whole lot different than this one. Quick kill on Pablo here, meanwhile, in the mid lane. As he had the BKB Manta, Butterfly in 25, then he went Daedalus the next item. He's just going straight up Daedalus after picking up Boots and Dragonlance and Mask of Madness. Love it. Absolutely love it. And the NZ, a bit over-aggressive here behind the tower. Doesn't hurt too much, but at least for Gorp, he's happy to pick up 400 gold for that streak.
This is at least important for the fact that you don't have 2 initiators now, so you can't really follow the one
Look at the side though. Phonic already gets the stomp on Excalibur. He gets the blink away because Phonic's not dealing any damage to him yet. That silence will wear off, but it's going to be up in 6 seconds again.
It's a good opportunity.
Team Bold are in one big piggy line, just chasing for anything they can find. With the Centaur Corsair also running in between, so they had a full vision of them as well. They just run out, they just disengage, they're happy. Don't need to force a fight.
I think that was the closest that Team Bald got to getting themselves a good fight in a long time. But Excalibur had already used his orb, so he couldn't actually go in and get a coil on the retreat.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Well, there's a lot still needed. If Team Bald still wants to keep up with the pace here and start making a pace of their own, because that's what we're kind of expecting and waiting to happen. Maybe.
Maybe you are. I'm not.
Maybe I am. I'm just being hopeful. But then again, Drow can deal a lot of damage if he gets in the right spot. The only difficulty is finding the right spot to be in, and he also needs his team to back him up.
Exactly. This game is positioning for a Drow, and especially now. Like, your hopes are making a stand on a high ground with the Drow getting to hit whoever she wants. This is a bold move by the Baldy boys.
Phonic coming in from the side. DNC nicely goes, and the Cataclysm flies through. Gorp already dropping to half HP. Phonic has the sights on the Drow Ranger, takes him out instantly. LeBron, DNC do fall. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Coma dropping low, 200 HP with no Aegis in this fight. Pablo going for the hunt, looking for him. Tries to get the stun. Nicely walks into the ice path, gets the stun out. Phonic comes flying in with the Blink Dagger to save his allies. Excalibur dropping low on the HP, and he will die. Comes the tornado from Noob, trying to catch some more. Pablo will fall as well, and they're turning it around. They've got the opportunity now. Rajix and Piladai, they have little left to give.
Alright, Little, that was beautifully done. Rajix with that Blink Dagger waiting in the wings. Oh, poor Piladai. Just leave him, man. But
not much
that was exactly what they needed. They need a Luna Illusion in order to make these fights work, and especially with how clump Spider Pigs was. And the amount of time that they needed to bring down this Drow, she's pretty tanky right now. She's got the full Dragonlance and a Yasha. You need a little bit more than just a Night Stalker without any damage items whatsoever. So I like that attempt. That was well thought out, well executed. The only problem is just that they're so far behind that when they don't get the last touch on Coma, no, he's fine.
Does blink TP in the front of danger. But yeah, I agree. The attempt was already much better. They forced Coma to drop so low that his big KB was basically spent running away and all the way out of the fight. They almost lost the Invoker. Nice thought there by Pablo to pop the Carapace, to just walk on the ice path, get a mini stun on the Invoker so the rest can catch up and then follow up. But of course Phonic comes in to rescue the day.
He is an enduring problem in this game. And they can't really afford to focus him because the damage is not actually coming from him. There's so much teamfight control over from the Invoker and so much damage from the Luna that those are the people you'd want to focus. Ideally, you ignore the Night Stalker. But you can't really do that until your supports all have 4 staffs and Aeon discs, and they're so poor right now.
They are, and this train is still continuing all the way to the other side. Noob spotted. Here comes the coil. Chance to take the Invoker out of play. And they will. The Dark Ascension has been popped as well, so Spider Pigs might look for a reinitiation here, even without the Invoker. They are around the area. Funnick scouting, hoping for some straggler. They need an opening. That's all they need. They need an opening. Excalibur picks the Invis room. Looks like they're not ready to go for it. Okay, Pilot Eye stays a little bit too long. He's already got 1/3 of the deaths of Team Bold Reborn. Might add one more to the list as he is being encroached from every direction. Funnick comes in with the silence. Nice multi-shot, no spread shot coming in from Gorp. Not.
Ron lives.
Yeah, Pilot Eye down, and LeBron lives out of this one. Surge, get the Nyx Assassin back to safety. Suddenly that Invoker kill ends up being your Abaddon dying as well.
Good initiative though. Like you can see that here they have to respect the team fight capabilities of Team Bolt. They have to make sure that they get Funnick on top of the right heroes. In this case, I think they're waiting for the Drow every single time. Because the Drow is the only one who can kill the Luna through the BKB. And the Drow just didn't show, so they don't want to take the fight.
Yep. And looking at burst damage, deleting factor, Puck is going for a Dagon level 5. Straight up nuke damage with the Veils, relying on the burst. All about the burst.
That will certainly make up for your lack of magic damage. And he will be deleting LeBron and DNZ with that.
Yeah, I think getting rid of LeBron definitely need some kind of magical burst to quickly go through. Otherwise, the split shot, or the multi shot on Drow might not necessarily be enough. It's a good start, but you need a follow up. Otherwise, that healing is going to be too much to deal with. However, Team Bolt, Nyx leading the front, the rest of them kind of bodyguarding the Drow, but also kind of looking for a fight, while Spider Pigs also have something on their mind. They're smoking up, coming in from the side here, heading towards the river. Pilot Eye is there to pop it up. DD Rune has to go deny it, and this might just be the bait to lose his life. Gets Solar Crested. There's the push, the jump from Funnick. And Abaddon slowly melting. They pop his ulti. They've already dealt the damage. Roshan spawning in 15 seconds. And another smoke.
Coma. They'll smoke again. Yeah, they want to use this.
And they're coming in from the side.
Pilot Eye is
in the
gonna
front,
do it again.
but he's gonna die if he stands in the front. He's got no ulti. However, they're just gonna go straight on Excalibur on the back. Meanwhile, Gorp needs to reposition. Coma doing a lot of damage. Cataclysm coming out as well, and a beautiful jump there. And Spider Pigs will take out 3. They will take out 4 as the Abaddon is about to fall again. He literally just bought back, and he dies with it. Rajix onto the high ground, an ultra kill for Coma. Out of that fight, doesn't leave much for Team Bold to reminisce about.
You can see there how effective the Drow damage actually is at going through the Luna's armor. She was very close to falling there in that contest. Luckily for her, she has the Daedalus, she has the crits. She only needs the lucky hit in order to finally take the Drow out, and now they're going to go for the base. This is going to melt like butter.
Fight recap really tells the whole story. 8.6 against 3.5. Puck 0 damage. Darkseer 0 damage. Abaddon did 300 with 2 aphotic shields. It's all about the Drow dealing damage there, but Abaddon with no ulti already popped once. Smart play from Spider Pigs to take the smoke and know that we have another opportunity to go in, and they went straight for Excalibur, just ignoring the Abaddon in the front. Funnick knows his mission is find the puck, keep them busy. The boys will do the rest.
They will. And right now we have an Alacrity Luna in the pit. Baiting in Team Bald.
Ooh. Pablo, dangerous waters here. Under a sentry ward, and they find him in the trees. He 2 times actually ran in the vision of that sentry ward. And it just expired as well, so perfect timing. Not even bad. Get some 75 gold sentry, get some worth out of that. Get a kill.
And that secures the Roche. Even if they buy him back here, they have no teleport points to go to. Their outpost has been in the hands of Spider Pigs for quite some time already. So all they can do is make the most out of this time to farm.
Yep. They're just two-manning this Roche, basically. Coma, LeBron, both in the pit. Second Roshan of this game. The first one was in 14 minutes. The second one, 26. Now difficulties ahead for Team Bald. Looking at the graphs here, very one-sided. 18,000 gold for Spider Pigs. Same amount of experience in their hands. Hero levels.
Final bot lane.
They do some damage on the puck. Can he get out though? Pops the Dagon as a little departing gift. And Fight just gets on top. Yeah, that was close. I do like that little cute update.
The Nyx assassin is coming in. Pablo.
Assassin.
Yep, but he's got no TP though. They might turn their attention towards the Nyx assassin if they know about that. However, I feel like they might just let this Nyx slide.
There's a bit of a waste of time there, I think. I mean, if they have nothing else to do.
If he cuts the wave, then he becomes a nuisance. But, yep, Noob is making his way down. Pablo. This is the end of his tale.
He knew exactly when they were going to be there.
Well, they will secure this kill. And it's going to be another one for Phonic. 10, 0, and 8. Unkilled this game on this Night Stalker. Last pick Night Stalker really paying off.
It was such a good game for it, and Funnick really put his... I mean, we all saw him posturing in the middle of the map, just straight on the river ramp, all the way before the horn. He knew that this was his game to play and to win.
Another tower taken out by Spider Pigs. It is the tier 2 tower that falls on the bottom lane, and they're heading straight towards the high ground now. Coma leading the front. LeBron right behind him with a Solar Crest buff. Make some short work out of this tower. Rajix on the side. They need a great wombo combo here, but they need to catch several heroes. One is not enough. There's an Aegis. Abaddon's already popped his ulti. His drop's already so low. He got the silence on the Luna. Bit of damage coming in from Gorp. The magical burst coming in from the Dagon. Pablo looking for the stun as well. And it's going to be enough to pop the Aegis at least. But they got the next assassin as Phonic blinks in. And it's still okay for Team Bald. And here's the wall. Nice combo. Coma actually dropping really low here. Might have to be careful here with the BKB. And here we go. The full initiation coming back on the sideline here. Enchantress dropping low. Can they get that kill? Yes, they can. It comes for Excalibur. Finally picks it up. Pablo, however, walks into a sentry. Gets fingered up. The Sunstrike. It's missing him. 20 HP. Noob has his tornado up now. He's not going to throw it, though. They hold their base.
You see the power of the Drow. Yeah. If the jump onto the Drow goes awry, like right there, then the damage is actually going to shred straight through Coma. This danger remains. Even though this game is 20k in the lead for Spider Pigs right now, you can't ignore this matchup. You can't ignore the fact that if the Drow gets a good position, you will get destroyed. But they're ready for a new attempt.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They're looking at going back to the high ground, or at least keep the pressure up. Another creep wave is about to approach.
I love this from Corp, by the way. He's buying a Daedalus. He knows. You just need to blow somebody up.
Need to blow
anybody. If they die, they back off.
The damage output is really good on this Drow. And Spider Pigs, they also recognize the situation. They back out. They let it go for now. Back to farming. I guess there's another item that they're about to finish off here. At least Night Stalker is almost at a nullifier. Very close to a nullifier. I think that already spells doom for the Drow Ranger if you don't have BKB on. And they might go for
any kind
her.
of saving Force Staffs will no longer go off. It is huge.
Yep, Phonic is observing the situation. If somebody overextends, he will go. He's got the backup of his allies right behind him. Pablo. Bounty run, I guess. Come on, Pablo. There's 2 bounties.
Oh, yeah.
That's
and
180 gold. Gotta take everything you can.
Here.
Yep, maybe.
He knows.
On the money. Yoink. There you go. Another 90 gold. So that's 275 in total.
Yeah. And he didn't have to hit a single creep.
Exactly. It's team gold. The best gold. At least in some support players' minds. However, his smoke pops. Pile die on the low ground. He's been tanking baits. It really feels like the Abaddon International.
Oh yeah. All of these add-ons are doing so much work.
And its string of unforgivable
No courier, and that's the Daedalus recipe as well.
Yeah, it was going to the secret shop to try and get a demon edge, but she won't have that extra damage for the defense now.
Yep, that was a very straightforward. Oh no, they found him. Cataclysm coming out as well. They delete Gorp right away. The Drow was gone. Pylai died, dropping half HP. He's got his ulti popped as well. They got the buyback coming in from the Drow. And Spider Pigs, with that quick initiation, all they needed was a Drow kill. They forced the buyback. The damage has been done. They can back out.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
Now the game's on a knife's edge. Team Bold have no more room to maneuver. Drow dies again. GG.
GG, yeah. That's pretty much the story here. Difficult times for Team Bold. It happened so quickly. First, the courier kill. Gorp mispositions himself once. Spider Pigs right outside of the base. Quick blink. Couple stuns thrown here and there. You got the Cataclysm instantly from Noob. They knew exactly what they were doing. They know the win condition.
Everybody in this game does now. And this looks like a smoke group up. Yeah, they're going. I greatly admire this from Team Bold. They know that if they get caught in their base once again, it's over. So, you know what? Why not make the stand on your own terms? Why not go out and look for it before it is completely too late and the enemy can determine all of the conditions of the fight?
Agreed.
It's
Take
just
the
so
fight
hard.
to them.
The waves are pushed in.
Take the fight to them indeed. LeBron. Hello. Bye-bye.
Oh dear. I can't believe what we're seeing. What just happened?
I love how he's solar cresting his own courier to give vision. Or at least maybe run to the secret shop or something, and then he just stands on the cliff and ends up getting picked off quickly. Wasn't suspecting that at all. Or just turning his back at his enemy, I don't know. Might be either.
And this gives Spider Pig some vision to work towards in future attempts as well. But the only problem with this ward is that it's very deep. You actually need your wave to be out somewhat in order for enemies to be showing on that.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting where they're sitting right now.
Look at top. DNT.
Yes, exactly.
Noob, right next to Excalibur. They have the Tinker wards on everything. He just walks in. Oh no. He still has the stun he could throw down, but no. He just walks in. That's how confident. That's how overconfident they were. And Excalibur's out.
That's a shame.
That's a big shame. That was a, definitely a kill that Spider Pig should have had.
I'm not sure if they have the damage that they need to murder. Actually, if they drop the Cataclysm for it, they do. But otherwise, there is a possibility that the Puck survives.
Yep, Meatball, Cataclysm, Finger. Yeah. But yeah, the Aeon Disc is strong.
Locked down.
There is still a cheese on Funnick. Roshan may respawn. Drum roll. 10 seconds.
They will suffer. And they've
Very
got
quick
full
one.
vision of the kills.
This favors Spider Pigs very much. This is still on the buyback timer. We can actually look at that. Still 5 minutes for the Drow. If they killed Roshan like literally right now, their ages would expire by the time the buyback comes off of the Drow. So a big window.
Exactly. And there is no way for Team Bold to contest this. Their keyboard doesn't actually give them vision over the fighting terrain for this. You see Funnick is ready to flank any possible opportunities. They are coming, but they're not fast enough. This is Solar Crest alacrity on the Luna.
He's still taking it though. They're turning around, but Funnick's already coming to meet them. Pylai right next to him. The jump instantly on Corp trying to TP out. Should be able to. It does come at the cost of his last 7-second charge, and it's now down to 6 on the BKB, and also no BKB now for a whole minute. Spider Pigs are coming.
I don't think he can hold the kind of position where he can deal damage without the BKB. He has to wait until the fight is fully underway, and with the amount of damage that there's on Spider Pigs, I think his team is dead by that point.
Very likely. They do get the jump on Luna. A lot of damage, but it's not enough. It's not enough this time. Gorp in huge trouble. The jump from Funnick onto the next assassin. It takes down Gorp, and that's a Drow gone. And Rajix will fall as well. 2 heroes, 3 heroes dead. And then we'll go for the 4th one. It's going to be Excalibur with the Aeon Disc popping as well. But going back to the fountain, it's all over. GG is called. Spider Pigs, they find the decisive blow. And they take out Team Bold in game number 1.
Excellently played. Spider Pigs really wasting no time after winning these lanes. They play up so far on all of their heroes. You've got Disenchanters giving vision all the time. You've got Coma really pushing the speed and the farming of that Luna to the next level by grabbing as much farm as possible from the enemy side of the map. Team Bald get choked right out of the laning stage.
Pretty much. Could almost look at the graphs here. I don't know. Gaben was on their side for the first 8 minutes, or after the first 8 minutes, it just jumps into their favor suddenly. But in regards of player net worth, the Drow was behind the Luna. Luna had a fantastic lane coming out. We saw the Invoker dominate against the Puck. The Puck rotating towards top, not for a kill. Noob was able to get the kill with his level 6 rotation. And he stayed there for a while. They took the tower pretty fast. They started taking objectives around the map and starving Team Bold pretty fast.
Yep. They had a couple of really good attempts. I especially like the initiation towards the mid tower where they get that absolutely beautiful vac wall that does a lot of work. I think if they get Coma there is an option for Team Bold to come back into the game. But listen, look at Funnick. 11, 0, and 10. This man was always going to be there. He was always going to really be a big issue for that lineup, no matter how far ahead they caught. So, unfortunately for Team Bold, I think they'll just have to be better in the draft next time and not get hit by such a big outdraft at the last second.
They definitely do. It's again, between a rock and a hard place for Team Bold. Need to get their package together. If you are a Gorp fan, however, in chat, if you want to spread your energy towards them, I would suggest writing a heart in chat for the person writing in chat above you so we can spread the love, and through that, maybe Team Bold can make it through. Otherwise, it's Spider Pigs taking the series 2-0. We'll take a tiny break. We'll be back after the commercials for game number 2.